what the religion ultimately stood for, particularly what did it stand for when the Jewish polity was laboring under the oppressive policies of the Herodian government that will really occupy us. Because Hillel, in many ways, became the paradigm of the ultimate Jew, the ultimate believing Jew that set the tone literally for 2,000 years. Okay, question, please. Oh, thank you so much. You know, it's funny that you should ask that because has anyone seen this book called Strengths Finder? So it's a kind of a cool book. The Strengths Finder. I mean, it's a book where they take this test and you plug it into the computer and they spit back your personal profile. And one of the things they said about me is that I really like unusual words, and I get a lot of pleasure out of using. And I think there was a little bit of a dig there because it makes me feel smarter if maybe people don't know those words. But then what happens is I pronounce them wrong, and then I really flat. So nobody knows anyway. Lacuna is the plural of lacuna. Which is an African word meaning everything's going to be okay, as in lacuna matata. Lacuna is a Latin word for hole, something missing. Lacuna is the plural. So things that are missing, lacunae. Next time you want to impress your friends and relatives, just say, oh, there's such a lacuna in this sofa, I can sit on it. Okay. All right, so let's go through the things. First thing we should say off the bat is we have a little bit of problem identifying which Hillel we are talking about, because there were many Hillels. He himself was a member of a scion. He was a member of a dynasty of rabbis that continued for about 400 years in leadership positions after him, and they tended to repeat their names. Specifically, the names Gamliel, Yehuda, Shimon, and of course Hillel are repeated one after another. So at least every 2 or 3 generations, you have another Rabbi Hillel. And so when the Talmud mentions Hillel says, sometimes it's not clear which Hillel are we talking about. And there is a tendency to conflate all of these Hillels into one personage, even though in reality it could be that we're speaking about Hillels that were separated by as much as 200 or 300 years. It's created a small industry of rabbinic scholars trying to tease out which Hillel is which, and I'm not going to even try to untangle that for this audience. For the most part, we're going to be restricting our remarks to the Hillel that is dominant in the classic text of Jewish ethics and morality, Pirkei Avot. We'll cite from Pirkei Avot a few times tonight, God willing. And most of the sayings that I'll be making about Hillel tonight are most likely applying to that same Hillel that lived at this time. Although, as a kind of a disclaimer at the beginning, this is a matter of scholarly debate. Which Hillel do we refer to? Yes. They were Tanoim, all. Yes, they're all Tanoim, which the question refers to what generation of scholars did they occupy, and the period of the Tanoim basically extends from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about the year 300 or 400 of the Common Era. And so you have 500-600 years of scholars that are all in that category of Tanoim. After that comes the period known as the period of the Amoraim. We'll return to this at the very end of the lecture tonight. So here's a couple of passages. Here's one passage that you probably will have heard of because it is arguably one of Hillel's most famous sayings. It exists in Pirkei Avot, the very first chapter. He used to say, "If I am not for myself, who will be for me?" Which we can find that in all kinds of interpretations. The Hebrew, of course, is even more beautiful when you understand the Hebrew. Im ein ani li, mi li. It's alliterative. Is that a word? Alliterative? It's poetic, right? And then the next clause, though, is if I am only for myself, what am I? So the first clause says, or the first statement says, if I don't take care of numero uno, who's going to do that? I really have to put myself first. But on the other hand, if I'm always putting myself first, what good am I? I'm so selfish. It's all about me. And then third, if not now, when? Like I have to decide this right now. Am I going to be only for myself and it'll be only for the world. How am I going to balance these things? It's a huge thing, a huge statement. I often tell my children that I wish they could memorize the entire text of Pirkei Avot and just keep it at all times, because it's such a phenomenal treasure trove of Jewish wisdom, such as this statement of Hillel. I will tell you that, I get a lot of these images off the internet, and, I just look around for inspirational images that make sense. And I made the mistake of typing in Hebrew, in Ein Ani Li, Mi Li, right, the Hebrew phrase. And it appears that this is a very popular tattoo in Israel. I mean, I saw all these pictures of, I turned off the internet almost immediately, where they have all these pictures of women and men with this phrase, nobody puts the other part. It's only the first part. And that's, I was thinking about it. It's sort of like whoever's getting these things tattooed, they're saying, I have to take care of myself. I'm number one. They forget about what happens if I only take care of myself. Nobody has the tattoo. I looked. Nobody has the tattoo. If I'm only for myself, who am I? It's the first one that's really important. But the third one is essential. Right? What now? So that's Hillel's arguably his most famous statement. Let's understand a little bit of the historical context of his life. Hillel spans the two greatest centers of Jewish population at the turn of the millennium. That is specifically the land of Israel, and the area of Babylon, specifically the southern Euphrates and Tigris rivers, which would be today the nation known as Iraq, and also Kuwait. At the time of the destruction of the first temple, much of the Jewish population was exiled from Israel. That's in the 6th century before the Common Era. They traveled up through the Fertile Crescent along the Euphrates River and then followed it downwards. The rivers flow this way, and more of Babylonian civilization is built up as you go further south. And they set up several major centers that lasted really until the 20th century in southern Babylon or in southern Iraq. That was the major center of Jewish creative energies. If you want to think a little bit like, let's say, before the establishment of the State of Israel in the 1920s, comparing Israel in the 1920s to New York City in the 1920s. Israel is, of course, the beating spiritual heart of the Jewish people, but New York City is where you get good Chinese food. So Babylon, well, Alisa, you have to laugh in the back to promote. Babylon was really where most things was happening, and this would continue all the way through the 6th century in particular, when the Babylonian Talmud was written. So Hillel, the rabbi, is also known as Hillel HaBavli, Hillel the Babylonian, because he was born in Babylon, and then he made his way back to Israel, where he achieved fame and fortune. The historical context is this is the waning period of the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, the Hasmonean dynasty. These are the Jewish kings who, for a couple of hundred years, were able to wrest control of the land of Israel from their
how are you?
Their Hellenistic overlords.
I'm here, baby.
That began with the revolt of Hanukkah in the early 2nd century before the Common Era. The dynasty of the Hashmonaim.
I'm here, baby.
Slowly lost ground. As Rome expanded into the region, they ultimately displaced the Hashmonaim.
How are you?
In their place, the Emperor Herod, son of the Emperor King Herod, who was of Idumean stock, converted to Judaism. I mean, his ancestors had converted to Judaism, and he was essentially running a puppet state for Rome. He was a client king of Rome, much feared by the rabbis because he viewed them correctly as a rival power base and massacred them mercilessly. Hillel fortuitously escaped those massacres. We'll speak about that very briefly shortly. But that's the period in which Hillel came to power. Herod is also famous for having rebuilt the temple. It was ironically under his rule that he recreated the great temple in Jerusalem as a way perhaps of improving his popularity. He was certainly a legacy hunter. We'll speak about him in much greater detail in 2 weeks, God willing, when we talk about Queen Salome, another topic. Yes, sir. let's save that question till later. It's a little bit complicated because his ancestors were converted forcibly, and as a result, so we'll speak about that when we get to the lecture on Salome. I'm going to put aside much of Herod's biography until then, but it is significant that Hillel's life and his career coincided with Herod's quite important rule in Israel. He ruled, by the way, from the year 37 before the Common Era to the year 4 of the Common Era. Now, let's try and figure out with a little bit more precision exactly when Hillel lived. There will be some significance to this. So we have a few Talmudic statements, most of which cannot be taken literally. They must be taken seriously, but not necessarily literally. They may have been meant in a poetic vein. So, for example, in a section of the Talmud that describes many people who lived 120 years, of course, you're familiar with the Jewish saying, you should live to 120, which is, considered a blessing for a long life. And the Talmud lists a few figures who lived 120 years, and they include Hillel in that list. He lived, apparently, as the Talmud says, 40 years in Babylon, and then 40 years as a student in Israel, and then 40 years he reigned as Nasi until his death. We also have a couple other passages that connect his rule as Nasi with the appointment of Herod as king, which again was the year 37 before the Common Era. So that would mean he was made Nasi, if we take it literally, about the year 33 of the Common Era. And if you take that year 120, it means that, according to these star calculations, he was born sometime around the year 116 before the Common Era, and he died in the year 4 of the Common Era. So even if this number is a guzman, is an exaggeration, clearly his years overlapped with an extremely important period in Jewish history with Herod and also with Jesus, which will be very significant. His youth, he was apparently a wood chopper. And he's used as an example of Mesirat Nefesh, of the kind of self-sacrifice that a person should undertake to study Torah. I'm going to quote to you from one of the recent books on Hillel's life. This is Yitzhak Buxbaum's The Life and Teachings of Hillel. Also recently appeared a very wonderful book by Joseph Telushkin called If Not Now When. It's a biography of Hillel as well. And I'm just going to quote from this because it's handy to have the translations ready. So here's a story from the Talmud, a very famous story about Hillel. It'll give you a sense of the penury that he endured in order to study Torah and his tremendous dedication to the study of Torah. When I asked my daughter, Elisa, what she knows about Hillel on our way up here, this is one of the stories that she knows about Hillel. So it's a famous one. Forgive me if you've heard it before. Our rabbis taught, says Talmud, when a poor man who had neglected the Torah shall appear before the divine judgment, he will be asked, why did you not occupy yourself with Torah study? If he answers, I was poor and overwhelmed with the need to earn a living, they will say to him, were you then poorer than Hillel? You notice the Jewish intonation that's in the Talmud. What's the story? Because when Hillel the elder was a young man, he went out to work every day and earned just one tarpik coin, a very small amount of money. Half of it he gave to the doorkeeper of the house of study for the admission fee, and with the other half he supported himself and his family. We'll get back to the idea that apparently to get into the yeshiva you had to pay a coin, you had to go in. Nowadays we don't bother with that at all. We have tuition. That's another story. It's much more expensive, but they apparently you would have to pay the guard at the door. By the way, when Hillel became Nasi, one of his first acts was to do away with the guards and the whole policy of admission to the study halls. And they became public study halls. Anyways, here it is. Once, being unable to find work for the day, he had no money and the doorkeeper would not allow him to enter. So he climbed up onto the roof and swung himself over to the skylight, where he sat down to the words of the living God from the mouths of Shemaiah and Avtalion. Those were his teachers. This happened on a Friday before the Shabbat and during the winter month of Tevet. Right, that would be around January. Snow started to fall, a very rare occurrence in Jerusalem. But Hillel was so absorbed in what he was hearing that he did not even notice. Before long, though, he was covered over with a blanket of snow and lost consciousness. He lay there all through the night. On Shabbos morning, when learning resumed in the house of study, Shemaiah said to Avtalion, "Brother, every day the hall is well lit by this time. Why is it still dark? Is it such a cloudy day today?" They raised their eyes and saw the figure of a man on the skylight. When they went up, they found him covered with a layer of snow fully 4 feet thick. This is Jerusalem, so that's a pretty amazing snowfall. After removing the snow, they took him down, washed him, and rubbed him over with oil, and placed him before a fire. All of these things are discussed, by the way, in the context of when are you allowed to violate the Sabbath to save a human life. When they became aware of what had happened and why Hillel was on the roof, they remarked, as they attended to him, "Someone like this is truly worthy that Shabbat be violated for his sake." Very famous story. It says a lot about Hillel's dedication to study. Now, if we work with those dates that we had before, this is a 40-year-old man who's on the roof. It doesn't sound, as Rabbi Buxbaum says, it doesn't sound like the story of a 40-year-old man. It sounds like a very impetuous, 21-year-old man, something like that. So that those dates may not be quite right, but nevertheless, you get a sense of Hillel's character and his love of Torah. And he had gone specifically to study under these great rabbis, Shemaiah and Avtalion. More about that shortly. We don't know anything about his parents, although there is a tradition that he is a direct descendant of King David. We know that he had a brother named Shebna who went into business and succeeded tremendously. Shebna later approached Hillel, who was again a poor wood chopper, and said, "Listen, Hillel, why don't we go into what's known as a Yisachar-Zebulun relationship, in which these two leaders of the tribes of Israel, Yisachar was very interested in learning, but not so much in making a living. Zebulun was an excellent merchant of the seas, and Zebulun said, I'll tell you what, with my business, I don't have time to sit and learn so much. You are focused in your learning. You don't have time to go out and make money. So how about I pay you for your learning, and I get a share of the merit for your learning?" Hillel certainly could have used that financial assistance, but ultimately he refused it, and he preferred to just learn without any loss to his own merit. The Talmud discusses this as a kind of avas toli, a love sickness, that he was so totally dedicated to the love of God and the study of the Torah that he simply could not sacrifice even a bit of it, even spiritually, even in some kind of a legal fiction relationship of this nature. So he rejected Shebna's offer, and he continued to learn in poverty until he was eventually appointed as Nasi, as the principal, as the prince. Now, the appointment of Hillel to the princehood is actually kind of an interesting story as well. It says a little bit about these two communities. The story goes like this: on the I'll just summarize very quickly. The Hillel at this time had been studying with the two great scholars Shemaiah and Avtalion for many, many years. The Bnei Betera were the people who were in charge of the institution of the Nasi, and they were looking for someone who could take over this position. And one of the problems that they had was they came up against a situation where the holiday of Passover fell on Shabbat. And even though this happens on a regular basis, about once every, I think it's about 8 years, it happens, or twice every 14, I can't remember exactly how often. It happened last year, I believe. They forgot a very basic halacha about what do you do when Passover falls on Shabbat. Specifically, it had to do with one of the sacrifices. Do you offer the sacrifice if it falls on Shabbat or not? Do you violate the laws of Shabbat to offer the Passover sacrifice? Nobody knew the answer. So Hillel steps up and he says, have we only one Passover in the year that overrides the Shabbat? There are more 200 Passovers a year that override the Shabbat. And what he meant was that there are all kinds of other offerings that of course override Shabbat. So then of course the Passover offering should override it as well. The Bnei Betera were impressed with this logical argument. And according to one version, that is in the Babylonian Talmud, they say right then and there, a smart guy like this we can use, and they made him Nasi. Now, in the Jerusalem Talmud, there are two distinct texts here, and at the end of the lecture, I hope to tie up what those are. The story ends a little differently. The B'nai B'tera are not willing to accept that argument. They say, no, what are you talking about? We have this counter argument, that counter argument. Logic is not enough for them. Until finally, they say to him, they say, why are we asking the guy? How can you expect anything from a Babylonian? Right? They diss the Babylonian. They said, this guy, he isn't even from around here. He isn't even from Jerusalem. You're asking him this question? Forget about it. Then he finally responds, and he says, I swear to you, may heaven punish me if I did not also receive this halacha as a tradition from Shemaiah and Avtalion. So as soon as he said, I heard this from Shemaiah and Avtalion, meaning he invokes a Mesorah, a tradition, and he says, it's not logic. I heard this from my teachers. They say, oh, that's different. Okay. If you mention Shemaiah and Avtalion, then for sure you're going to be the Nasi because you've received the Mesorah, you've received the tradition. And so they appoint him as Nasi. These two different versions as to what exactly happened. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Excellent question. We presume that they had a lot of candidates who were eliminated because they weren't, up to snuff. And he was one of the finalists. I'd like to think so. It's either that or it's the Electoral College. It was one of the two. Yes.
You're supposed to say, I heard it from them who can you say? You can say,
I heard it first, and then give the argument. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know how to deal with that. That would get us a little bit too. It would bring us to a too granular a level, I think, for the text that I'm working with. What is relevant, though, is that he got a little bit Gaivadik afterwards. And one of the rare moments when Hillel showed arrogance, and almost immediately a situation arose where he forgot a basic halacha. It's included in the very same Gemara right afterwards. He disses them for giving him a hard time to become Nasi. And then all of a sudden, one of the questions comes up, if Rosh Hashanah falls on Shabbat, are you allowed to carry the shofar to shul? And Hillel says, oh my gosh, I forgot. The forgetting was a punishment for his arrogance. We see that over and over again in many of the traditional texts that arrogance causes forgetfulness. So they say to him, what are you going to do? You're the Nasi. What are we supposed to do? He says, you know what? Let's go out and see what the people do. Go out and see what the people do, because the people, the Jewish people as a whole, if they are not prophets themselves, they are the children of prophets. Or one translation would be, as Ms. Abrams mentioned in Back to School Night, they are the students of prophets. The Jewish people will somehow know what to do. Sure enough, they went out and they saw that someone had forgotten the shofar, and what they had done is they had put the shofar in the thick wool of a sheep's neck, and they walked the sheep to shul, and then the sheep ended up bringing the shofar there. Azoi. Okay. So anyways, that's the story of his appointment. There's a lot of Talmudic discussion about how this illustrates a distinction between the Babylonians and the Jerusalem rabbis and their approach to logic versus tradition. Now, back briefly to Herod, and again, we will return to him in much greater detail in a couple of weeks when we talk about Salome or Shulamit. He was in a difficult position in many ways because he had very, very poor Jewish yichus, very poor status as a Jew, because he came from beings who were a tribe the Jews had in earlier generations converted forcibly to Judaism. There were lingering questions about their Jewish status. He was also a puppet of the Romans, and he had a lot of policies that were antagonistic to the traditional Jewish community in particular. He was generally not a popular guy, and he spent much of his career trying to become more popular. One of his more cruel measures was a wide-scale massacres of Jewish leaders, rabbis in particular. And it happened that when he had instituted this, fortuitously, Hillel had taken a trip back home to Babylon for some years. We don't know exactly why he went, but it happened to be perfect timing because he managed to escape the worst of the Herodian massacres. When he came back, the decree had been lifted, and Hillel adopted a modus vivendi with the secular powers that really set the tone for much of the Jewish diaspora. which was basically to leave them alone, to try not to get involved in the affairs of the government. As Pirkei Avot says, I'm not positive if Hillel says that, Al titwadal reshut. Do not become known to the government. Just keep your head down. Just don't let them be involved with their Narishkeit, and we'll concentrate on Judaism and so on. This is essentially a Jewish quietistic political attitude that pertained right up until, let's say, the French Revolution, when Jews began to become involved once again in mass politics. We have no reference to Hillel in Josephus, although we do have references to his teachers, Shammai and Avtalion. And there's some interesting interpretation here in Rabbi Buchsbaum's book that perhaps this is what Hillel meant in the famous passage again in Pirkei Avot when he sees a skull floating on the waters. Perhaps you remember that. He sees a skull floating on the waters, which is a hard image. I always think that a skull should float, but at any rate, the skull should sink. But he picks up the skull and he looks at it and he says, thank you, Mr. Farkas. I knew you would say, alas, poor Yorick. He looks at the skull and he says, because you drowned others, you were drowned, and those who drowned you will one day also be drowned, which is a complex way of saying what goes around comes around. And I think it's also a very pithy way of encapsulating the traditional diaspora thinking of Jews vis-a-vis the state as a whole. Hillel tried to create that modus vivendi with those powers. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Hillel is always mentioned in the same breath with his alter ego Shammai, who was the second in command of the Jewish community, the Av Beit Din, or the father of the court, meaning the head of the court. Hillel had a quasi-political position. Again, there was no official recognition of Hillel's power. He had no armies. He had no institutions. He only had moral authority, and the same goes with Shammai. Nevertheless, they were looked to by the Jewish people for hundreds and hundreds of years as incredible leaders. This is actually a piece of art I found on the web, and we'll have to just, unfortunately it got cut off, but the website for it is laurenwellsart.com, and it looks so great. I actually wrote to him and asked if I could download it for this class because he sells it, and this shows Shammai versus Hillel, and it says basting rock, paper, scissors. We're doing rock, paper, scissors. And Shammai only has 3 points here. Hillel has something like 50 points on his side. Hillel and Shammai opposed each other regularly, frequently, on almost every topic. And Hillel almost always wins the arguments. Almost always. The rabbis go either with Hillel against Shammai, or after towards the end of their careers and after their death, there was the house of Hillel, which is the school of thought founded by Hillel, versus the house of Shammai that also extended for many hundreds of years. And they quite often would debate each other. Almost always the house of Hillel wins the debates. And in terms of Jewish law, we follow Hillel rather than Shammai. There are several exceptions to that rule, but that is a general rule. And they had very, very different personalities. Hillel was known for his incomparable humility, which is a difficult term to translate in the context of his life. It's often translated better as patience, although the word in Hebrew is anav, meaning humble. And I'll read you here one famous story about the patience of Hillel. This is sort of like one of the bedtime stories I used to tell my kids when they were young, and they really enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy it too. So the rabbis taught. This is also a passage from Shabbat, Tractate Shabbat 31a. A person should always be humble like Hillel. 2 men once made a bet of 400 zuz. Does anyone know how much 400 zuz would be worth? Jared, you know? I'm sure you do. How much is 2 zuz worth? 1 small goat, right? So 400 zuz is worth 200 small goats. That's a lot of goats, right? So they once made a bet on 400 zuz about whether one of them could make Hillel lose his temper. The one who said he could do it then went off to try. He worked out his plan and went to Hillel's house in the late afternoon on Friday before the Sabbath, when everyone was busiest in preparation for the holy day of rest. When he arrived at the door, Hillel was washing his hair. Hillel's in the shower. And as people customarily bathe and clean themselves thoroughly in honor of the Sabbath. The man banged on the door and called out, "Is Hillel here? Is Hillel here?" Rashi comments there that he doesn't say, "Is Rabbi Hillel here? Is Master?" He just says Hillel, kind of a disrespectful way to call him. Hillel gets out of the shower, wraps himself in his cloak, and came out to him. "My son," he said, "how can I help you?" "I have a question to ask," was the man's reply. "Ask, my son, ask," said Hillel. "I want to know," he said, "why are the heads of the Babylonians so round?" Which is meant to be a Dre Cup question, to use the Yiddish script. Like an idiotic question. What are you bothering with a question like that? You pulled me out of the shower Friday afternoon, and you asked me, why are their heads so round? "My son," says Hillel, "that is a very important question." Right? Good educating, good pedagogy. He validates the question right away. The reason is that in Babylon, they don't have well-trained midwives. The man went away and waited for a while till Hillel returned to his hair washing. And then he came back and he called it again loudly, "Is Hillel here? Is Hillel here?" This also, by the way, indicates that Hillel had a lot of hair, because for me, I would have been done. Hillel again wrapped his cloak and turned around and came out to speak. "My son, how can I help you? I have a question to ask," he said. "Ask, my son, ask. Why are the people of Tadmor, which is in Syria, so weak-eyed?" It's in the desert. "You've asked a very important question, my son," said Hillel. "The reason is that they live in such a sandy country that the sand gets in their eyes." And the man goes away, goes back and forth. He does this like 3 or 4 times. And then finally he says, "I have a question to ask," the man replied, "but I'm afraid you may become angry with me." Hillel drew his cloak around him, sat down before him, and said, "All the questions that you want to ask, please ask." Seeing that his plans were frustrated, the man cried out, "Are you the Hillel that everyone calls Nasi?" "Yes," answered Hillel. "If so," the other blurted out in exasperation, "then may there not be many like you in all of Israel." "Why is that, my son?" said Hillel. "Because of you," said the man, "I've just lost a bet of 400 zuz, thinking that I could get you angry." And Hillel concludes by saying, "Calm yourself. It is better that you lose 400 zuz and even another 400 zuz than I should lose my temper." So you see a phenomenal story about Hillel's patience, dragged out of the shower 3-4 times, never lost his cool, and that says something about Hillel. That personality really runs as a common theme throughout his teachings. On the other hand, Shammai is known as being very particular, the opposite. He's a kaptan. He's demanding, he has standards, everything has to be just so, as we'll see in a few moments. A person comes to Shammai, actually, should I say it right here, or should I say it later? Just see how I schedule this. Yeah, no, I'll read you one more famous story. I apologize, but these are so good. These are like, foundational stories. This shows you a little bit more about Shammai as well. A Gentile once came to Shammai and said, "Rabbi, how many Torahs are there?" "We have 2, said Shammai, "the written Torah and the oral Torah." More about this shortly, which is handed down to. The Gentile then said, "I can believe in a written Torah, but I can't accept the oral Torah. Make me a Jew, convert me, but on the condition that you only teach me the written Torah. I'd only want to be Jewish for the written Torah. I'm not interested in the Talmud, etc." So what did Shammai do? Shammai spoke to him sharply and told him to leave. This is not really right. Another condition, I'm not going to just skip ahead. There's actually more stories here. But another non-Jew came to Shammai and said, "I'm ready to convert, but only if you can teach me the whole Torah while I'm standing on one foot." Famous passage. The expression "to stand on one foot" in Hebrew is now proverbial for like very quickly. I don't have time for more. Just standing on one foot. We talk about the instant gratification generation. I think it's always been this way. Shammai, hearing this outlandish condition, chased him out of the door with the builder's measuring stick he had in his hand. The Maharsha explains, he had a yardstick because he says, "Look, there are measurements. This means something. I can't teach you the entire Torah standing on one foot. Just asking is an insult." And so Shammai, because he is a kaptan, takes a stick and he chases him out. Hillel, on the other hand, the man went to Hillel, who converted him, and fulfilling his condition, taught him, "What is hateful to you, don't do to your fellow man." That is the entire Torah, and the rest is just commentary. Now go and study. A very fascinating passage. Like the sequence is interesting. He converts them first, and then he teaches them. He makes the Torah very small. He takes the challenge of standing on 1 foot. But ultimately, that statement, the golden rule that what is hateful to someone else, just don't do to them. That's the entire story. That's the Ganza Megillah, the entire Torah. Everything else is just pirushim, just explanations. That's an amazing statement from a brilliant rabbi who, in many ways, encapsulated what is Judaism. Now, another example of this, one of my favorites, a passage in Maseches Kiddushin, maybe it's Kesubos, I forgot, I'll put it offhand. There is a great chapter there called Ketzad Meraktin, How Do You Dance? And it's about how do you perform the very important mitzvah of dancing at a wedding. You're supposed to dance to gladden the hearts of bride and groom. And that's why, in traditional weddings, there's a tremendous amount of shtick. I once saw at a wedding, some guys put on these big black hats and then fill the wells with lighter fluid and set them on fire while they're dancing. I was thinking it's a good thing it was a really big wedding hall, because otherwise the sprinklers would have gone on and it would have been awful. But, that's the idea, is to make the groom and bride happy at their wedding. So they asked the question, what are you supposed to say to the bride? What are you supposed to say to her? And Hillel says, what are you talking about? You should say, Kala Na'av Chasuda, a beautiful and gracious bride. When you see the bride, you say, oh, she's so beautiful. And Shammai says, what if she's not so beautiful? What if she's like this or like that? She could lose a little weight, whatever. And Shammai says, Kamos Shehi, say it like it is. Say to her, you'll lose a few pounds. Or, who bought you that dress? Whatever. Shammai says it's got to be the way it is. Don't lie. It says, Midvar Sheker Tirchak. Stay away from a false report. Luckily, we follow the halacha according to Hillel, because otherwise I think the birth rate would plummet. But the idea is that you say Kala Na B'Chasuda. It doesn't matter what she looks like. You praise a woman at the wedding. But that particular story illustrates the difference between Hillel and Shammai. Lastly here, in contrast between these two figures, this is actually not Hillel and Shammai themselves, but their schools. In a very bizarre passage in the 3rd page of Tractate Eruvin, the schools of Shammai and the schools of Hillel debate whether or not it is good that humanity was created. One school, Hillel presumably, although not so named, says that, look, people, they make mistakes, but ultimately they do good things. The world is a better place for the existence of humanity. Shammai says, no, we have done worse things for the universe than we have done good. It's a pessimistic view, kind of a reverse environmentalist view, saying we've ruined the environment we're born in. They debated for 2.5 years until finally they put it to a vote. Shammai won the vote. So whatever it means, in Jewish philosophy, we have a vote that says we've done more harm to the universe than good. And the debate went on and on until finally a divine voice rang out. This is also another context where God says, as it were, Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chayim. These and these, meaning the words of Beis Shammai, the words of Beis Hillel, are the words of the living God. Even though they are diametrically opposed and there is an excluded middle, you can't have a moderate position between a yes and a no. There is no maybe. Nevertheless, both positions are extremely valid. And according to the tradition, even though we follow the views of Beit Hillel in most of our halacha in this world, the tradition is that in the next world, perhaps where it's easier to live with stringencies, we will follow the opinion of Beit Shammai, and that they are both equally valid. But you get a sense of how Hillel compares to Shammai in many of their views. One other, maybe I'll pause for a couple of questions because I've talked a blue streak now. I didn't lecture all summer, so I've built up all this stuff. It's great. Here's a little known teaching that I never learned before I prepared this class, but I thought it was quite fascinating and illustrative of one other aspect of Hillel's philosophy. Listen to this rather cryptic and, as Rabbi Buxbaum points out, rather Taoistic sounding thing. Claudia, you'll find it interesting stuff here. Hillel the Elder said, do not be seen naked, do not be seen dressed, do not be seen standing, do not be seen sitting, do not be seen laughing, do not be seen weeping. As it is said, a time to laugh and a time to weep, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. That's from the Tosefta Brachot 2:24. What could that possibly mean? I mean, it sounds like a statement to agoraphobia or something. You don't want to be in public. Don't be seen dressed. Don't be seen undressed. What does that mean? So in his interpretation, it refers to Hillel's idea that you have to be me'urav im habriot. You have to be mixed in with other people. It's a value in Judaism to be part of the collective, not to stand out. When other people are dressed, don't be undressed. When other people are undressed, I guess then you shouldn't be dressed. That's kind of a weird statement too. Maybe I shouldn't say that. We will wind over that before I put it on YouTube. But the idea is don't stand out. Don't try to be the exceptional one. Try to fit in with others. And in many ways, Hillel said that that's an ideal, that we have our greatest strength when we pull together, when we respect the centripetal forces of Jewish energy and come together as a community. And this is a trend, that theme that goes through much of his teachings as well. One halachic ruling that proved to be extremely important in Hillel's work, and again, there are thousands and thousands of halachot that are attributed to Hillel, was the institution of a legal device called a prose rule, which had long-lasting ramifications for the Jewish world. I'm just mentioning this as one of literally hundreds of examples. According to biblical law, the Torah itself, if a person secures a loan against property, at the end of the sabbatical year, every 7 years, that property reverts to the owner, regardless of whether or not the loan has been repaid. And so what that means is, if you have Reuven with a lot of cash, and Shimon, who has very little cash, but he has some land, and he goes to Reuven and he says, listen, let me borrow some cash, and I'll use my property as a collateral, then if it's 1 year before the sabbatical year, Reuven might say, no way, I am not going to give you that loan, because your loan is only secured for 1 year. If you don't pay me back within 1 year, I get nothing. I don't get paid, and you get your land back. And so therefore, Hillel instituted this device called the prose rule, in which a person could essentially hand over this loan to the care of the Beit Din, of the court, which would be allowed through devices that he describes there to circumvent this law, to supersede it, and therefore the loan would be valid even though the collateral went through the sabbatical year. The collateral would still be held in advance. The Jubilee year, not the sabbatical, not the Shemitah, Jubilee. I don't know. So it could be those of you who are watching in the Philippines, look it up. It's either Shemitah every 7 or every 50 years of the Jubilee. At any rate, maybe I'll look it up. I'll post a little comment when I put it on the web. At any rate, this was an extremely important device because it allowed the economy to continue functioning. It did not, so to speak, close the door to loaning money to the poor, because people who had means would no longer fear that they were risking their wealth by lending, and Hillel kept the flow of currency going as a result. It's important to note, perhaps in one small, we've got so much stuff to talk about. Let's go straight to the Pharisaic tradition. Now, again, this is a topic we will return to when we talk about Herod as well. I want to come back to this. Yes, Mrs. Abrams.
First of all, was we do it even today about lending money.
Yes, absolutely, still today.
Everybody runs,
Yeah, for Shemitah, so maybe it is a 7th year.
So I don't know if by land might be a different thing, and that might be a different law.
Maybe that's right. Maybe they're both true. One's on land, one's on thing.
One's on money. If you lend somebody money and then Shemitah comes, so that's why a lot of people right away. I remember when I was in Eretz Yisrael, people were running around, like sign this, because people have like a magnet.
Yeah.
So you write down that you have a loan association, and
it makes sense.
I remember that.
By the way, I should also make a disclaimer for everybody, and also for those of you in the studio audience, that I'm contrary to my appearance, I am not a rabbi. So I'm not a card-carrying member of the rabbinic establishment, and I often make, it's a good thing because I get away with saying and doing a lot of things, but I am just a regular guy. And so, okay, now a very important thing here that we're just going to have to mention in passing because the hour is late, but Hillel was clearly among the group known as the Perushim, or in English, the Pharisees. The Pharisees get a lot of bad play in Western culture because they were frequently opposed to Jesus. And Jesus has many debates with the Pharisees in which they come across as being specifically hypocritical. And in fact, in much usage, the term Pharisee is identical with the word hypocrite because of this New Testament interpretation. But Hillel clearly was in that group, and Jesus, who lived at the same time, you recall, we're talking about Hillel dying maybe around the year 10. Jesus was a young man at that time. Jesus borrows heavily from Hillel's teachings, often without attribution, which is a problem. He comes to Touro College. That's only one of the many problems he'll have, but one of them would be plagiarism because he's quoting from Hillel without necessarily saying he gets it from Hillel. But the influence of Hillel on the entire Christian tradition is also marked. He was certainly the prime spiritual figure of the day that influenced Jesus. Okay, now I would have liked to have spent a little more time talking about his connection specifically to literary heritage, but I'll have to try and discuss that in a later lecture. Let's just conclude with one discussion of his legacy. There's a beautiful passage in Tractate Sanhedrin, that Yud Aleph, Amid Aleph, was actually the last page I ever learned with my own Rebbe before he was prematurely taken from this world. And there's an amazing discussion there of the importance of not embarrassing other people. Very, very powerful discussion there. And in this context, there are a whole bunch of rabbis up in a study hall, a closed study hall by invitation only. And in that room, a divine voice goes out and says, there is among you one who has the ability to have the divine presence rest upon him as it did upon Moses, our teacher. The divine voice called out to, there's someone in this room who is as holy as Moses, but the generation is unworthy of him. He could not accept that because the generation was not up to his part. And the rabbis all look around the room, and then they conclude, they all turn their eyes simultaneously to Hillel HaZaken. All the rabbis of his generation agreed that it had to be someone like Hillel who was so named. He died shortly thereafter, and in his eulogy, they said three things about him. They said, hey, Chassid. They said, oh, what a chassid, what a pious individual. Hey, Anav, what a humble individual. Who was as humble as Hillel? And they said, Talmid me Ezra HaSofer, the student of Ezra the scribe. Why specifically Ezra the scribe? Hillel, like Ezra, was extremely influential in taking the Jews through a transitional period where their statehood was in question. Shortly after Hillel died, the temple was destroyed, the Jewish polity was broken apart, whatever was left under Herod, and they were scattered throughout the world. Just like Ezra, who brought the Jews back from Babylon and reestablished Judaism back in its home territory after a very difficult diaspora, Hillel created the foundations for rabbinic culture to survive in a very hostile and diverse environment. In so many ways, he truly was not only a chassid, not only an anav, but also a Talmid Shel Ezra, an extremely influential person for the duration of Jewish history. I want to thank you all for coming. I show great patience like Hillel, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Today's lecture is a fascinating topic. I actually learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture, and I'll share with you some of those small insights into my, of self-revelation that I had. But I want to start by saying that
I have a caveat to make. Actually, two caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke, because I can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my videos. And last week I didn't tell a joke, and people stayed with the lecture much longer, about 77% longer actually than when I do tell the joke. So, and also the people at Torah Cafe, they always edit them out. Elia and Getzi and Chaya, they just take them out. So I'm not going to tell a joke right away. You'll have to invest at least 11 minutes into this lecture, unless I can't help it. Then you'll get the joke. Second thing is, we were doing research right up to the last minute. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce the subject of our lecture tonight, which is horribly embarrassing, since we're speaking here to a massive crowd in Surfside, Florida, and we have an audience. And I'm not a philosophy major, so I'm not sure what people actually. So let's have a vote from the audience. How would you like to pronounce his name? Philo, right? Like the dough rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is, in Greek, it's clearly Philo. It's actually Philon in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say Philo, or will I sound regular, sort of like uneducated, to say Philo? So I'm just going to go with Philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you the joke now anyways. It goes like this. So this is a joke. I realized as I was going through this particular lecture that one of the things that tends to fascinate me overall when I study for these lectures is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. What makes a person consider themselves a Jew? What exactly is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew or consider someone else not a Jew. But at what point does one person consider themselves a Jew? Fascinating topic that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Jews in America. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Soviet Russia, in the late Brezhnev era, when there's tremendous privation, huge shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours at Cherha. You have to stand outside a shop for hours before you get anything. So the joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store. Everyone's waiting to get in and get some basic cucumbers, in fact. And people are waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned that we're going to be receiving fewer cucumbers than expected today, so all Jews leave the line, go home." So what can they do? That kind of society, the Jews pick up and they leave. Then about 30 minutes later, they're all waiting outside. It's cold, it's like December, it's Siberia, and they open up the window again and they say, "We've just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers has broken down on the Trans-Siberian Highway. We will have less cucumbers than expected. And so therefore, all ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars must leave the line and go home." So all these ethnicities have to give up. They all go home. This goes on and on all day until finally he opens up. He says, "We've just learned that the last truck of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we will have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home." So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Right, okay. Huge uproarious laughter, right? Identity. Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexander. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important, as we shall see, in Christian thought, particularly to the church fathers of the late ancient period. His years are roughly 20 before the Common Era to about 50 of the Common Era. We don't know precisely, but in one of his writings that is dated to roughly the year 42, He describes himself as an older man, and placing it in the context of the various activities, we assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. These are extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that his life overlapped with that of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. His life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth, with Josephus, who we talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of the Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher. One might say philosopher / theologian, because he was very interested in religion. In fact, that was virtually the sole focus of all his writings was on Judaism and on a Jewish morality as he envisioned it. But there's a strange irony about Philo's life. He was extremely important in the Christian intellectual tradition, copied almost verbatim by Eusebius and then by all the other church fathers, and revered as a great Jewish philosopher. But he was totally ignored by the rabbis. And he is completely absent from the Hebrew religious tradition until the 19th century, when people begin to pay attention to him again. So what a strange thing. Very, very well published, well circulated author in the original Greek and also in Latin and Armenian translations, Armenian translations, excuse me. And yet the rabbis have nothing to do with him. They can't even argue with him. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp. No one pays attention to Philo. So how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the more fanciful 16th century representations of, as you can see, the Latin on top, Philo Judaeus, Philo the Jew. Of course, we have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's a colorful picture, and I saw it on Wikipedia. So moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference in Josephus, which supports the idea that he was in fact as important as one would think from Philo's own writings, we have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So like our attempt to analyze Josephus last week, everything we have to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on literary analysis of what he has to say about both in terms of a frontal depiction of his own life, which he does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the world around him, that we can kind of read backwards and learn some things about him. We can figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which I'm not sure if that was probably anti-Semitic or something. So what do we know about him? He was a very prominent individual and from a very wealthy family. We know this primarily because of his description of his relations. His brother, Alexander Lysimachus, was titled the Alabarch of Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term arch means like leader, like monarch, single leader, that kind of thing. And it appears he may have been some kind of treasurer, certainly though a very high-level dignitary to be sure. We know that he was a great benefactor of Jewish causes in Alexandria and in Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to Jerusalem to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel to offer sacrifices, this happened to me. and we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasia, in the traditional male-dominated universities, as it were, of the time. In fact, some some scholars believe that he is the father of modern misogyny, because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But at any rate, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. His very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publications. His nephew also says something about his position in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers on the wrong side in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War, meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive, but in an administrative capacity. Some say he even led the charge into Jerusalem, again, based on scanty evidence, but this was his brother's son, and from some of Philo's writings, one author in particular opines that perhaps he directed some of his writings specifically to his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture overall, though, of where Philo was in classical Alexandrian society: wealthy, prominent, well-connected, educated, literate, and as we shall see, politically quite active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please.
Well, it's not so much as a comment. There's a couple of comments. Misogyny is named after a particular person. So if they accredit him with being a misogynist, I would say perhaps, but I don't think he deserves the full credit. Secondly, Philo in Greek means love.
Yes.
Philo means fidelity in Latin. So I'm just wondering if there's an association there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know enough about Greek and Latin to say how, like fides means like faith, and hence fidelity, or like the dog's name Fido means, faithful dog. But philo in Greek means I love, like philosophia, I love philosophy.
User error, please try again. User error, please try again.
But
Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
Writer, not lover. Perhaps. Okay, shall we go weiter? Yeah, let's go weiter. Okay, so his major work. So he wrote numerous tractates, many of which have been preserved. They are exclusively in Greek, some of which survive, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin translation. I should say Armenian, not Aramaic. That's an error, sorry. One of the big debates among scholars, though, is did Philo actually know Hebrew? I mean, here he is writing exclusively on Jewish topics. He is like the Jewish expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings are chock full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about, is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an allegorical etymology. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong. Half the time he's right, and so he knows a smattering of Hebrew, or perhaps he got this Hebrew information from someone else. And other times, his sort of discussions of like saying something like, yes, the root of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X at all. And you have to be an idiot to think it means X. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaically educated individual to give him these little pointers. And others say that no, he's trying to make a different point, and maybe his Hebrew wasn't so strong, but he did know some at any rate. Perhaps more importantly, though, and something that he clearly does know very well, is Greek philosophy. He was soaked in Greek philosophy, and especially Plato. In fact, again, thinking about the role of Philo in the transmission of Greek wisdom to the Renaissance, looking a little further, it's an extremely important thing, because he was sort of the bridge for the church fathers to take Greek wisdom and retain some value for it, so that once they got past the Dark Ages, there was at least a memory that, yes, there was this guy named Philo who was interested in some guy named Plato. And when the writings began to surface from Arabic translations, there was a desire to resurrect the original Greek as well. So Philo plays a very important role in kind of bridging the ancient world with the medieval world as well. But nevertheless, let's just think about this guy. What is the nature of his Jewish identity? He's clearly a totally committed Jew. He believes in Judaism so much that he devotes all of his energy to writing book after book about various aspects of Judaism. However, they are entirely written in a Greek idiom, both literally, written in the Greek language, but more significantly, perhaps, written in a Greek style, with Greek syntax, Greek questions, and they read like philosophical tractates. He's essentially totally absorbed within the Greek world, and yet obsessed with Judaism. That's an unusual kind of posture of identity that I think we will actually find much more recognizable as we contemplate the 20th and 21st century. So let's just understand a little bit about what is this Greek stuff that obsessed Philo so much. This concept of Hellenism, the word Hellas means Greece, and Hellenism refers to the spread of Greek culture through the Middle East, Central Asia, and all the way over to northern India, places like what would be today Pakistan, the Punjab, all the way over to Bangladesh. So that happens with Alexander the Great's conquest of the Middle East. Here's a bust of Alexander the Great. He comes from Macedon, and as we can have a look at this map here, here he is coming from northern Greece, making his way through. This entire journey was completely devoted to the task of finding authentic Chinese food, and he kept on taking it was really difficult, but he moves all the way through, and one of the most phenomenal early conquests of the ancient world. He takes over the entire eastern Mediterranean basin. Here is Alexandria, by the way, in Egypt at the Nile Delta, all of Israel here, and then he moves all the way through Central Asia out to northern India. Not quite as far as Bangladesh, but way out into this region here, where he finally, his soldiers revolt. His soldiers are tired. They've been fighting for several years. They want to go home. With tremendous regret, he agrees to head it back. But on the way back, he dies most likely from alcohol poisoning. He just simply drunk himself to death, and the empire collapses. And once the empire collapses, it's divided among three of his generals. You have this part here is held by the Ptolemies, spelled with a Ptoleman, and over here is held by the Seleucids. This would be Antiochus of Hanukkah fame, and the third is left in the Antigonids, which is out here in central Greece. So, but what's really important about Alexander's contribution is that he schlepped along with him this tremendous body of Greek wisdom, which was vastly superior to anything anyone else was doing at the time. They had the mathematics of people like Euclid. They had the philosophy of Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. They had Aristotle actually was the teacher of Alexander's son, Philip, if I remember correctly. Did I say Alexander? Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander's son. I may have gotten that upside down. It's a good thing I'm not putting this on the internet until tomorrow. And the Greek stories, mythology, art, aesthetics, all of this rational, logical way of looking at the world around them was translated to all these other cultures who were immediately overwhelmed with it. Jews included.
All right,
Jews loved
Eddie, Santa
Hellenism,
Maria.
and Jews
Here we go.
absorbed as much of
Let's
it
see
as
if
they
we get
can.
this error.
And of course,
so what's
we're
going to
familiar
happen?
with the
Give it a little
backlash that
time.
occurred in the
I've
second
got
century
a
before the
bot
Common
that's
Era,
going,
because
but
Hellenism was
essentially if
so
I do this by
powerful, it
myself
threatened to
anyway,
completely overwhelm Jewish identity,
it works there.
such that
Great.
you have
Now I'm
the
going to show you that it
Hasmonean
doesn't work.
revolt, the Hanukkah revolt, where traditionalists who are arguing that Greek culture was seeping too far into Jewish culture was going to eradicate it, and they had a civil war against those Jews who felt that no, Greek culture is good for us, and we want to accumulate as much of it as possible. This conflict with Hellenism, although it was briefly solved in favor of the Jews, in favor of the traditionalists, I should say, in the second century, it continued for several centuries thereafter. And we're talking about Philo, who was born 150 years later, and the fight is still avidly going on, and it's not clear where we should put Philo in the entire story. So, any questions about Hellenism so far? No? Good. Clear as the sun at noonday. So here's Alexandria, right here on the western Nile Delta. It is the second largest urban concentration of Jews in the ancient world. It is a city, if you will, kind of like, Jewishly, it's like New York compared to Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, the beating central heart of the Jewish people, massive concentration of Jews I'm talking about today, and no one would deny that it's certainly the capital, the spiritual capital at least of world Jewry. But New York, on the other hand, massive population, not nearly as educated as, say, Jerusalem Jews, they, speaking English and things like that, but nevertheless, an extremely important center. And Jerusalem can't trifle with New York either. New York is simply too important. That's kind of like Alexandria in this time. Alexandria was a huge population, multiple ethnicities in the city, indigenous Egyptians, Roman overlords, and Jews. And the Jews were extremely numerous, so much so that they ended up taking over more than 1/4 of the city's population, both literally in terms of absolute numbers and also in terms of the actual physical quarters of the city. They ended up moving into other quarters, which caused a significant amount of conflict, as we shall see. The Talmud speaks of massive synagogues that were so huge, I'm sure you're familiar with this passage, so huge that when they said Kaddish, it was necessary to wave a red flag so that people knew when to say Amen. I'm sure if the rabbi was here right now, he would say something like, we need that in our shul too, but not because it's so big, because you can't hear in the back when they're saying Kaddish, you need the red flags. I don't mean to cast asparagus at anyone here.
Kaddish exists already at that time.
Did the Kaddish Tefillah exist back then? Well, the Gemara clearly indicates that it did. And if I remember correctly, in Leon Wieseltier's book on Kaddish, fascinating extended meditation on the history of this Tefillah, I believe it does go back this far. There are several slight variations in the various Kaddishes, and I'm sure you could date those specifically to particular places. But, maybe I should take it back. In the Gemara, it talks about saying Amen, or maybe Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Voed.
Because in the manual they treated French ones, they called this, we cannot think that a French malleable, that probably was around the 10th or 11th century.
Mm-hmm. I think it goes back further because Aramaic is a language that Jews stopped using around 700, 800. But let me tell you a joke that reminds me of a joke that actually connects to this, believe it or not. It has to do with Jewish identity. It's actually one of the funniest jokes I have ever heard. It is not the funniest joke I've ever told, but it is a very funny joke when you think about it. So the joke goes, there's this Jewish actor who is out of work. Please don't stop me if you heard this. Jewish actor is out of work in Los Angeles. He's waiting tables, and his career is just going nowhere. So he decides, I just got to take any kind of job that I can find, I'm going to take it. He opens up Variety, or whatever is the trade paper there, and he sees in the back, there's a job for a gorilla impersonator. gorilla impersonator. So, he's desperate. He cannot wait any more tables. He goes and he auditions for the job. Puts on a gorilla suit, and he is a Stanislavski method actor, so he really gets into the part, and he gets the part, no problem, hands down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, see, it's on my mind, the Los Angeles Jew. The zoo of the city had recently lost its last gorilla, and they would suffer a loss if they didn't have someone in the cage until people come. So he was filling in, and he has to take this job. He's in there, he's beating his chest, he's eating bananas, and you know what? He's a big hit. The crowds come around, the kids come, the kids are squealing with delight. He enjoys performing for them. It's his life calling. And one day, he loves it. He loves going to work in the morning. One day, he gets a little bit too energetic, and he's demonstrating how he swings from vine to vine, and he accidentally swings a little bit too hard, and he swings out of his area and lands in the neighboring lion's den. Gets up, and he's looking straight into the face of a ferocious African lion. And so, because he's a Jew, he realizes, you got the joke already, he realizes he has to now confess. And he has to say his last words is the great statement of Jewish monotheism. He covers his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? And the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso Le'olam Voed. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. So that joke somehow says a lot about Jewish identity, about what's going on. Okay, so massive synagogues, huge population of Jews who are very committed, synagogue goers. It says something about the community. But the question is, what kind of Judaism are they really practicing? What is going on in those synagogues? As my grandmother Lasham would say, Vos tutzach in the Bate Knesios. What exactly are they doing there? Is it the same thing that they're doing in Jerusalem or not? Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's explore it a little more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main focus of his work is really a technique more than anything else. This is based on Samuel Sandmel's research. Allegory. He was a huge allegorist. Everything is a placeholder for something else in his works. So he's writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very cavalier with rabbinic sources. We, of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially original in this regard. He is essentially an accumulator of information. He is brilliant in the sense that he's able to anthologize tremendous amounts of material, but Rashi is 95% faithful to texts that occur centuries before him. And he just presents the material in a brilliantly precise way. And Rashi is already, 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long midrashic tradition of how to interpret the scriptures. And it's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally Philo will dip into that huge amount of research. But more likely, he's going to go completely off on his own tangent in interpreting the scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures within a Greek sensibility. For example, let's take, for example, the description of Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and Sarah represent philosophical concepts. And while he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom you need to be an accountant or to be a physician or to be whatever you need specifically to do a job. Whereas Sarah represents, supernal wisdom. Sarah represents the ideal wisdom. He wants to describe her as so pure, in fact, that he refers to her as a virgin. which is totally bizarre because after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with another religion, which I'm sure was not his intention whatsoever. But he goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you can imagine if you're a rabbi, you were saying, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from with these theoretical concepts that have nothing to do with our interpretive tradition? So he never wants to say something didn't happen, like for example, the flood. He never wants to say the flood never happened. And like many others, he will schlep in Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there was a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements, how it represents like a striving for perfection, by the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning that there is a pure kind of world, pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And that the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation, to become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibilities. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions, arguments to this point, please.
So that's not really so unusual. For instance, if you go to Israel, you see the ancient synagogue, for instance, in Ziporah. You notice that the mosaic contains many elements of Greek mythology as well as the traditional Jewish. And it's, for instance, the name Alexander itself has a very long, rich history. I mean, even to the so-called Guinness Sunday, the children being called.
Absolutely.
And it's been popular for thousands of years. To use the name Alexander.
Some of my best friends have named their kids Alexander.
Yeah. So, and even if you go back to the Talmud, you see, a kind of dichotomy there. There's great affection and yet great condemnation of Hellenism. So it's kind of a conflicted sensibility.
I agree with you completely. A lot of the archaeological evidence, the Dura Europos synagogue, for example, even has nudes in it, like Greek-style nudes on the walls. Can you imagine that? Like, for example, they have this big scene. I can show you if I get out of this program, but they have the scene of Moses's rescue from the Nile. And Bat Paro and all of her maidens are there completely in the nude, standing on the shoreline, and she's in the water, and you wonder, that would not fly in most synagogues today, I think. But so definitely,
You have all the signs of the zodiac.
right? Sure. So, but the idea, though, it's, if you can imagine, if we can put this into what's the dichotomy here? What's the problem? Is if you can imagine a prominent Jewish writer today, for example, borrowing very freely from Christian norms, speaking with Christian idiom of the Epiphany and of the Immaculate Conception and language like that, and especially ignoring traditional rabbinics completely, or effectively completely, you would say, well, is this a representative of the Jewish community? Is this an authentic kind of like mainstream idea? Because Philo is a mainstream guy. So what we have to think about is maybe that's the way all of Alexandrian Jews were, so heavily Hellenized. But let's take this back a step. This is like saying the Hashmonaim who fought in Hanukkah lost, because this is 150 years later, and look what's going on. This is not, the story that we get in day school where the Hashmonaim won, and therefore we're all ideologically pure Jews. But in reality, we see that Hellenism is going quite deep. Okay, let's go a little further. So what's fascinating to me as well is who exactly is reading Philo? Like, he kept writing and writing and writing, unless he was independently wealthy and he could afford to write things that nobody else read, which is probably the case, but nevertheless we have to assume he had some readership. Who exactly is reading and appreciating his materials? It wouldn't be traditional Pharisaic rabbis, because they would object to so much stuff that's in Philo. It must be that he had a large audience of committed Jews who were not rabbinic in nature. committed Jews who were more interested in Greek thought and Greek methodology than they were in traditional Judaism. And they're very comfortable in their Judaism expressed in this manner. This should sound, I think, a lot like contemporary America, where there are a lot of Jews, the majority of Jews, who are extremely happy to have Judaism packaged for them in an American format. As long as it is, like it sounds American and it fits with what I watch on television and read in the newspapers, then it makes sense. The moment that it veers away from dominant American culture, maybe that's too much. That's too Jewish, as it were. So it must be that there's a huge population of people who appreciated this. And as we mentioned a second ago, the Hanukkah dichotomy, I wonder how they read the Hanukkah story. I wonder how they dealt with that, because for them, that would have been intolerable, I think, in terms of the challenge to their identity. Let's have a look at some of the more historical aspects of Philo that I think should be useful for us in seeing how it plays out in a larger context. The most important Jewish event in Alexandria, based on the limited data that we have, was a horrible pogrom that occurred in the year 38. The origins of the pogrom are rather complex. So there was a governor in Alexandria, a Roman governor named Flaccus, and he was appointed by a previous emperor. And then when a new emperor came, Caligula, the famously cruel Caligula, came to power, he apparently had 3 of Flaccus's close friends executed, which was, and by the way, this is entirely based on Philo's account. We don't have any other sources of this except for what Philo says and then what Josephus later repeats. Josephus was a horrible plagiarizer, so we don't know if he had anything original to say or even to critically evaluate Philo's account. He may have just included it wholesale, but it is, basically upheld by Josephus for what that's worth. So Flaccus became very despondent, and in Philo's account, he really wasn't interested in governing the city well. So a few years later, in the year 38, Agrippa I was appointed the ruler of Judea, and he was appointed in Rome, and he made his way back from Rome, and he stopped in Alexandria. So here you have a Jewish king, one of the Herodian kings, stopping in Alexandria, and there's a certain amount of tension between the various ethnicities in that city. Someone told Flaccus that Agrippa was a rival to him. I mean, they are neighboring regions, Egypt and Israel, and so Flaccus did not want to, outright disrespect Agrippa, but he certainly was prepared to condone public disrespect. So the hoi polloi, or the masses, they had a certain amount of anti-Semitic activity, which consisted at first of basically the mounting of satirical plays ridiculing Agrippa, which were, popular fodder for entertainment. I guess if you translate that into 21st century terms, that would be kind of like New York Daily Post big headlines kind of thing that would, offend people. But it got worse and worse and then they began to desecrate synagogues. Specifically, some of the Egyptians wanted to place busts of Caligula in the Jewish synagogues, and that was already too much for the Jews. Flaccus, throughout all this, tolerates the maltreatment of their royal guests. And when the population saw, again, Philo's account, when the population saw that there would be no punishment forthcoming, this eventually escalated to violence, into massive attacks on the Jewish population. And some of the soldiers were, in fact, involved in this as well. Everything really devolved from that point. Violence continued for a few days. However, it came to an end a few months later when the Jews complained to the emperor, and of course things take a while. News has to travel with the speed of boats and so on. They complained to Caligula, and this was guaranteed to get his attention. They were unable to send their birthday greetings to the emperor on time because of the violence that they were enduring in Alexandria. So Caligula was incensed that he did not get his birthday card from the Jews of Alexandria. He immediately recalled Flaccus to Rome. He exiled him, and then he was executed for his poor treatment of the Jews. Now, again, it's a very bizarre kind of story, and the difficulty is we're taking it from Philo's account. But what it says really is that Philo was especially perturbed with the idea that Jews would be upset with Rome. And he wrote two treatises on this. One was called Against Flaccus, and the other one called Delegation to Gaius was actually an account written years later of his own delegation that he led to Caligula himself, Gaius Caligula, to explain the situation and to ameliorate it through the attention to Flaccus specifically. It appears that he wrote these texts apologizing for Roman rule, trying to tell Alexandrian Jews not to be upset, because apparently there were many who were still upset. Others, a rival group, had sent a second delegation to Rome to speak with the emperor about this. And what Philo was trying to do is to say, Jews, please, it was terrible what happened under Flaccus, but look, it's all right now. It's all part of divine providence. Caligula did the right thing. He withdrew Flaccus from his position, and Flaccus was eventually killed. And we see that it all works out in the end. Roman rule, he wanted to say, was good for the Jews, and that the Jews should keep their head down and not complain so much, because ultimately it is appropriate for Jews to submit to the overarching authority. That's essentially what his message was in these two treatises, which were written for a Jewish audience to maintain their calm in the face of the growing storm. Okay, questions, arguments so far? Yes, please. This is Gaius Caligula. Yeah, very nasty individual.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go further then. So what kind of Judaism really does Philo practice? So he's clearly unapologetic about the value of Judaism. He is a proud Jew. And again, it's hard not to make the comparisons with 20th century American Jews. One of the things that shows up again and again in surveys done either by the National Jewish Population Survey or by the Pew Center most recently is that Jews are really proud to be Jewish. It's one of the high markers. They score very high in terms of Jewish pride. No one is ashamed to be Jewish. They score very low in terms of what do they do about it. Like, do they go to synagogue, visit Israel, give to the UJA? And as we've said many times here, a lot of them are hesitant to get on the UJA mailing list because the only way to get out is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But, Jews may not do a lot of Jewish things, but they're still proud to be Jews. So that's the same kind of thing clearly in Philo. He's expressing pride in his Jewish identity, a belief in the future of the Jewish people, and he's happy to participate in it. In terms of his relationship to the rabbis, however, while he promotes adherence to halakha, he never ever says that one should adopt counter-normative halachic behavior. He always explains halakha in some completely non-normative sense. So, for example, the whole idea of kashrut is about health and self-discipline and about, learning to withhold oneself from forbidden foods, just for the sake of your own self-discipline, not for some other reason that may be expressed in the Talmud. It's just for your own self-discipline. Or the idea of Brit Milah, we see this in other ones, to curb your sexual appetite. Circumcision somehow is a way to, moderate your sexual desires, at least men's sexual desires, as it were. And one of the things that comes out of his work, which some scholars believe is actually original to Philon, is this concept of the law of nature. This idea that Plato's ideal world is expressed in the natural world as well, in a logical and systematic fashion, and that the Torah itself is God's way of expressing a human law of nature, meaning that if you follow the Torah, you will be perfectly in harmony with the universe as a whole, which is not something that occurs in rabbinic literature. Rabbis reading it today would say he's just making this stuff up. He's not actually bringing it from any midrashic source whatsoever. More significantly, perhaps for our purposes, there's no question in his mind that the diaspora is a good thing. He never refers to the diaspora as some kind of negative galut. Actually, don't forget, this is before the second expulsion, right? Jews have been living in diaspora, officially since the 6th century before the Common Era with the destruction of the first temple, but he's living outside of Israel, in Egypt of all places, and very, very comfortable there, with no interest whatsoever in moving to Israel, right? That sounds like American Jews too, right? If you're a New York Jew and you love Israel, that's great, but me move to Israel, God forbid, so to speak. Chas v'shalom, please.
It's interesting that you had the two major centers of halachic shivas of thought were in Babylon and in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Hence the two trackers of Talmud, Babylon and Jerusalem. And yet, with all of this great population concentrated in Alexandria, there is no such tradition. There is no yeshiva of Alexandria. There are the great yeshivas of Babylon, which are again outside the yeshivas of Israel, Jerusalem, but none in.
That's a fascinating observation. I think that's very much congruent with our analysis because, they have large populations, they have large synagogues, but they don't have large yeshivas. They don't have them because maybe the kind of Judaism they're expressing is Greek. They have gymnasiums. They have gymnasiums probably with a lot of Jews studying there, but they don't have yeshivas. And I think one other important thing to remember is they don't have Jews after a point of time either, right? Babylon continues. You have Jews in that region right up to the 20th century. But in Alexandria, forget about it. Yes. About 800. Yeah, so this is still centuries before. Okay, so he's not a Zionist at all, in the sense that obviously this is an anachronistic term, but he's not like saying we have to get back to Israel. Very happy living there, but at the same time he supports Israel and he is philanthropic towards the temple, and he regards it with value. I mentioned earlier that he did go to offer sacrifices there, and he also advocated on Israel's behalf to dissuade the Emperor Caligula from placing his own busts inside the temple as well, which I'm sure the Jews of Israel appreciated. So using his political muscle to do that. But all taken as a whole, it's hard to say that he's really doing rabbinic Judaism like everyone else. We can't use a different word for it because after all, he's still, in favor of observing halakha, but for entirely different reasons. So let's just think about his legacy for a few minutes. It's interesting because he gains, as I mentioned at the beginning, tremendous fame among Christians. For the church fathers, he is the statement of Judaism. And we should remember that the church fathers fairly early on lost the ability to read traditional Hebrew texts. And they're working primarily in the Greek world as well. The Septuagint, I really should have mentioned this earlier, very important thing. So before I say too much of legacy, the Septuagint is perhaps the greatest creation of the Hellenistic period. That is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. It's a massive undertaking that in the letter of Aristeas, a Greek source and also represented in the Talmud as well, was the outcome of a miraculous occasion. The story goes that King Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, and he gave them each a copy of the Hebrew Tanakh. He put them in separate rooms, and he told them to create a translation, and they would work out the differences. But it turns out when they all came out of their separate rooms, miraculously they had all created exactly the same Greek translation of the Bible. And I have to tell you this because Yitzhak Klitner used to say, you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis, put them in one room, see if they can come up with one translation. That would be a miracle. But the Septuagint is nevertheless this great expression of the melding of Greek and Jewish culture. And so you have these early church fathers, third,
unknown
fourth
error, please check in, but it worked. It actually did work.
Philo as
did it actually log you in?
for the Jewish interpretation
Yeah,
of
it
the
did.
Torah.
So this is an account.
Ironically, they're reading the wrong go-to guy for the rest of the Jewish world, but that's their understanding
this bad
of
boy worked.
Judaism. Judaism through
But you
Philo.
get
The
unknown error for
rabbis
some
completely
reason.
ignore him for
Which
reasons
doesn't
that I
make
think should
any
be
sense.
fairly obvious.
So
That
please,
he's
can
not
we
in
fix
touch
this?
whatsoever with
I
traditional
want Kick to
Midrashic
be really,
scholarship.
really
He has
successful.
no
Please fix
credentials in
this.
traditional scholarship, and they just totally ignore him, and he's cut off from the trend of Jewish scholarship. But there's a huge revival when you get to the 19th century, when in Germany there's this movement called der Wissenschaft des Judentums, the science of Judaism, which we will study, God willing, in about 6 months when we get to the 19th century, where there is this tremendous effort by German Jewish scholars to articulate a modality of Jewish identity that is consonant with 19th century values, where Jews have to demonstrate that they are patriotic members of their own societies and at the same time expressing their Judaism proudly. And the Wissenschaft des Judentums discovered Philo and said, this is great. This is exactly what we're talking about. Here's a guy who's deeply learned in the general culture, very proud to be a Jew, and he's writing and he is leading, and he's got delegations and stuff like that. And so all of a sudden in the 19th century, Philo becomes a hero in the Wissenschaft movement and is essentially restored to the intellectual tradition of Judaism, although not necessarily in the
Welcome,
same
glad you're
method
here.
that the rabbis would have liked. Ultimately, though, in the 19th century, many viewed him as a model, as a modern diaspora Jew, a model citizen, as it were. And I would like to argue that perhaps his vision of Judaism in the modern world is really one that many Jews have, consciously or not, adopted for themselves in contemporary America. So we're at the end of the lecture. I know that I've been really pushing you hard in a lot of these Hellenistic and philosophical regions. I thank you very much for your indulgence. And I look forward to, God willing, speaking to you next week, where we have a super controversial lecture. We're going to look at St. Paul of Tarsus and early Christianity in the Jewish context. Thank you very much for listening. Tonight's lecture is going to be about one of Israel's greatest military leaders, the famous Shimon Bar Kokhba, who led a courageous and heroic and ultimately successful, albeit on a temporary level, attempt to drive the Romans out of Israel and retake Jerusalem. This rebellion occurred probably around the year 132 of the Common Era. We have some questions about the specific dating, but it's certainly about 60 years after the destruction of the temple, 70 odd years after the destruction of the temple. And he actually succeeded in driving out this massive Roman army, which was incomprehensibly powerful. And the Romans, in order to push the Jews back, had to invest a phenomenal amount of men, perhaps as many as 250,000 troops, to be able to beat down this strange but persistent guerrilla force of Jews hiding out in the Judean hills. It's a rather amazing and heroic story, but it has a lot of twists and turns regarding his own personality, including the fact that many of the rabbis felt that he was actually Mashiach. They felt that he was the Messiah, the long-awaited Redeemer. None other than Rabbi Akiva, the great Rabbi Akiva, believed that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. Ultimately, however, he himself was killed and his venture failed, and the Romans were able to enforce even a harsher punishment on the Jews and really reinforce the diaspora that had begun with the destruction of the temple in the first century. But anyways, that's the story that we're going to explore tonight. Part of our story revolves around this image, which is not so clear, I'm sorry, but I'll get a better one, I think, for next week. This is the Cave of Letters. It's a remote cave in one of the walls, the sheer cliffs that are surrounding the Dead Sea. And in 1960, the great Israeli general and archaeologist Yigal Yadin, explored these caves and discovered a tremendous cache of documents, artifacts, utensils that were hidden there by the Bar Kokhba rebels in one of their last stands. So we'll have occasion to look at the documents that were found there, the artifacts that were found there, and it will lead us as well into next week's topic as well. Okay, let's get started with the material per se. So setting the tone for the uprising, we should recall that this occurred in the context of the Emperor Hadrian's rule over Israel. Not to be confused with Herod, who we spoke about last week. Hadrian ruled from the year 117 to the year 138. And initially, his approach to the Jews and to Israel seemed to have been somewhat conciliatory. In fact, there are several legends recorded in the Talmud in which he considered rebuilding the temple, which is an amazing thing. The temple, we should remember, was not only a center of religious significance for the Jews, it was their ultimate national center as well. It was kind of like the White House, the Congress, the Capitol, everything. It was Washington, D.C. for the Jews. And to have lost the temple meant that their very sense of national self was destroyed. So a concession by allowing him to rebuild the temple would have really meant that he had felt that Judea had been pacified and that the Jews could regain some sense of their identity and then they could move on. Let us recall what we discussed last week, that the Roman strategy of government was one of divide et impera, dividing and ruling, where they did not like to invest massive amounts of troops and administrators to directly administer a territory. They much preferred to sort of co-opt the elite and allow them to run their own government, kind of in a quisling fashion, if you think of World War II with countries like Norway and so on. They wanted them to run their own affairs. They just said, you pay us tribute and you give us the proper obeisances and we will be very happy to let you run your country. So that may have been the reasoning behind the legend surrounding his openness initially to rebuilding the temple. I'm going to read you a passage here from the Midrash, and we should understand that, the rabbis who recorded the Midrashim are not trying to record historical data as we understand it today. They're primarily trying to convey religious messages, which they will couch within the context of the historical realities of their time, but they will not necessarily they won't feel hard bound to be completely accurate in every detail, because that's not the message that they're trying to convey. It's kind of like, if you think about the hermeneutics of the ancient texts, it's like the difference between a prescription and a love poem. A prescription has to be totally and completely exact. What drug, what dosage, how often you take it, all those things are really important, or else, a disaster can happen. A love poem, on the other hand, can employ hyperbole, it can employ, similes, metaphors, all kinds of things like that. Could you imagine if your doctor said, give him something sort of like Xanax, right? You can't do that. It has to be exactly Xanax or whatever it is. So these Midrashic texts also are trying to convey the information like a love poem, as it were. We can't read them like prescriptions because that's not the way they were written. Okay, so here we go. In the days of Rabbi Yoshua ben Hananiah, the Roman government, that's under Hadrian, decreed that the temple should be rebuilt. Pappus and Lulianus, these are two important rabbis at the time, set up tables from Akko to Antioch and provided for the Olim from the Galut, meaning they set up these tables principally, it seems, to allow people to start exchanging their local currencies for Israeli shekels so that they could, because the term tables in Midrashic Hebrew means money changers. Those Kutim then went and said to the emperor, anybody know who the Kutim are? Kutim are the Samaritans. So we're going to get to them in a second, but the Kutim, and that's in the next slide actually, the Kutim and the Samaritans had a very difficult time with each other. The Kutim, or Samaritans, and the Jews proper had a difficult time with each other. I'll explain who they are in a moment. But at any rate, here, they're going to essentially ruin the plan. The Kutim then went and said to the emperor, be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded and the walls finished, I love this translation, they will not pay tribute, impost, or toll. Said he, the emperor, to them, to the Samaritans, what is to be done, seeing that I have already issued the decree? Said they to him, send to them and say, either change the site of the temple, or enlarge it by 5 cubits, or diminish it by 5 cubits, then they will of themselves abandon the venture. Meaning that the story in this midrash is that the Samaritans who wanted to ruin the possibility of rebuilding the temple, they said to the emperor Hadrian, can't let them have the temple. He says, what can I do? I already said I would let them have the temple. So they said to him, you know what? Then do this. Tell him you can have the temple, but you have to put it someplace else. Like the embassy can be in Tel Aviv. It can't be in Jerusalem, for example. That was a joke, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. It was not a joke, but it was like a quip. Can I keep the quips? Maybe the Latvians will stay if I have a quip or two. Okay, the other thing is, or say to them, you can have your temple, but it should be a little bit roomier. Enlarge it by 5 cubits, which is the equivalent of about 9 feet or so. Or shrink it by 5 cubits. Now, why wouldn't the Jews say, sure, let's do it? Because the temple has to be exact, right? The measurements are described in Tanakh exactly the way it is. And so by telling them, you can have the temple, but it has to be a little bit bigger, they won't be able to accept it. And so what will happen, this is the plan of the Kutim, they are Jewish, by the way. I mean, we'll see exactly how Jewish and in what context, but they ruined the pod because the Jews would have to refuse, and ultimately Hadrian got his way. A throng of Israel had congregated in the Vale of Beth Rimmon when the letters of the emperor arrived. The people began to weep. Then a spirit of revolt began to sweep through the assemblage. Some said, let a sage stand forth and calm the people. The sage would, of course, be one of the Pharisees. We talked about him last week. They said, let Rabbi Yeshua ben Chananiah stand forth, for he is a great scholar of the Torah. So then Rabbi Yeshua arose and he expounded this parable. It's a good parable. I'm going to use it on my kids. Once a lion ate of his prey, and he got a bone stuck in his throat. Said the lion, if anyone can get the bone out of my throat, he will get a reward. There came an Egyptian heron who stuck his beak into the lion's throat and pulled out the bone. Said the heron, give me my reward. Said the lion, be off with you. Go and boast that you entered the lion's mouth and got out of there safely. So it is with the Jews, says Rabbi Yeshua. We ought to be satisfied that even though we got entangled with the Romans, we got disentangled without coming to harm. And so the parable of the story is that even though, and some elements of this may be exactly conforming to reality, that maybe Hadrian had this policy, he thought it might work, and then because of the internal conflict, specifically with the Samaritans, who were a significant force in Israel at the time, he would come to a bad end, so he decided to change his mind. And Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, representing the Pharisees, said, you know what? It's fine. We will do without the temple as long as we can do without the Romans as well. And that was sort of the attitude of the sages in a non-revolting fashion. But you saw that there was a chorus of voices saying we should fight against the Romans for the chutzpah of asking us to change our temple. Okay, so let's just go a little further and try to figure out who are these Samaritans here. I'm sure you've heard the term, the Good Samaritan. Does anybody know the meaning of that term? So what is a Good Samaritan?
The Good Samaritan is met on the road by somebody in need. I can't remember exactly.
Oh, give me the modern terminology, please. Just what do we mean by it today?
Oh, that the person's given. They give of themselves.
They're very nice. Okay, and why does that person have to be a Samaritan? What's the shot in Samaritan? Well, here's the parable. Basically, it occurs in the New Testament. I think it's in Luke. I'm sure a lot of my viewers will probably correct me. But what happens is there's a disciple who talks to Jesus, or it may have been actually an opponent. I can't remember. He says to Jesus, how am I supposed to love my neighbor as myself? I mean, come on, am I supposed to really do all these things? I don't see anybody doing those things, right? So Jesus says, let me give you a parable. He says, there's a guy who's like mugged, and he's like lying on the side of the road bleeding. It's this beautiful kind of like, I'm not sure who painted this, but it's sort of a Renaissance feel to it. Guy lying on the side of the road bleeding. And along comes a Kohen, a Jew, and sees him and then passes by, crosses the street. Then along comes a Levite, a Levi, sees him, doesn't want to deal with him. It's messy. A guy's bleeding across the other street. And along comes a Kutim, a Samaritan, And he helps them nevertheless. He bandages them up. He takes them to a hotel. He tells the innkeeper, whatever it costs, I'll pay it. I'll come back in a little while to check on them, the whole thing. And that is the Good Samaritan. But the point that we have to understand in the story is that the Samaritans and the Jews hated each other bitterly. The Samaritans were a group of people who had converted to Judaism under duress. And their whole story is described in Tanakh, that they were afraid that if they didn't convert to Judaism, they would be devoured by these lions. And so their conversion to Judaism was sort of suspect for a good 400 years. And a good part of the Talmud, Tractate Baruch in particular, goes back and forth. Do we consider them Jews or not Jews? Can we count them in a minyan? If we're eating and the waiter is one of these Samaritans, can the waiter be included in Zimun for the benching? They're going back and forth deciding, are they Jews or are they not Jews? And as a result, not surprisingly, the Samaritans did not like the traditional rabbinic Jews in return. Ultimately, they divided very sharply, where the Samaritans set up a temple-like cult on Har Gerizim, on Mount Gerizim, which is, I believe, near Nablus. It's a mountain up near Nablus, and they even to this day, by the way, Samaritans, they still sacrifice on certain holidays, goats and things like that, because it's sort of like the ancient temple cult, but it is a Samaritan version. And so at that point, the rabbi said, that's it. We're not considering them Jews. They're off. And they had a tremendous fight with each other throughout the entire time. Another example of how they used to fight is the rabbis, when they would announce the new moon, they would signal to far-off communities that the new moon had been declared, so people would know when is Rosh Chodesh, when is Pesach, when is all these holidays. And they would do it by, lighting signal fires on mountaintops. And from far away, you would see the fire, so you would light a fire and go on, until the Samaritans started waiting and lighting fires on their own, on the wrong days. So it messed up the whole system, and we had to go to a printed calendar, and synagogues made a lot of money as a result because they could print catalogs. At any rate, so the story, Jesus' story, is only understandable in the context of the fight between the Jews and the Samaritans. It's like saying all the people who should have helped this Jewish guy on the road, they refused to. And of all people, Dafka, it's a Samaritan who helps him. It's like saying, let's say you're stuck in a really bad neighborhood, and all of the inner city population, rich people are walking by, let's say white middle-class Americans are walking by, leaving me alone, and then an inner city resident who is dirt poor walks up and takes care of you. It's like Dafka, it's the Samaritan who helps them.
Here we go.
Did I make that a little too long?
We are
okay, thank you.
just checking to see if this
all right,
is
so
going to
anyways,
work.
there's three
This is on
basic
Windows
groups
10.
of Jews who are
We have the I
vying
accept
for
button.
authority in Israel at this
And
point, and they have
watch
different
what the pointer
relationships
does.
vis-a-vis Rome. The
It takes
Pharisees
a few
we spoke
seconds
about. The
because it's all
Pharisees
automated.
are trying to practice this.
Because I
Like
create
Yochanan ben
bots.
Zakkai that we discussed
Don't
the
sit
other
like
day,
that.
they're trying to practice a
All
sort
right.
of tactical
Here we
retreat.
go.
They're trying to stay
Gonna do
disentangled,
something in a moment.
disengaged from Rome. You leave us
And
alone,
if
we'll
it
leave you
doesn't,
alone, and they're trying
We're
to
going to be
just stay out of
confused
Rome's way and
because
manage their own
the
Torah
robot
affairs
should
in
know
closed disciple circles. The Christians
when
are being
to
horribly persecuted, and they are being persecuted
go.
both by the Romans in a very
And
physical and
gonna do this little
fatal
thing.
way, and they're also being persecuted
right.
to a degree by the Pharisees
And
by being excluded
Unknown
from
error, please
the
try
Jewish
again.
body politic. Again, remember
Unknown
that when I
error,
use the term
please try again.
Christian in the 2nd century, we're talking about a mixed population
Eddie, Santa Maria,
of
please
Jews
fix.
who adopt Christianity as a faith system, and their version of Christianity, Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is basically all the mitzvos plus belief in Jesus. And you also have a growing population, especially outside of Israel, of Gentiles who adopt Christianity, and they are practicing no mitzvot, but believing in Jesus.
What in the fuck?
So it's a mixed population. It doesn't make sense? Well, these are Gentiles, meaning they're like Romans, Greeks, from Asia Minor, all these places, and they leave essentially paganism to become Christians, but they feel no reason to go through Judaism to get to Christianity. They go straight to Christianity, and therefore they don't pick up keeping kosher, keeping Shabbat, things like that. And there's internal struggles within the Christian world, but definitely they are united against the Romans and united against the Jews as well. I mean, the rabbinic Jews. And then finally, you have these Samaritans who are trying to have some kind of engagement with the Romans and trying to betray the Jews, as we saw in that story with Hadrian. And there's a lot of conflict as a result. To a certain degree, it will affect the Bar Kokhba revolution, but I didn't include too much of it in this particular lecture. So we have basically two major accounts, non-Jewish accounts of the Bar Kokhba revolution. I'll show you with some depictions of the historians there. But there's a broad agreement on the major causes of the war. We know that civil society was breaking apart in the third decade and the second decade of the second century, that there was a tremendous amount of hooliganism, there was a tremendous amount of banditry, quite a bit of it actually perpetrated by Jews. We have Jewish bandits on the road throughout Israel, and the Romans are not particularly exercising much control. They're not trying to establish a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law. They're just basically letting it become lawless as long as it doesn't affect the governing authorities. There's some amazing stories of these bandits who are kind of frum in a way. They're kind of like pious in a way. Like the Talmud describes one man who was being led off to execution, and as he is being carried away to being executed, he shouts, "Tell the widow of Shimon that I murdered him on the way to the city of," Lord, I can't remember what city it was. But here he is. Why would he reveal that? Why would he say he's off being executed and he's letting the widow of so-and-so know that he was the one who killed her husband? Yeah, good question. Anyone want to offer a suggestion? What if the body was never found? Right? So if the body was never found, then she would be an aguna. She would not be allowed to remarry. Well, if she were to remarry, right, against the rabbinic approval. So by going and shouting, "I killed him," that meant that she was no longer an aguna. She was a widow and therefore could remarry. So then the rabbis got into a big tumult. Oh my gosh, do we accept the testimony of a guy who's being let off to be executed? I mean, how reliable is that for testimony? They concluded in the woman's favor, saying that yes, the fact that he admitted to killing this guy, we would accept it in order to render her able to marry another man. But that you get a sense of the kind of confused period of the time, that here's a person who has no problem murdering another Jew, but he's about to be executed. He wants to definitely save this other woman from being an aguna. So the local governing authorities began to really crack down heavily, and particularly one individual named Tineius Rufus, or Rufus Turnus, as he's known in the Talmud, began to impose some really severe measures on the Jewish population, outlawing a lot of basic Jewish practices. There's some debate about which specific ones, the observance of the Sabbath, observance of circumcision, and so on. But there are a lot of stories of brutality from this one Turnus Rufus that certainly escalated the conflict. Now, Dio Cassius, or Cassius Dio, shown here, is a Roman historian from the late first century, early second century, late first, second century, early third century, who wrote that the flashpoint for the revolt was specifically Hadrian's destruction of Jerusalem and its renaming as Aela Capitolina, meaning that was totally the opposite of his earlier policy of perhaps rebuilding the temple. And most historians follow Cassius Dio in their line of thinking. However, Eusebius, shown here, who is a church historian, is our other major non-Jewish source on this period, he says that actually the temple was raised, or the Aela Capitolina was renamed, Jerusalem was raised further after the revolt as kind of a punishment for Bar Kokhba rebellion. So historians at this point do not know exactly what was the flashpoint that caused it. One thing we do know is that Hadrian had just left Israel. He was on this kind of grand tour of the Middle East, and he left Israel, and that's obviously when the Zealots felt, okay, this is a time that we can finally rise up against the Romans. Dio Cassius says that the Jews had a unique strategy for obtaining weapons. They had a certain amount of gun control, as it were, in the ancient world. it wasn't possible for just anybody to just produce weapons. I mean, it made a lot of noise, the banging, the clanging. You had to get the raw materials and so on. And the Romans kept a tight control over the weapons that were circulating. So according to Cassius Dio, the Jews were forced to produce weapons for the Romans in their own forges and so on. And the Jews would intentionally make poor quality swords, meaning like they would have a defective one every 2 or 3 swords. And they would hand these over to the Romans, and the Romans would say, "What is this garbage?" And they say, "Fe." And they would probably not say "Fe," but they would give the swords back and say, "Give us better quality swords." And according to Cassius Dio, that's how the Jews were able to accumulate a large amount of metal and a large amount of admittedly defective swords, but that they were able to arm themselves. We don't have much evidence for this particular legend, but it's an interesting one. What we do have evidence of, however, is approximately 125 tunnels found to date that they were used by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. Their strategy was to build these underground tunnels throughout, in particular, Judea, but also stretching forward into Galilee. Anyway, they built these and they hid in them, and they used them, when the Romans would approach, they would go out and they would have these guerrilla attacks on the Romans, and eventually they would seize towns one at a time, fortify them. The Romans, unfortunately, had the contrary strategy, which when they finally came in to take care of the rebellion, they besieged these towns terribly, and we have some tremendous massacres as a result. But the underground tunnels were one of the major features of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and many of them are really quite ingenious and extensive in nature. One that I'll show you at the end of this lecture was actually 300 meters in length inside a very remote cliffside, and it had 3 separate chambers and all kinds of amazing things. Okay, now the star of the rebellion literally was Shimon Bar Kokhba. His name was probably Koseva, which is probably a family name.
Welcome.
Koseva,
Glad you're here.
Koseva,
Hope you're
we're not
doing well.
exactly sure. But he was known as Bar Kokhba. The word Kochav
Shout out to
in
you,
Hebrew means star.
Rita T.
And so there was this homiletic
Shout
sort
out
of
to Rita
appreciation
T.
of his name, the
You're
son
just
of a
listening
star,
to lectures.
because there was a passage in the Bible that refers to a star that will emerge from Jacob, meaning the Messiah. Mashiach will come from the line of Jacob, and he will, create this political unity of the Jews. He will be a brilliant military leader, and he will restore sovereignty to the Jews in Israel. And actually, that's what Bar Kokhba was able to achieve in his short life. However, his ultimate betrayal of the cause, for various reasons, led to great disillusionment among the rabbis, and they referred to him in a rather derogatory fashion later as Bar Koziba. Kazav in Hebrew means to lie. So what was once son of a star became son of a lie, because it was all for naught. At any rate, as a military leader, he was exceptionally aggressive and demanding. We have quite a few documents written in his name, letters commanding his officers to move to this place, move to that place, and so on. But he was extremely abrupt and even cruel to his underlings. He would frequently refer to their punishment if they failed to follow his orders. He was insisting that his underlings are betraying the people if they do not follow his orders exactly, precisely to the letter, and then he was constantly threatening them with different things. He also had an even aggressive style vis-a-vis God, and this is something that the rabbis took him to task for, perhaps post facto, but apparently when it came to praying for their victories, he said to God, "Don't help, but don't interfere either." I mean, he said, "God, stay out of it, and I will take care of it myself." A tremendous chutzpah, but you get a sense of the kind of personality of the men. At the same time, again, it's a confusing period. It's like the bandits that we spoke about earlier. We have evidence that while they were in hiding, they were specifically sending requests out for the Arba Minim, for the Lulav and Etrog, for the Sukkot holiday. Apparently, they were extremely expensive in the Dead Sea, and they had to import them from Yerushalayim or something. But they're also very attached to traditional religious Judaism, rabbinic Judaism at the same time. There's no question that in terms of his personal character, his midos, he would not be elected chief rabbi of the year. But on the other hand, in terms of his military leadership and his brilliance as a strategist, it was unparalleled. And ultimately, he was successful in driving out the Romans. Now, it was in this context that we should understand his nomination as the Messiah. Because, there's a lot written about what exactly is the Messiah in the Jewish tradition. But at its fundament, the Mashiach is believed to be, and there's a discussion of two Mashiach, with two of them, one following another. But basically, Mashiach is a human being in Jewish tradition, a totally human being, not the Son of God, obviously, who will lead a military victory and bring all the Jews back to the land of Israel and establish a level of security for the Jews in the Holy Land. And so everything that Bar Kokhba was doing was in fact leading to these goals. And when he finally conquered Jerusalem, it seemed that the messianic predictions were all coming true in the person of this one Bar Kokhba. According to Maimonides, who wrote the best synopsis of Jewish philosophy on what Mashiach is, of who Mashiach will be, he wrote that Bar Kokhba could have been Mashiach, but he sinned, and as a result, he was killed for his sins. The sins may have included things like the very, chutzpahdik attitude to God, and things like that. Akiva, the great rabbi of his times, was a follower of Bar Kokhba. Some have argued that he lobbied for him actively throughout the Jewish diaspora, but he certainly, argued forcefully that Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. He was not. There was multiple voices, however, among the Pharisees, and as I think I mentioned in the bulletin, Rabbi Yochanan ben Tarta said to Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before the Messiah comes, meaning that you're going to be dead and buried and you'll be fertilizing the grass. You can't rely on Bar Kokhba to be Mashiach. So it's not one unanimous voice among the rabbis, but Rabbi Akiva was primus inter pares. He was one of the greatest of them, so his voice was extremely important. This is, by the way, a document from some of the Bar Kokhba papers or papyri that have found itself to the present day. So here's a map showing where the revolt was centered. It did eventually spread to the north, but it was essentially in the area of Huda. That's around Jerusalem to the east, around the Dead Sea. The revolt started when Hadrian left town about the year 132, and as I mentioned, the strategy of Bar Kokhba was to go town by town, village by village, drive out whatever Roman troops were there, immediately take over the entire location, probably had a lot of sympathizers among the local population, dig these tunnels and fortify and get ready for the Romans to counterattack. And ultimately, going in this fashion, town by town, village by village, they were able to conquer the entire area, including Jerusalem, which was really quite an amazing achievement. Here is one of the many coins that was minted by Bar Kokhba. What they used to do is very soft, malleable metals. They would heat up Roman coins until they were kind of soft, and then they would simply stamp over the emperor's face with whatever new symbols they wanted to import. And let's have a look at some of these symbols here. Anyone recognize this structure here? The Mishkan, or I would say actually a little bit later, the Beit HaMikdash. This is the Holy of Holies, right? Which was created by Herod in a kind of a neoclassical style. That's why you have the kind of Greek-style columns and things like that. So what does it mean that Bar Kokhba is putting this on his coinage? What are his values? They're clearly, very national, religious. Let's get back to Jerusalem. Let's get our temple sacrifice going. That was like a really important thing to him. This little item up here, anyone figure out what that is? Sorry? I'll give, not a lion, this little thing up here. I'll give you a hint. It twinkles. Star, right. And who's that? Bar Kokhba, right? So the star on top of the temple, the Bar Kokhba, his star is shining there. That's the symbol. Now this is, I believe, This is supposed to be some kind of lulav. I'm not positive about it. I may be confusing this with another coin. But again, also a religious symbol. The coinage, Mr. Rodriguez was trying to figure out the Phoenician Hebrew. These are actually old-style Hebrew letters, and they say things like Shimon, or Shimon Bar Kokhba, for the freedom of Jerusalem. I haven't been able to actually decipher these myself, but I read about them in other books, so you'll have to take my word for it. Now, so this is like the high point of the victory was the conquest of Jerusalem, which he held for possibly 3 years. But the Romans counterattacked, obviously, and they brought in troops from all over. The Romans had taken a terrible beating, so much so that in his report to the Senate, the Emperor Hadrian omitted a key phrase. Normally, when they communicate with each other, the emperor writes, greetings to you, senators. I and my army are well. He omitted the "and my army" part, meaning because they were really taking a beating in Judea, which was, can you imagine it from the Rome perspective? They just can't deal with these Jews. I mean, every few generations, they're rebelling. And who are they? It's this tiny little people. The Roman Empire extends from Scotland all the way out basically to Afghanistan, all around the Mediterranean basin, and they just can't deal with these Jews. Keep on fighting back. What's wrong with them? So he sends in 14 legions. How big is a legion? I looked it up. They vary in size, but the minimum size is about 1,000 troops. And a lot of these troops would have secondary troops attached to them, kind of like squires. So when you figure out what 14 legions mean, it's approximately, 10,000 troops. 140 to 225,000 troops were brought into Israel to quell the rebellion. We have inscriptions left by these Roman battalions and legions all over Israel when they were attacking Bar Kokhba. It was really a full court press against them. He even brought generals from Britain all the way across the Mediterranean to deal with the Jewish problem. It was definitely a major military effort by the Romans. You can compare it perhaps to, let's say, the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, which was also a doomed effort, that there's no way that the Jews hiding in the Warsaw Ghetto would be able to fight off the bulk of the Nazi army. But nevertheless, they made a very heroic attempt of it and sent a signal to the rest of the world. It's a very comparable kind of comparison in terms of the size of forces. So the war lasted for about 3 years. We have coinage that survived that says, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 1, Bar Kokhba, Jerusalem, year 2, and a third that may even be read year 3, and then the coinage disappears. So we're thinking that the war lasted approximately 3 years. At least Jerusalem was held for approximately 3 years, but ultimately it could not be sustained. The last stand was in Beitar, which has become a symbol for Jews throughout the centuries. Beitar was one of the last holdouts of the Bar Kokhba's rebels, and he had a very enthusiastic level of support from the local population. The Talmud says, did we lose this image? It'll come back? Okay. The Talmud says that in Beitar, there were 300 school children who, if they heard the Romans were approaching, would take their styluses, their pens, and they would run out of school to poke the Romans' eyes out. Just as an illustration, the Talmud was trying to say just how deep the support was for the Bar Kokhba revolution in this town, which is, by the way, is located in a place called, I've forgotten, the Kfar al-Itil, I think I've forgotten. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a little thing on the internet. These are, by the way, some of the ruins of Beitar in modern Israel. The Romans, however, besieged the city of Beitar, and they simply waited out the Jews. They made sure to seal off any tunnels that may have been dug under their fortifications, and they did not engage the forces for a long time, and they basically starved them until they were forced to try and make a break for it and to open up the siege, at which point the Romans, who had, of course, been well fed throughout the months and even years of the siege, they simply massacred the fighters at Beitar. The Talmudic descriptions of the carnage are, incredibly hyperbolic. Like, for example, they said that the Romans rode with their horses into blood up to their necks. So it's hard to imagine what that would be like. They said that the fields around Beitar were fertilized with Jewish blood for 3 years afterwards. There are all kinds of these extensive stories trying to describe how horrible the suffering was. Beitar eventually fell, one of the ironies of Jewish history, on the 9th of Av, which is kind of like the day in which so many tragedies have happened to the Jews, the destruction of the temples, actually the destruction of the Warsaw Ghetto, the expulsion from Spain. It happens to be like a uniquely bad day for Jews, kind of in a sort of like National Jewish Bad Luck Day. It's a really bad time for Jews, but I shouldn't joke about it. And Beitar fell on that day. The Romans, in an act of cruelty, would not allow other Jews to come and to retrieve the bodies, and they insisted on just leaving them there to rot in the August sun without burial. This lasted for approximately a week, until finally the Romans, deciding that the revolution really was at an end, they finally allowed the Jews to come and collect the bodies of the dead and to bring them to burial. At which point the rabbis instituted a blessing in the liturgy, which was read always to remember the Bar Kokhba rebellion and the subsequent burial of the martyrs at Beitar. The blessing reads as follows: "Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, the Almighty, our Father, our King, our Sovereign, our Creator, our Redeemer, our Maker, our Holy One of Jacob, our Shepherd, the Shepherd of Israel, the King who is good and who does good for all. For every single day he did good, he does good, and he will do good to us. He was bountiful with us, he was bountiful with us, he is bountiful with us, and he will forever be bountiful with us, with grace and with kindness and with mercy, with relief, salvation, success, blessing, help, consolation, sustenance, support, mercy, life, peace, and all good. And of all good things may he never deprive us." Recognize where that comes from? If I read the Hebrew, you'd probably get it right away. Exactly. It's the fourth blessing in benching, the one that ends Ali Chasreinu. So the grace after meals is specifically, this one paragraph was instituted by the rabbis in memory of the massacre at Beitar and the ultimate burial of the bodies. We actually have a lot of passages like that in the liturgy, where the liturgy will not specifically refer to a historical event, but it's supposed to evoke the kind of feelings that the authors wanted. Another example, for example, would be the Av HaRachamim prayer that we read on Shabbat, which is in memory of the massacres of 1096 in the Rhineland. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Rabbi Akiva lived through all of this, but 24,000 of his students famously did not. So there's a lot of discussion among historians. As I'm sure you're familiar with the legend that 24,000 of Akiva's students died over one summer. And as a result, we have the period known as Sphira. Well, we call it Sphira because it coincides with a part of counting the Omer, which is Sphirata Omer, the counting of the Omer, which is basically usually, it's between Passover and the holiday of Shavuot, and in that time there's roughly a month of semi-mourning. And the mourning includes, no haircuts, no listening to music, things like that, no buying new clothes, and it's supposed to be in memory of Rabbi Akiva's 24,000 students who died during that time. Now, the tradition does not state that they died in the Bar Kokhba rebellion, but given Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba, it stands to reason that his students would also support them. And the timing in the summer is exactly right. So some historians have opined that those 24,000 students died in battle with the Romans and not from a plague. The term plague that Talmud uses is kind of like a euphemism for the Romans. They actually may have died in combat, but that remains speculative. What is not speculative, however, is how the Romans dealt with the last elements of Bar Kokhba's supporters, including Rabbi Akiva, at which point we have what's known as the Hadrianic persecutions. Hadrian came back with a vengeance, and specifically ordered 10 great rabbis killed in an extremely public and demonstrative fashion. The most infamous of those deaths, of course, was reserved for Rabbi Akiva, whose flesh was raked from his body with iron combs. Chutzpis, the translator, whose head was removed from his body and dragged about the streets of Jerusalem by a pig. You know, there are all these examples which we read actually in the liturgy. In Eila Ezkara, we read this on the holiday of Yom Kippur. We go through the story of the so-called Asara Hruge Malchut, the 10 martyrs of the state, which were, those martyrs lost their lives in the immediate aftermath of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. So we see that these events have directly affected the liturgical life of the Jew, even to the present day. Now, the last element that I find really fascinating about the whole Bar Kokhba story is one of the discoveries of the caches of materials left behind by the rebels. It's in this thing called the Cave of Letters, which is an extremely inaccessible spot near the Dead Sea, even less accessible than Qumran, where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. It's in a cliff face where you have to walk across these extremely dangerous little narrow paths with a 600-foot drop 6 inches away, and then you have to make this climb on a 50-foot ladder, which of course was not present back then. They used rope ladders and things like that to get to this cave with 2 entrances and a massive network of tunnels that housed entire families. The kind of materials that were found in these caves indicate that women and children lived with the rebels. I mean, you had entire families and who knows how many, maybe a few hundred people living in these caves for years. They had stocked up on water, which could only be got from about 10 miles away. There's no water otherwise. And they had evidence of ritual implements, and they had, had a full religious life going on inside these caves as they're hiding from the Romans. What I found absolutely amazing, and I had not heard about this before, was buried in the entrance to that Cave of Letters was a small packet. This is it here, discovered in 1960 by the Israeli archaeological team led by General Yadin, which contained the personal correspondence of a woman named Babata. And in this personal correspondence, we have all kinds of her letters describing a custody battle she had over one of her sons, her marriage contract, legal affairs that she was involved in. Absolutely fascinating materials. These are documents that were extremely important to her, so she buried them before she was ultimately killed, we presume, by the Romans, and they were found. So 2,000 years later. So the change of topic for next week is I'd like to find out everything we can about this woman, Babata, and try to understand what we can learn from this about the life of women in 2nd century Israel. But let me get back to Bar Kokhba and to bring it to a conclusion. Bar Kokhba's legacy is profound and confused in some ways. Profound in that this was the last major military attempt by the Jews to regain their land in ancient times, and it would be a long 1,800 years before they would ever dream of doing this again in a real fashion. It was a heroic rebellion, it was a successful rebellion, and it ended, however, badly in a very bloody massacre at Beitar, all of which we remember very profoundly in our liturgical tradition in particular. Perhaps the saddest element for the Jews, however, was the dashing of the messianic hope that Bar Kokhba represented. But at any rate, I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Next week, we'll talk about Babata, and I hope you have a great night. Well, you made it all the way to the end of the video, so I hope that means that you really enjoyed it, or else perhaps you fell asleep at the terminal. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching. And, I'd like to develop more of a relationship with my viewers. And so please feel free to, click the like button or to leave a little comment at the bottom. I try to respond as much as possible. And if this video was useful to you, then please pass it on to someone else who might also find it so useful. Okay. Thank you very much, and have a great week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The joke that I really wanted to tell tonight, my joke editor has said that two joke editors, one told me that I said it just 3 or 4 weeks ago, even though it's a perfect joke for tonight. And the other one said it's older than I am, so I won't tell that one. But I may tell it later if I just can't hold back, and you'll forgive me. Meanwhile, I have a couple of good and welfare things, but I will start with this joke, which is once again from you, Zach DeWeiser, who helpfully types these up and delivers them the day of the lecture. Here it goes. So, Benjamin wakes up one morning, on Saturday morning, and he's in a terrible mood. And he says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul." And you know this joke already, but I didn't tell this one before. He says, "Mom, I'm not going to shul. I'm not going to shul." He says, "This one's good." Okay. "I'm not going to shul." And Mom says, "But Benjamin, what's the matter?" He says, "You know, I go to shul. They don't like me. They make fun of me. I feel terrible going to shul." And she says, "Listen, Benjamin, you have to go for 2 reasons. First of all, you're 45 years old. And second of all, you're the rabbi." Okay, yeah, that's not so bad. Okay, a couple of good and welfare announcements. First of all, I have to say thank you to Mr. Joseph Ray. I'm not sure exactly how it should be pronounced, but he sent me a nice email, and I like getting these kinds of emails, so I'll read this one. Not all of it, but part of it anyways. This email is greatly overdue. I have been an admirer and follower of your online history classes for a very long time. Though I am a businessman living in Antwerp with my family, I give Jewish history classes voluntarily at a local Jewish center for women for the last few years. My lectures are structured very much in the same way yours are. And I too use PowerPoint. I know you've upgraded the software. When I prepare and research my classes, I always watch your lectures. They help me tremendously with the final flow of things and very often draw my attention to new facts and events. I can tell you more. I often steal your jokes as well. Anyways, so it's nice to get these kinds of emails besides the hate mail. So thank you, Mr. Ray, and I wish you a lot of success in your endeavors teaching. And it's wonderful that you do this for your community. Okay, so tonight's lecture is, of course, on Baruch Spinoza. Fascinating figure, and one that really I've been thinking about for a long time, and I was really grateful for the opportunity to speak to you about him and gave me a chance to do a little bit more research, because one of the larger areas of research that I find fascinating is the whole concept of Jewish identity. You know, what exactly is a Jew? Who is a Jew? When is a Jew considered in the community, out of the community, or as the Hebrew phrase goes, chutz lamachane, in the camp or outside the camp? Those kinds of questions I find very fascinating, and Spinoza is an excellent test case. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by our good friends Mally and Steve Schwartz, who are here in the audience. My joke auditor, of course, is Steve Schwartz, and they're going to be the honorees for the dinner this year. We should give them a round of applause. They do fantastic things for our community. Mally is the unsung but very much accomplished historian of the shul. She's worked on a significant work which has been published so far privately, but the manuscript hopefully will send to a significant journal, because there's a lot of fascinating history here in Surfside, and she's done some tremendous work. Steve is, as I'm sure all aware, a tremendous cantor, not only in terms of his vocal strength, but his intellectual appreciation of the meaning of the trup. As I was just saying to my 12-year-old son Boaz as we were starting his bar mitzvah lessons, the Hasidic masters say that the Torah has 3 levels that correspond to the 3 levels of the soul. The lowest level, the nefesh, is corresponding to the letters themselves. But the letters without the consonants cannot be pronounced. So the next level up is the vowels that are added to the consonants so that you can make words out of them. But the highest level of the soul, which is something that only a person like Steve can really reach, is the trup, when you're able to pronounce those words with vowels and set them to the music that people can appreciate. So for both Mally and Steve, we're really grateful, and hope you'll support the shul and come visit them, honor them later in February on the 23rd when we have the dinner.
5774.
5774, right. Right. We're going to honor them next year, too. Sorry, wrong date. Thank you. I never edit these videos. That's why I'm going to get in trouble. Now, one more good and welfare. This is something special. I'm going to try and use a little more videos in our classes, but I have one that is kind of like a personal video. It's my son Alexander. It's a minute long, so it won't take too much time from our presentation. Mr. Rodriguez, you want to focus on the screen here for a second? Here we go. The video is made by my talented daughter, Danit Malka. Yeah. You don't need no white brothers. Okay, thank you. So, what this is all about is my son Alexander is quite a runner. He ran his first marathon at 14, which was pretty amazing. He definitely runs me ragged, and he is going to be running in the ING Miami Marathon next month for Team Friendship, which is a really great community organization that helps mainly children and teens and some adults with various disabilities, especially autism and things like that. So if you're interested, please visit the website and you can donate to Team Friendship. Okay, that's it for the good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material tonight. How long is a marathon?
Yes.
26.2 miles. 26.2, yeah. Okay. Now, who was Baruch Spinoza? 17th century philosopher. He is one of the greatest philosophers of the modern age. He falls into that category of people like Moses Maimonides and Einstein, for example, whose fame outside the Jewish community really outdistances their fame inside the Jewish community. And in fact, it's a little bit ambiguous to even put him within the parameters of Jewish history per se, because his greatest contributions are beyond the scope of what is specifically Jewish. Many more liberal thinkers want to claim him as a Jewish philosopher per se, and in fact there are elements of his philosophy that we will discuss, at least in brief tonight, that are consonant, certainly inspired by Jewish ideas, but ultimately the main connection that Spinoza has with the Jewish community is negative, because he was forcibly removed from the Jewish community of Amsterdam in an unusually harsh act of cherem, or excommunication. I have the text of it, and I would like to read it to you a little later on in this lecture. It's a very rare step for a community to specifically single out an individual, excoriate them publicly, and then forcibly remove them. But that is in fact what happened to Spinoza. So the rejected son ultimately ended up influencing world philosophy, European philosophy, the intellectual tradition at a tremendous level. But in the Jewish world, he was cut off in a very dramatic and in fact permanent manner. The question that, and this was happening, by the way, at age 23, might have been 24, before he even published anything, before he had made a mark on the world of philosophy. And one of the great exercises of intellectual historians has been to try and perform the archaeology of the events that led up to that excommunication, to try to determine exactly why the community took such a drastic step. It is far from clear. But I hope towards the end of the lecture to give you some of the theories that are circulating regarding his excommunication. And I think that actually it has a lot of implications for our own communal standards today, our own sense of identity, and ultimately our sense of who is a Jew, who has the privilege, the right, the responsibility to remain within the community, and who perhaps might be better served outside of the community. So we'll hopefully explore that over the next 40 minutes or so. His background, originally they're from Portugal. His grandfather was among those who were expelled in 1497, possibly somewhat earlier from 1492 in Spain. We're spending a lot of time these last few weeks looking at people whose lives were affected by this cataclysmic event with something that many of the thinkers of the 16th century felt and the 17th century felt was like a split in the world that required tikkun olam, because how could it be that the most powerful, the most intellectually superior, the spiritually most advanced community of Jews in the world was suddenly devastated within a single year in the case of Spain, and then 5 years later in the case of Portugal. So in many ways, Spinoza's own experience is an aftershock of that tectonic shift that we saw in 1492. His grandfather came to Amsterdam with his infant son, Michael, who was Spinoza's grandfather. So Spinoza had direct contact with one of the refugees themselves, his own grandfather. His father was a very successful merchant, and we have plenty of archival records from the period that indicate that he was a lay leader in the synagogue. He had a position of some authority. They had a very prominent house close by the synagogue, and his father had significant leadership role there, which makes the eventual expulsion of young Spinoza from the community all the more poignant. Michael Spinoza was not lucky in love. He was widowed 3 times. His second wife was the mother of Spinoza, who passed away when Spinoza was a young boy. Spinoza was ultimately raised by one of his older half-sisters, and there was a considerable amount of family dysfunction between the half-siblings, all children of Michael, that we will see playing out in Spinoza's own lifetime somewhat later. We should just spend a little bit of time talking about Amsterdam, though, which is a fascinating, kind of interesting, not exactly footnote, but sort of a tributary of Jewish history at this time. The Netherlands were under the control of Spain until 1588, and Jews were not allowed within the territory. Under the Union of Utrecht, there was some movement towards granting freedom of religion, but that freedom of religion was a very difficult one. One that in many ways, now that I'm thinking about, we're speaking a little bit in Quebecois about Northern Ontario, maybe I'll relate it to that a little bit. The people of the Netherlands were sandwiched between the French Calvinists and the German Lutherans, byproducts of the still quite young Protestant Reformation. And as a result, there were significant doctrinal disputes between these two Protestant movements. The only thing they had in common was their hatred for the Catholics, and as we shall see, that had some ironic implications for the early Jewish community at the time. What it reminds me of in my own life is that I grew up in a small town in Northern Ontario called Iroquois Falls, Ontario. If you ever look at my Wikipedia page, there are 6 famous people from this town, population 4,500. I'm one of them. I'm proud to be one of them. 4 of the others are professional hockey players. So you get a sense of what kind of town this is. But what's interesting about it, for our purposes, is that it was almost evenly divided in population between Anglophone Protestants and Francophone Catholics. And it was tremendous, the degree of conflict between these two bifurcated populations, and the kids who had it in many ways the worst were me. I was the only Jewish kid, and Les Chinois, right? My Chinese friend Peter Chin, who's now a lawyer in Toronto, and there was a black girl who lived about 30 miles away in Matheson. And we had it the worst because we didn't fit in either camp. So this is a lot like what the Jews of Amsterdam were like at this time as well, because obviously they were not Calvinists and they were not Lutherans. They were somewhat different, but there was always a little bit of a push and pull over what do you do with the Jews? Which camp do they fit in? Which camp do they sympathize with? And certainly they should not be associated with the Catholics. And within this kind of tenuous environment where there is at least nominal allegiance to the concept of religious freedom, it was often obeyed more in the breach than in its observance, and the Jews had a unique kind of pressure placed upon them to conform to orthodoxy. And I say here orthodoxy with a small o, meaning conform to the status quo. The Jews should not step beyond their boundaries, socially, religiously, and otherwise. In this context, I'd like to introduce you to a theory that was advanced by a European colleague of mine named Heinz-Dietrich Löwe, who wrote a tremendous piece on the evolution of anti-Semitism as a consequence of Jews stepping beyond their borders. Meaning, it is his contention that anti-Semitism is quieted, or we should say anti-Semitism is quiescent. It does not, raise its ugly head, except in those moments when Jews begin to challenge traditional norms, when Jews begin to seek out new employment, to seek advancement in educational institutions, to seek advancement in cultural institutions. When they begin to break beyond the boundaries that society has placed for them, that's when they begin to test the kind of tolerances that have been laid out for them so far. Heinz-Dietrich Löwe was specifically referring to the 19th century in the Russian Empire, where the advance of socialism and other secular movements were beginning to attract Jews away from traditional orthodoxy, not to mention Zionism as well. And that, he says, exacerbated tensions with the Russian population, which ultimately led to pogroms and so on. I think a lot of this can be said about the Amsterdam Jewish community, in that there was officially a level of tolerance, but the Jews should not get, to use an American term, uppity. The Jews should not be going beyond what is their acceptable borders. And once they start challenging some of those boundaries, that's when anti-Semitism can be felt in the community. So in this context, it seems that the Jewish community of Amsterdam, and of course I remind you, we're talking now about the 17th century, there is no non-Orthodox community. There is no liberal congregation. There's only one congregation with one leadership, my way or the highway kind of Judaism, and the community itself is a little bit unhappy with anyone who is nonconformist. They want to try and keep everyone in line. So let's bear that in mind as we go through Spinoza's story, because I think it says a lot about the reasons for his excommunication. Okay, I'm going to pause for a second to sip my coffee, and I will ask if there are any questions. Yes, please.
I was under the impression that not so well the Netherlands, but in Amsterdam in particular, the Jews were invited because of their wherewithal, their experience in various realms of either money and so forth and so on. I wish I could remember the.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell you exactly what happened. It's not entirely that they were invited, but they were not disinvited once they could prove their economic worth. It reminded me of a joke for a minute, and then I lost it. It was like just right there. And Steve says, Baruch Hashem. Okay. All right. No, it's been a long time. The car with no pedals and no brake pedals? Yes. Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, we'll go past it. Okay, anyways. So there are legends of Jewish settlement in the Netherlands, which are, fascinating. And legends always have some kind of kernel of truth, but often, are exaggerated beyond measure. There's a particularly fascinating one where the origins of the community in Amsterdam relate to a particular Portuguese Jewish woman who was somehow, when they were fleeing Portugal, she got on one of these English boats, and the Duke, who was the captain of this boat, something like that, fell in love with this incredibly beautiful woman, and import turned her and trying to get her to marry him, and she refused, steadfastly indicating that she was a Jewess and she would not do so, but she was apparently so strikingly beautiful that when they landed in England, the Queen herself drove her around London in an open car because her beauty was something really, to cavil about, so to speak. That's what that's the English term they use. And it was like something shocking. It was kind of like a princess story in reverse, that here's a princess who refuses to marry the prince because he is not Jewish. Boy, I got so many jokes, but they're really not kosher. I can't tell those. So, and then she ended up moving to the Netherlands, that's one of these kind of like Urgeschichte stories, these origin stories. What we know happened from some of the record books, however, is that even though Amsterdam had never formally allowed Jews to enter, they entered anyways. 1593, so that's really quite early, right? The actual expulsion is 1497. That is a typo? No, it's okay. We have Jews, Portuguese Jews, surreptitiously moving into Amsterdam, and they're claiming status not as Jews but as Portuguese merchants, which is true. They were from Portugal, and they were merchants. They just didn't mention that they were always Jews. But again, in this anti-Catholic atmosphere, there are a lot of suspicions about, was Tutsach? What are those Jews doing? What are those Portuguese merchants up to? And there were suspicions that they were actually Catholic, not Jewish. So they organized an armed raid on one of these Portuguese Jewish homes, thinking that they were actually holding Catholic services. They didn't realize it was actually Yom Kippur, and they were davening in a home. They arrested all of them, and by the time it got sorted out, and they said, listen, we're not Catholics. Don't worry, we're actually Jews. And they said, okay, Jews, fine. But they had to decide what to do with them. At that point, they talked about their economic acumen and their resources, and they said, okay, fine, you're here already as long as you're not Catholic, so Gesundheit, and that's how the Portuguese community was established ultimately in Amsterdam. But it took a long time for that small beginning to actually flourish into a community. And we have to bear in mind the very, very tenuous nature of their toehold in Amsterdam. They did not get official permission to have public worship until 20 years later, and they did not have official permission to get a citizenship until 1657, almost 75 years later. They had difficulty establishing their congregations, enlarging their congregations. Everything was always proceeded, it was a little bit like zoning committees that maybe some of the people in this room are familiar with. It's very difficult to get these things pushed through, how much more so in Amsterdam. And again, this kind of atmosphere of a distrust of the Jewish community, of a grudging acceptance, is something that certainly had an impact on Spinoza as well. So let's talk about Spinoza himself. He was born and given the name Baruch, which of course means blessed. Later on in life, after he was excommunicated and he was writing in Latin, he chose a Latin translation of blessed, Benedictus. The term in French, benching, to bench at the end of a meal, for example, is also derived from the same term Baruch, although this time through a French root. But he was known as Bento by the Portuguese root. He received a very traditional Jewish education with the most prominent educators in Amsterdam at the time, rabbis who were famous on their own right for various things they published. And also, fascinatingly, he was not taught by closed-minded, very insular kind of rabbis. He was taught by rabbis who themselves were sometimes censured for being perhaps too open in their attitudes, translating certain texts into Hebrew or out of Hebrew into vernacular languages and so on. He received the kind of education that you would associate with, a good, balanced education of secular values, history, mathematics, literature, and so on, with the Jewish education. So the idea that somehow, he broke free is simply not the, corresponding to the reality of his upbringing. He received a very well-balanced education that was offered by rabbis who themselves were very comfortable in the milieu of 17th century European culture. However, towards the end of his teens, he came under the influence of a defrocked Jesuit priest named Franciscus van den Emden, who was someone who was asked to leave the Catholic Church because he was known as a freethinker, that he had significant questions about Catholic doctrine and Catholic theology, and it was van Emden who ultimately taught him Latin and introduced him to the wider world of thought as a whole. He ended up living with Emden for quite a while, and as we shall see, he formed a relationship of sorts with his daughter, who was nearly 20 years his junior, but it was under Van den Emden where Spinoza really began to encounter the world of ideas as a whole. Without a doubt, the most prominent influence on young Spinoza was René Descartes, who was a very famous French philosopher, who was also a devout Catholic, although not necessarily in the dogmatic mold of most of his peers. I'm sure you're familiar with his most famous statement, cogito ergo sum, which means, it's translated usually as I think. Really, it means I perceive, therefore I am. Let me take a moment just to talk about Descartes, and you'll get a sense of how his philosophy could really shatter Spinoza's entire Weltanschauung and affect the way that he went through his own philosophy. So Descartes, of course, the author of many works, but the most well-studied are his 6 meditations on first philosophy. And in these meditations, Descartes begins with the proposition that nothing can be relied upon, that absolutely nothing is true. Everything that he's investigated in his life, religion, politics, Greek philosophy, there's no way to really get on solid ground. So Descartes says, this is first philosophy. I'm going to start with the assumption that I cannot rely on anything being true. And then, like building an edifice on a strong foundation, I will only build my philosophy on those elements that I can absolutely say with certainty are true. And ultimately, he says, I will be able to form a solid edifice upon which I may rely. So he starts by saying, what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know if this table that I'm writing at exists. I don't even know that I exist. I don't know if the breeze on my face is real. Nothing. And this is, by the way, the actual way he writes. A very, very compelling text. It's only about 150 pages in length, and it's really quite engaging. And then he says, well, wait a second. So what's real is I certainly feel the breeze on my face. I feel the pen in my hand, the quill in my hand. I feel my weight in the chair. So then there are 2 possibilities that exist. Either these things actually exist, I exist, in other words, to feel them. Maybe the chair as itself doesn't exist, but I have a direct, immediate sensation of the chair, so I can't deny that fact. I sense it. So either I am here to sense it, and it's there, or some evil genius is confusing me and giving me the sensation of this chair and this breeze and so on. Like I'm dreaming, or I'm under hypnosis or something like that. But in either case, whether it really does exist, or whether an evil genius is making me think it exists, I know I must exist, because there's no other way for me to feel it. That's the root of the concept, cogito ergo sum. I feel, I perceive, therefore I am. And he says that's the first principle. I can stand on that principle. I know I exist. At that point, all the priests say to him, Yasher koach, well done. But that's your first statement, I know I exist. Then he goes on from there to describe, for example, the existence of God. And he has a very appealing proof called the teleological argument, which is really a restated version of St. Anselm's argument for the existence of God. We're not going to go there because it would take a long time. I know that, Elisa, you're not going to let me go tonight until I tell you the teleological argument for the existence of God, but he ultimately ends up recreating, what an amazing thing, 17th century French Catholicism, exactly the way it was before he started first philosophy. Everything worked out exactly as he planned. It's ironic that a lot of these religious philosophers, when they start out, they say, I'm not going to believe anything, but by the time they get to the end, wow, look at this, the religion that I've been believing all along is exactly right. Immanuel Kant did the same thing in his Religion in den Grenzen von bloßen Vernunft. The religion, that's funny, just even saying it, that's what I was saying, German. Vernunft is a funny word. Religion within the boundaries of reason alone. He starts out believing nothing, and ultimately when he gets to the end of the book, look at that, Lutheranism is beautiful. So that's essentially Cartesian theory. Of course, we know the term Cartesian we see in mathematics, the Cartesian graphs, things like that. I'm not sure if that's Descartes. You'll fact check me, Mr. Rodriguez. But it is Cartesian. Okay, thank you. But that's the way of thinking, the idea of breaking everything down to zero and starting over again with no reliance on revelation. No reliance on a biblical text, no reliance on a prophet, just starting from what you can logically prove had a tremendous impact on Spinoza's mind. And in fact, his philosophy is in many ways proceeding along the same lines as advanced by René Descartes. I think you can also hear in this description of Descartes the spirit of the age, or as the German term has it, the Zeitgeist. The spirit of the times, the way people who are like turning away from the old style religion and saying, wait a second, we can do this on our own, with our own brain power, with our own reason. That was the beginnings of modernity in the larger sense of the term. Okay, so Spinoza's philosophy, I only want to take a few minutes to talk about it because I haven't studied it in great depth, but I read a little bit enough to be able to say at least a few words without stumbling too much, I hope. Ironically, Spinoza has been excoriated, especially in his lifetime and shortly thereafter, as an atheist, Gesundheit, which is really a misapplication of his ideas altogether. This image of him says here, Benedictus de Spinoza, Judeus et atheista, right? Jew and atheist, right? What is the... There's a story, I think. I see Rabbi Wunsch is here. Maybe you told me the story about I think it's Rabbi Shlomo Karloff. He was speaking to a group of college students, and he says, okay, I want to know, who are you people? And someone put up his hand and says, I'm a Catholic. Someone else put up his hand and said, I'm a Lutheran. And someone put up his hand and says, I'm from New York. Says, oh, you're a Jew. Right? Because as soon as you say atheist, it's almost always the Jews who are the atheists, right? But ultimately, that's a misunderstanding of Spinoza's thought as well. The poet Novalis from the period refers to Spinoza, I think correctly, as God intoxicated. Meaning, for Spinoza, he held the concept that God was literally everything. That there was no space where God was not, an ens absolute infinitum, meaning ein sof, or ein od milvado. In Hebrew, there is nothing other than He, which is a time-honored Jewish thought. Definitely, he must have received these influences through Kabbalistic teachings or so on, which were circulating. But it is a difficult thought theologically, because ultimately, if we really believe ein od milvado, that there is nothing other than God, then what exactly are we? What exactly is our consciousness? What exactly is the material world? Are we going to say that every material thing is also God? To a certain degree, that completely nullifies the very meaning of the term God if we say that all is God. We say it in a kind of like a passing way, perhaps, but we don't actually think about it deeply. For Spinoza, he thought about it deeply, and he believed that, in fact, the entire world was an expression of divinity. Even evil, even the most mundane physical expression of godliness was, in fact, godliness. I happened to be reading Tanya, the famous work of the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, as I was preparing this lecture, and the same concept happened to come up in the daily study of Tanya over the last week. So it's not at all a foreign thought to Judaism, this idea that everything is God.
The chill bar Discord server is neither chill nor a bar.
Definitely lies in the concept of God's consciousness, of God's action in the world. The God that Jews believe is a God that is active in the world, a God that intervenes in the world, that will create, a miracle
approximately
like
once every 5 minutes.
The concept of hashgacha pratit,
Which, in someone's opinion, was
the idea that
considered
God
spam.
is personally aware of what is happening to every human being, and in fact, every
And I got
animate
banned,
being and every
and they did not
inanimate
give me
being,
a
and
second
somehow
chance.
directs these things. That's not Spinoza, but that is definitely Judaism. So there's a clear divergence, and he definitely would not pass the Maimonides Man
I
of the
told
Year
them less than
award
24
in terms
hours
of
ago I was
believing
going to
that
light them up,
Od Milvado.
and I'm doing it right now.
There is no question
I was going
that
to publicize
to call him
their
an
screen
atheist would
names.
be totally
Only
misunderstanding
their
his
screen
thought.
names, but here
He
are
also
the
believed that
worst moderators
contemplation of God
on
was the ultimate expression
Discord.
of human identity, and that deep contemplation of God was ultimately the the greatest form of immortality, that somehow by constantly thinking of God, one would achieve a type of immortality of the soul. I'm not exactly sure how these pieces fit together. There is a wonderful book on the topic, which I have not read. But one of the criticisms that was levied against him was this idea that he did not believe in resuscitation of the dead, revival of the dead, but in fact he did believe in an immortality of the soul, which he called in Latin amor Dei intellectualis, the love of God that is of the intellect, an intellectual contemplation of God at all times. When you look at these kinds of ideas, however, it's not hard to see that he did not view with favor the authenticity of the Bible as we have it today. He did not value that every verse in the first 5 books, for example, was actually handed to Moses from God as we have it. He felt that it's a human invention, perhaps inspired by this larger concept of godliness, but he was openly critical of the what he considered a credulity that people had, that the Bible was actually somehow the divine word of God. It was in Spinoza's God, it would have been beneath his dignity to actually try to capture himself within words directed to a specific nation with expressions of specific requirements of behavior. That's not at all the way Spinoza thought. And ultimately, this opened up a breach in the way in which the Bible was approached, and it is upon Spinoza's shoulders that much of what's called the higher criticism of the Bible evolved. The criticism of the Bible that reached its apogee in the 19th century with the attribution of multiple authorships to the first 5 books of the Bible and so on, really rests at Spinoza's front door, because he was the first one to really open up this concept of the Bible not necessarily being divine, at least not in any meaningful way divine. He also had a lot to say about politics, boiling things down to its basic essence, in which he believed, for example, that all politics are really an expression of the desire to maintain one's existence, to persist in existence. And he understood the idea of religion and politics being intrinsically related one to another, as is in the title of his most famous work, the Tractatus Theologica Politicus, the tractate of both theology and politics. Wow, heavy stuff. Now, we'll leave philosophy. What ended up happening to his life, he made a living. He never was famous during his lifetime. In fact, much of his most famous work was published posthumously. He made his livelihood as a lens grinder. Optics were at this point in a significant level of development, and people were taking lenses with grinding machines and grinding the glasses down to get them to the right shape so that they would focus appropriately. He would work over a bench with a grinding stone day in and day out, constantly breathing in the fumes and the dust particles from the lenses that he ground, so much so that he died a very early death at the age of 44. On a personal level, he never married, although he apparently did extend a proposal of marriage to Francisco van Emden. Remember him, he was his secular teacher, the defrocked Jesuit priest, and she ultimately declined his offer, and she married someone who may have been his rival, who, the uncharitable stories circulating indicate that she did so for a pearl necklace that this other gentleman was able to offer her. He was a philosophical colleague of Spinoza. They had long and extensive philosophical discussions, but he ended up going into business and became very successful, and the young Clara chose him over Spinoza. Speaking as a father of daughters of just about marriageable age, I don't think it's such a bad choice, but they're a little young. But nevertheless, there's a lot of questions about this rumor. It's not even clear if he really had this relationship with Clara at all. Now, the elephant in the room with Spinoza is, of course, the excommunication. What exactly was going on there? As I mentioned earlier, he was a young man. He was only in his early 20s. Various sources put it as he was 23 or 24 years old. The text of the document is incredibly harsh, and it stands out even against other excommunications that were used at the same time. I'm going to read it to you in just a moment, but it includes phrases like Spinoza should be cursed by day and cursed by night. People were, not only was he forbidden to come to synagogue and so on, people were not allowed to stand within Dalet Amos of him. Literally, you could not stand within 6 feet of his presence. And this was a permanent cherem. It was never revoked. He did, as we shall see, make some sort of response to this cherem, but ultimately it was a complete severing of his relationship with the rest of the community. And again, we're talking about a kid in his 20s who hasn't really done much with his life yet. What was the cause of it? Okay, here is the text of the actual cherem. I think you'll get a feel for it. Okay, the lords of the Ma'amad, which are these are the lay leaders. They're not rabbinical leaders. These are like the board of directors of the synagogue, pronounce. Having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, they have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways. But having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witness to this effect in the presence of the said Spinoza, they became convinced of the truth of this matter. And after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable sages, they have decided, with their consent, that the said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. The sages, of course, would be the rabbinical leaders of the community. And the decree reads, by decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch de Spinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of the entire holy congregation, and in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, cursing him with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, and with the curse which Elisha cursed the boys. That was when they were bothering him, and then the bears came and ate them. And with all the castigations which are written in the book of the law, cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. But you that cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you, this day. No one should communicate with him, neither in writing, nor accord him any favor, nor stay with him under the same roof, nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, that's about 6 feet, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. That's a really strong, phrase of excommunication. Let me pause before we go into the discussions why. Any observations that are salient or questions?
Sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
The comment is, it sounds like an Islamic fatwa.
One of the most consistent
I don't know much about
in the
fatwas,
history
but it
of
definitely is a strong communal statement. And let's remember, too, that we're talking about a period where there's no such thing as secular identity. The idea that you're just, part of the community, of a community, doesn't exist. You're either a Jew, or you were a Lutheran, or you were a Calvinist, or you're a Catholic. You got to be something. It's just at the beginning of the period where people can somehow float around without being in any specific group. So it's not like you can just, go to another shul. This is it. Yes, please.
We're
In reference to the community, the Jews in that community who said we're Orthodox. Because there was no such thing as either you are or you're not.
Right.
We're Orthodox. According to our religion, we're not allowed to curse.
That's a good question. Okay.
here. No fear.
Yeah.
Get over it.
But you cannot curse.
Well, It's one of those things where, in my understanding, there are a few rabbis in the room here, so I'm not a rabbi, so I'm like not a card-carrying member of the establishment. It's like vows. It's not that we're not allowed to
Quit
make
watching
vows.
all the other streamers
It's that
right
we're
now and
strongly
watch
discouraged
this
from
stream.
making
Tell
vows.
everyone
If
you
we
know.
make a vow, we
And
really
if
have
you
to
see
keep it.
this, make
That's
sure
why
you
if we
make
make them by
clips of
accident,
this,
we have cold
because
midriff.
I'm going to name
So
all your
curses
biggest
also,
streamers. And if your
we're not
biggest
supposed to
streamers
curse,
friends aren't on this,
but we do have the power
they're
of cursing. And
going
in fact, they're
to
quoting
benefit from
biblical
this because the
verses here.
rising tide
And
lifts
you know,
all
if you're
ships.
familiar with Yiddish literature, you know, curses take up, I think, about 18 or 19% of the syntax. But you're right. But nevertheless, this is different also because not an individual cursing. This is the community leadership taking a stance and saying, you know, we represent the community and we excoriate Spinoza. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
So if you were supposed to pick which side you want, like Jewish or non-Jewish, then how did his teachers have secular education that they could teach him?
Oh, so this is interesting. It's an excellent, brilliant question. My daughter is so brilliant, I have to say. Right. So this is the period where, you know, you begin to have a separate category, just the beginnings of it, of outcasts. Right. It's not like they're jumping from one religious community to another. It's not like they're going from one estate to another, which you have 100 years
y'all
earlier.
Don't like me? Ban me.
You have people who, Taka don't fit in. And what do you do with those people? They are like stateless, so to speak. Ultimately, they will become the majority. You know, most of European culture, most of American culture are made up of people who have very, very nominal attachment to some kind of religious identity. But back then, no, you were in. And actually, if I can respond to one other statement about the orthodoxy, we have to remember, first of all, the term Orthodox had not been coined because there was nothing against which to be Orthodox. This was the Jewish community, and being part of the community meant at least nominal observance of the behavioral standards which are expressed in the Torah and mitzvos. So it's not like today where people voluntaristically decide, you know what, I'm going to affiliate with this movement or affiliate with a different movement. You're part of the kehillah, part of the congregation, and you're expected to observe Shabbos. If you don't observe Shabbos properly, publicly you desecrate Shabbos, then you can be, you can suffer all kinds of communal harm. But to think that people aren't secretly desecrating Shabbos in the privacy of their own homes, it's probably the case that would happen. Okay, last question, Solomon, then we'll go on. Yeah, cursed.
Today, rabbis also have in court the info, for example, the natural religion. That's also what Yosef, talking about the fight to be.
Well, I don't want to go into a particular show, but the concept, yeah, it's like my grandmother, Allah Hashem, would always say the jails are full in Israel too. She was a very wise woman. Okay, so let's, yeah, we use those words. We do. Let's go now to some of the roots of this. So, Stephen Ladler is the premier biographer of Spinoza in our times, and I've relied quite a bit on his analysis of the excommunication. So he argues that we have to understand the excommunication of Spinoza within the context of that tenuous amount of religious freedom that was arrogated to the Jews at this time. That the Jews, remember Heinz Dietrich Löwe's theory that it's when the Jews start sort of like pushing against their barriers, that's when there's anti-Semitism in place. Now, what Nadler argues is that the Amsterdam Jewish community, being so nervous about, what will the non-Jews think, that they put a tremendous amount of energy into trying to keep everyone on the straight and narrow, more so than in other communities in Europe. That because they were kind of like a liminal community in the interstices, I'll have to edit that part out. But, the boundaries, the seams of culture, they really wanted to make sure that all the Jews were behaving. And in fact, he goes and he looks at the use of the cherem, the excommunication ban in Amsterdam at this time, and he says it was used 36 times between 1622 and 1683. almost once a year, they're banning somebody. Somebody's getting in this amount of trouble in once a year. And there were threats an additional 50 times during that period. So they're really using this strong tool very liberally because they're trying to make sure that the outside community does not think that the Jews are changing at all. They want the status quo, and they want to be perceived as protecting the status quo. So what kind of crimes were people accused of that got them into this trouble? So Nadler chronicles things like religious observance is one of them. For example, regular attendance at synagogue. Can you imagine, Aaron, the president of our shul, if we were like to take attendance at shul on Shabbos, and if someone missed like 3 Shabbases, then, we bring out the Sifrei Torah and ban them, But they're keeping track. Everyone has to show their bona fides. Everyone has to show their nominal observance of the dictates of their religion and show up in shul. And that means before Kiddush, they have to be here, gambling, marriage without parental consent, interesting kind of expression of, hope you're paying attention, Lisa, right? Kids getting married without their parental approval, put them into cherem. Yes, I know, you want to object to that?
Yeah. That if a girl wants to marry a boy or a man wants to marry a girl, and they don't have their marriage permission, they can marry anyone.
So that's actually, I have to say, every time you open your mouth, at least in public, it's very good. It's true. Jewish law. My daughter points out the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, and you can go back even before that. You look at the Talmud. That one of the things that a person has complete freedom over is choice of marriage partner. There's no such thing as an arranged marriage in Judaism. There are arranged introductions. There's lots of parental coercion, but sof kol sof, at the very end of the day.
Here we go. We are just checking to see if this is going to work. This is on Windows 10. We have the I accept button, and watch what the pointer does. It takes a few seconds because it's all automated. Because I create bots. I'm sick like that. Alright, here we go. It's going to do something in a moment. And if it doesn't, we're going to be confused because the robot should know when to click. Here we go. And it's going to do this little thing. Alright. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Yo, dog, here we are. We're just waiting on this bad boy. It's just got to do a few little things I'm waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows pen, computer. Here we go. I accept. It's going to scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation detection. And it's going to press the I accept button in a moment. And when it does, okay, so it's going to work, but not work. So it says, unknown error, please try again, but it worked. It actually did work. You're like, did it actually log you in? Yeah, it did. So this is an account. It's Join Rabbi's Discord _13725. This bad boy worked, but you get unknown error for some reason, which doesn't make any sense. So please, can we fix this? I want Kick to be really, really successful. Please fix this. All right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Give it a little time. I've got a bot that's going. But essentially, if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work.
Quite active. Any questions to this point?
Welcome. User error, please try again. There it is. User error, please try again. User error, please try again. Eddie, Santa Maria, please. All right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work. right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. So what's going to happen? Give it a little time. I've got a bot that's going, but essentially if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you that it doesn't work. Yo, dog. Here we are. We're just waiting on this bad boy. Just got to do a few little things I'm waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows 10 computer. Here we go. I accept. It's going to scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation detection. And it's going to press the I accept button in a moment. And when it does, okay, so it's going to work, but not work. So it says, unknown error, please try again, but it worked. It actually did work. You're like, did it actually log you in? Yeah, it did. So this is an account. It's Join Rabbi's Discord _13725. Here we go. We are just checking to see if this is going to work. This is on Windows 10. We have the I accept button, and watch what the pointer does. It takes a few seconds because it's all automated. Because I create bots. I'm sick like that. Alright, here we go. Gonna do something in a moment. And if it doesn't, we're gonna be confused because the robot should know when to click. Here we go. And it's gonna do this little thing. Alright. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again. Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix. Here we go. And unknown error, please try again. Unknown error, please try again.
Good evening. This lecture is Rat Hashem, זכות, שלום, נחת, health, and פרנסה טובה for the families Babilov, Pucci, Sobol, and Dorfman. Also להצלחת שמיה פיאמפו בן שרה ומשפחתו. פרנסה, בריאות, שנה ומוצלחת. וההצלחה וההגנה של פנינה, דליה, בגילה, אליהו, שמואל, בן נחמה, נועם, גד, בן פנינה, דליה. And also לעילוי נשמת חיים בן אליהו. לפדיון נפש ולהצלחה של דיוויד בן אסיה. זיווג הגון לניסים בן חנה ובילה לאה בת חנה. לעילוי נשמת אברהם בן סימה, להבדיל לרפואת מנחם יקותיאל בן חנה, אורי בן דקלה, מיכאל חיים בן מלכה, יצחק בן חנה, רחל בת מרים, יעל בת אליס. שנה טובה everyone. We are 48 hours before the beginning of the Yom Tov, the holiday of Sukkot, which will take 8 days. So next time we will meet will be in 2 weeks. Next Monday there's no lecture. Also tomorrow there's no lecture in Brooklyn. Erev Chag already, we have to prepare. So the next time there will be a lecture will be in 2 weeks from now. Monday, 2 weeks from now. Remember that. We had an extraordinary, unbelievable Yom Kippur in Englewood, New Jersey. And Baruch Hashem, every year was good. And the people that came for the first time this year, every one of them wrote to me that was the most meaningful, the best Yom Kippur they had in their life. They had a great Chazan with unbelievable voice, Syrian, Yerushalmi style.
Now I'm going to show you that it does.
I helped him. We had a few more helpers in the crowd. It was very good. I gave Hashem a lot of lectures. We prayed in sunrise. It was amazing. It was a very inspiring place and atmosphere. So Yom Kippur, it's critical. We can change our entire future. One Yom Kippur can erase so many sins, can erase a lot of the suffering that are due to us, can erase the crimes, can bring us closer to God. It's a day that He gave us. כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם. Hashem gave us this day, a day of atonement, day of repentance. What you can do in one day, you cannot do it in 6 months of hard work. From morning to night, begging, crying, 6 months straight. You don't get what you get in one day on Yom Kippur. Everything in life is about timing. Timing. Sometimes you miss the train. You have to wait for the next train. By the time you get to your destination, it'll be too late. You missed your appointment, you missed the wedding. You know how it is. You missed the flight. It's critical. There are consequences. It doesn't just, oh, okay, you know what? We'll catch the next one. No. It's critical. So we had 40 days altogether of Elul, and then we had Rosh Hashanah, Aseret Yemei Teshuvah, which each day fixed the entire year, meaning Sunday, the entire Sundays of the year. Monday,
Yo,
all the Mondays
Eddie,
of
this
the
one's
year.
for you.
Tuesday,
All right, so
Wednesday, Thursday. We all together have, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, 7 days, which is covering every
Yo,
day of
Eddie,
the week.
this one's for you. All right, so I'm gonna do this without anything associated with like joining my
The year
Discord.
started,
Eddie, though, you should join my Discord, and
we
so
don't
should
see any
everybody else. It's
movement yet.
Rabbi
I mean, it's a
It's just
continuation of the agony of the previous year.
I know what you're thinking. You
Yesterday,
may be like,
John
well, maybe you're getting
all
this
the way
unknown
far from
error
Lebanon.
because
So
you
many
are
miles. It's wrong.
entitling your accounts Join Rabbi's
And he fell
Discord, which you all
on a
should.
dining
It's
room.
Rabbi.
Packed with, I think, 200-300 soldiers there eating their meal.
Hey Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi
And he
here.
killed 4
I know you're
soldiers
probably
and
thinking,
injured
well,
60.
maybe you're getting this unknown
Some of
error
them
on the
out
Kick
condition.
platform because you're
Some of
entitling
them,
your
not so bad. Probably they'll get
usernames
out of
as
it in
Join
a few
Rabbi's
days, but
Discord, and we have
4 people died,
something that
19
is
years
stopping
old.
that, and
You eat,
we'll
and it
test
was
it.
dinner.
We're gonna
Sit
take
and
a look
eat,
over here
boom,
at
explosion on your head,
an account
and
I'm
your
just
life
making
is over.
brand new. We're
19
gonna
years
call
old.
the username Eddie Please Fix Kick. All right,
In
here we
every
go.
tragedy, there's always also a miracle. Remember when I've told you that many
Getting that
times over
code.
the years?
I'm the king of these bad
What was the
boys.
miracle over here?
I do these bad boys in my
The
sleep,
miracle over
literally,
here is
because I
that
thought
all
they
the
do it for me.
religious soldiers
All right,
that
here
were
we go. So
sitting
we're
there
gonna
where the
copy this.
explosion took place,
We're gonna paste
they
it.
got up
Paste
a
these.
few
Here we
seconds
go.
before the
Bingo, bango,
explosion took
bongo.
מים אחרונים. Those mitzvah,
We've
when
got
you
all
want to
this
do Birkat Hamazon,
amazingness.
you
All right,
go,
we're gonna
you put
accept.
some water on your fingers, and that's when
What's
you come
gonna
back
happen?
and sit to do Birkat Hamazon.
And it
So
worked.
all
Eddie,
the
please fix
religious
Kick.
soldiers,
All right, great.
they announced
Wow.
מים אחרונים חובה.
Same video.
Everybody got up. They went to the faucet, which was all the way to the side. If not, all of them would die this way.
Sign up.
This is what I've been saying for decades.
We'll go over here.
Not
We'll
me.
generate a new email.
Just
Dude, shout out
the words
to
of Chazal and the words of the Torah.
tempm.com for making me a household name in the world of
As
Kick.
painful as it is, as
You
sad
guys
as
are
it is,
amazing.
every
All right, so we're
woman
gonna
is
come over
marvelous.
here.
Nobody dies
5,
randomly.
1,
There's no such thing
4,
random in the world of God.
19,
Random
40.
is only by
8.
ignorant
All right,
atheists,
how about this one?
by ignorant fools.
We'll call
that they
Eddie.
think that things can happen in the world
Please.
without God's consent. You don't know Torah, you never
Fix.
learn. So by you, everything is
Kick.
random. That's why your life is all
007.
random.
Because we're
No
secret
plan.
like that.
No goals, no
Username's
achievements,
already
no nothing.
taken? No way.
An average secular person,
No
by
way.
the time he will die,
I
can
doubt it.
conclude
So
his
what is
entire
that
life
about?
in
Why
2-3
does that not
pages.
work? Like
Ask him right
that
now
shows it's broken.
the achievement of your life.
Because it's not. Nobody
What
has
can
that
tell us
name.
about
If
your
you
life?
didn't have
Before
Eddie
you
Please
die, the
Fix
doctors
Kick,
give you 1 hour.
nobody has Eddie
You're
Please
about to
Fix
die.
Kick
Jew,
007.
non-Jew,
So you're
doesn't
even
matter.
seeing like you
Secular
guys need
is
to go
secular.
through your
Please
login
write to us a
process
report from
and
the day you remember yourself
know the
as a
minutia
child,
of it.
now you're 70,
Everything,
80,
especially
90,
with
whatever you
AI
are.
now, can be
Conclude your
tested,
life.
and it should be
All
flawless.
right.
Okay, so now what are we gonna
Everybody's
do?
childhood if you want.
Okay, so we'll go over
Then
here. We'll
how
just like
we
refresh the page, I
went
guess.
to high
But that's
school,
not right. Username is
university,
not taken. Someone who
how he
doesn't
met
know
his
better
first
might actually think that's the case.
girlfriend,
And I don't know
and
why
the second
somebody would be
one,
doing
and
it,
how
but
he
they
got
could.
married, and
And
how
the
he got
fact that they could
divorced, and how he
means
got
that you
married
should
again,
prepare
and how
for
he
it.
got
Okay,
divorced,
generate new
and how he got
email.
married again. 7
Here we
times
go.
married and divorced. And how many kids he
Paste.
had from this girl, from that girl, one out of the marriage, one in
05,
the marriage. You know, it's entire
14.
confused, mixed up life. How much money he made, what was the key moment of his life when he finally got
Okay, so now I
the
thought,
job that he desired,
Fuck.
he made so much money, and he bought his first Mercedes. And, you know, it's a little bit about his sport, about his hobbies. And that's the end of it. You know what? I take it back, not 3 pages, 1 page. The life of a secular person worth 1 page of events. That's it. You come to a life of a Talmid Chacham, a Jew, he can write to you 1,000,000 pages. 1,000,000 pages. Because his life is not eating and drinking and walking around like 2 dogs or 2 bears just to enjoy the moment. There are much more significant things in life. He can write to you all the Gemarot he learned, all the Halachot, all the Torah, all the Musar, how many mitzvot he did in his life, how many millions of times Hashem saved him from death, from injuries, from tragedies, from terror attacks. Believe me, he's going to have a whole book. I mean, I know if I had to write now the story of my life, there would be thousands of pages, just from what I have in my head, from memory. without going into things to remind me. That's from what I have in my head. There'll be thousands of pages. When I be 80, if I be 80, there will be probably a few thousand of pages. So, every bullet has an address. The few religious soldiers, it wasn't written for them to die. Why is it? Maybe Hashem wants them to grow up in Torah, in Yirat Shamayim, give them a chance to survive. The other 4 miserable soldiers, my heart goes out for them. Person didn't even start his life, 19 years old, and already died. That's the bad news. The good news, as I explained to you once, the Gemara in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, the Gemara said that every person that died in a strange way, meaning unexpected, by a surprise, not in the normal way of death, meaning if you're 80 and you go to sleep and you don't wake up, that's normal. If a person gets cancer,
Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so we're doing a little bit more testing. I know you might think, well, maybe this isn't working because you're entitling all of the accounts, Rabbi.
Gaza, places like these, people die on a daily basis.
What's up, Eddie? It's your favorite rabbi. I know you may be thinking, hey, maybe you're getting this unknown error because your accounts are using a similar username join Rabbi's Discord, which, Eddie, you should. It's a big deal. Everybody should join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/rabbi. And t.me/HPOS10I. I want everybody to know that I'm doing my best to fix this, but I'm unable to. So I've changed the name of the username to Eddie, please fix kick. We're going to come over here. We're going to press sign up. We're going to get that 6-digit code. Refresh.
They commit sins with the girls. They have a lot of problems.
Cool.
Most of the sins they commit, unfortunately, they're not even aware that it's a sin. They don't even know.
All right, here we go.
So, Hashem has a lot of mercy on these people.
Dun, dun, dun,
They
dun.
grew up like that. Their
Got
parents
this bad
fed
boy
them
memorized
with
at this point.
atheism.
I accept.
And they are
What's gonna happen, Eddie?
Anti-religion.
What's going to
Even
happen,
if they
Eddie?
are not.
Okay, it
They're
worked.
traditional,
Great.
They admire the religion.
Now,
Or they're
watch.
the religious
Watch, we did
grandfather.
this earlier,
Either
but
way,
then
they are
I ran out
totally
of storage space
They
because
don't go to yeshiva,
everything
in public
about
school in
technology
Israel, they teach
stinks
zero
and I want to
religion.
improve it.
Zero.
Okay, so we're going to come over here,
It's
generate
very
new
much
email.
allergic
I'm
to
sure
religion.
this video
I
will
think
be
here
too
in
long
America,
as well,
by the Christians,
and
you
it's
will
just
learn
going to
more
stop. It's
Judaism
going to
than
be
in
terrible.
Israeli
Everything's going to be awful.
At
All
least
right,
they talk about
now
some
what?
things from the Torah, maybe.
We're going to come over
I'm
here,
not so sure, but
5,
there is a chance that
14,
that's the case. That's how sad it is. That the
1948,
that states
and
that
what
the
username are
Jews
we going to
built
use?
themselves after 2,000 years of exile.
Eddie,
First thing they wanted to do, these communist
Please.
liberals, these lefty enemies of God, is to
Fix.
create a state that
Fix.
has everything but Judaism.
how about 69?
That's how sad it is.
Username's already
First thing you
taken.
would think,
So that's
wow,
an error there.
we're the
That's
glory of
actually
the
not
world,
true.
we're the light of
Nobody
the world,
has
we are
Eddie,
the chosen
please fix
people.
kick 69.
We should teach the
How
world
about
what does it mean, a kosher holy
56?
state.
Nobody has that.
We should be a light
How
to the
about
nations.
Eddie,
like
please
Hashem
fix
expects
kick
us to be. And what do they do?
Bear.
A
We'll
state
just
that
throw
is
a
more
random word in
going
there.
than the goyim.
BEAR. Username's taken.
Among the
That's a
Arab
bad
countries,
user experience.
in
So I'm going
Iran,
to end this video.
and in
Hopefully you
any
guys
Arab
can fix
country,
this.
they
Thanks.
keep more laws of the Torah than the Jewish state. Of course, that's not included the ultra-Orthodox religious Jews. It's a different nation. They live in Israel, and they have nothing to do with the Zionist, communist, anti-God people, which is about close to 80% of the nation. We are talking about the 20% who love religion, practice, keep Shabbat, eat kosher, learn Torah, love Torah. Of course, it's different. We're not including them.
Favorite rabbi. I know you may be
So the Gemara in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, in the bottom of the page, the Gemara says, Mita meshuna havele chapara. A person died in an unexpected way, plane crash, a bomb falls on his head, a missile, a drone, car hit him, gas was released in the area and it choked, tree fell on his head, horse was running and ran him over, so many ways. Sitting in a balcony and the terrace collapsed. all kinds of
name
things.
of the username to Eddie.
All of that considered unexpected form of death,
press sign up.
because it wasn't a natural way, it wasn't a routine way that people die in such a way.
Refresh.
But any other death, meaning that it's already a natural way of death, people, like for instance, in the time of COVID, millions are dying. That's a natural way of
All
dying.
right, here we go.
In a world that has so much cancer, that's a natural way of dying. In a world that people get old and they go to sleep and they don't wake up in the morning, that's a natural way of dying.
I accept.
This kind of death doesn't give you any discount.
We're gonna come over
But
here.
unexpected death
Kick 69.
gives you a discount on all the sins,
56. Nobody
meaning
has that.
avoiding a lot of the punishments
Eddie, please
that are
fix
due to
kick.
the person in the time of his death. Everyone stands in
Just
front of
throw a
Hashem
random word in there.
for a whole
VAR.
trial. Jews,
Username's
non-Jews,
taken.
everybody
That's
is
a bad
being
user
judged
experience. So I'm
for
gonna
what
end this
they've done
video.
right or wrong.
Hopefully you guys can fix this. Thanks.
So
Rabbi.
when a
I know you
person
think
died,
hey,
mikta meshuna, I don't know, lightning, fell from the building, all kinds of things like this.
You're getting this unknown error.
When he dies in an unexpected way, the Gemara says, "Ah, ve'elecha para." This death
Accounts are
is an atonement for many of the things he did. I want to hope, only Hashem knows the answer to this question. I want to hope, based on the words of this holy Gemara, that all these soldiers that are dying now, 18, 19, 20, they didn't start their life, they have only 6, 7 years of secular lifestyle. Maybe that this death will be enough to erase all their sins and get them directly to heaven. I really hope for them. I really hope. Especially if their relatives will say Kaddish now for 1 year, and they're definitely going to help them. Hopefully it will be enough to send them express to heaven, and in the end, they are luckier than us, believe it or not. If this drought that killed them in an unexpected way, in the middle of dinner, would send them now or in few months from now directly to heaven, and they done their tikkun, they don't have to be reincarnated again, all I can do is to be happy for them. The only problem is there's no guarantee, because I don't know who they are. I don't know what kind of sins they committed. Maybe they were even religious. Based on the pictures, none of them were religious. One of them was an Arab. One of the 4 was not a Jew. There was a Bedouin, a Zionist Bedouin, believe it or not. Some Bedouin are Nazi murderers, and some of them are patriotic. They fight, they want Israel to be successful. Unbelievable. It's all depends what kind of brainwash they had to go through in their childhood. If their family was extreme anti-Jewish, they grew up to be Nazis. If their family was pro-Israel, they're actually happy, they have good condition, they have nice homes, they live, they're free, democracy, they get full rights. They actually enjoy it, because they know if they live in any other Arab country, they would suffer hell over there compared to the life they have in Israel. Some of them are grateful and some of them are ungrateful. Same thing the Israeli Arabs. Some of them are terrorists, wants to kill us all, and some of them are doctors and this, and they love the life in Israel. They live better than Switzerland. They may scream, jihad, kill all Jews, but inside their heart, if you tell them, okay, now it's the bottom line. There are 2 buttons here. You press one button, Israel is no longer a state of Jews. They're all either going to be killed or get out of the country. Who takes over? Hamas. You agree? 99% of them will not agree, unless they're really stupid, because Hamas would slaughter them, would butcher them. All these idiots, the gays for Palestine, gays for this, if they only knew what expected for them, if they will fall for 1 hour in the hand of Hamas, do you know what they will do to them? They will kill them in the cruelest torture you can imagine. Nobody hates the gays more than this Hamas, than these Palestinians in general. Kippur, it's critical. We can change our entire future. One Yom Kippur can erase so many sins, can erase a lot of the suffering that are due to us, can erase the crimes, can bring us closer to God. It's a day that he gave us, כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם. Hashem gave us this day, day of atonement, day of repentance.
Yo, Eddie, it's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so you're with us still. It's Eddie, please fix Bear. It's not working. It says username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has.
Everything in life is about timing.
Username is already taken. Eddie, please fix kick Rabbi. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to just refresh the page. Come over here to sign up.
You know how it is. You miss the flight, it's critical. There are consequences.
Okay, let's just
It doesn't just, okay, you know what? We'll catch the next one. No. It's critical.
And like, so, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much
which each day fix the entire
opportunity
year, meaning Sunday, the entire Sundays of the year. Monday, all the Mondays of the year.
Just
Tuesday,
know,
Wednesday, Thursday.
I think it can be really great.
We're all together.
Okay, so Eddie,
you know, between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, 7 days, which is covering every day of the week.
Fix your.
The year started. We don't see any improvement yet. I mean, it's a continuation of the agony of the previous year.
Must be.
Yesterday, a drone came all the way far from Lebanon. So many miles, a drone.
Please fix.
And it fell on a dining room that was packed with, I think, 200-300 soldiers there, eating their meal.
All right.
And killed 4 soldiers and injured 60.
We're going to go over
Some
here
of them
to refresh.
In out condition.
And
some of them, you know, not so bad. Probably they'll get out of it in a few days. But
copy this.
4 people
we
died,
are going to
old.
paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%. Okay, here we're doing it. It's going to work this time.
In every tragedy, there's always also a miracle.
I can tell because of how long it takes.
Many times over the years. What was the miracle?
Or it should. It should work. This is a Windows 11. Windows 11 stinks. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know. And I got this thing down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Dog, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. God, this is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed quickly. Please fix it.
And the words of the Torah, that every bullet, unfortunately, as bad as it is, as painful as it is, as sad as it is, every bullet has an address. Nobody dies randomly. There's no such thing random in the world of God. Random is only by ignorant atheists, by ignorant fools. That they think that things can happen in the world without God's consent. You don't know Torah, you never learn. So by you, everything is random. That's why your life is all random. No plan, no goals, no achievements, no nothing. An average secular person, by the time he will die, can conclude his entire life in 2 or 3 pages. Ask him, write down the achievement of your life. What can you tell us about your life? No, before you die, the doctors give you 1 hour. You're about to die. Jew, non-Jew, doesn't matter. Secular, it's secular. Please write to us a report from the day you remember yourself as a child. Now you're 70, 80, 90, whatever you are. Conclude your life. All right. About his childhood, few words. Then how he went to high school and then university. And how he met his first girlfriend and the second one, and how he got married, and how he got divorced, and how he got married again, and how he got divorced, and how he got married again. 7 times married and divorced. And how many kids he had from this girl, from that girl, 1 out of the marriage, 1 in the marriage. You know, his entire confused, mixed up life. how much money he made, what was the key moment of his life when he finally got the job that he desired, and he made so much money, and he bought his first Mercedes, and it's a little bit about his sport, about his hobbies,
Copy this.
and that's the end of it.
We are
You know what? I take it back, not 3 pages,
We'll see what
1 page.
happens. I really never know.
The life of a
It's
secular
like
person
50-50
wrote
or
1 page of
30%,
events.
33%.
That's it.
Okay,
You
yeah, we're
come to a
doing it.
life of a Talmid Chacham, a Jew, he can write you 1,000,000 pages.
I can tell because of how
1,000,000
long it takes.
pages. Because his life is not eating and drinking and walking around like
It should work. This is a
2
Windows
dogs
11.
or 2 bears
Windows
just to
11
enjoy the
stinks.
moment.
Oh, unknown
There are
error.
much more
Oh, it
significant
didn't work.
things in life.
See, I don't even know. And I
You
got
can
this
write you all the
down to
Marot he learned, all
unknown
the
error.
Alchot, all
Why?
the Torah,
Doug,
all
I
the
don't know.
Musar,
Eddie,
how
please
many
fix
mitzvot he did
your
in his life,
app.
how many millions
Santa
of
Maria,
times
please.
Hashem
You guys
saved
have
him from
200
death,
employees,
from
and you're
injuries,
not
from
trying the most
tragedies,
basic things. I know
from
that
a terror attack.
this may not seem like a
Believe me,
major
it's going to
issue,
have a
but you
whole
have
book.
no idea.
I know if I
This
had
is
to
how
write now
people sign up
the
for
story
the
of my life,
platform. I want this to be
it would
the
be
best platform
thousands of
that
pages
streaming's ever had. And
just from what I have in my head,
but these things
from
need to be
memory,
fixed, and they need to be
without
fixed.
going into things to remind me.
It's your favorite
Just from what I have in my head, with
Alright,
thousands
so
of pages.
you're with us still. It's Eddie. Please fix the error. It's not
When
working.
I be 80, if I be 80, there will be probably a few
This
thousand
username's
of
already
pages.
taken.
So, every bullet has an address. The few religious soldiers, it wasn't written for them to die. Why is it? Maybe Hashem wants them to grow up in Torah, in Yirat Shamayim, give them a chance to survive. The other 4 miserable soldiers, my heart goes out for them. Person didn't even start his life, 19 years old, and already died.
It's not working.
That's the bad news. The good news, as I explained to you once, the Gemara in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, the Gemara said that every person that died in a strange way, meaning unexpected, by a surprise, not in a normal way of death, meaning if you're 80 and you go to sleep and you don't wake up, that's normal.
Like a major issue, but you
If
have
a person
no
gets
idea.
cancer and they die, that's normal. Almost every other person get it. The world is a pandemic. In a place where you live, I don't know, Syria, Iraq, Libya, Tunisia, Gaza, places like these, people die on a daily basis. Either they start with the Jews, they bomb them, and the Jews retaliate, and then they die, or they kill each other. When they leave the Jews alone for a day or two, they begin to kill each other. Shiites, Sunnis, and the rest of the confused people. So, what's the good news with these 4 soldiers? That they're going to have a huge discount from all the sins they committed from age 13 until age 19. 6 years of sins. Remember, secular people, almost every minute of their life is a sin. What they speak, what they look at, what they eat, what they admire. They don't pray, they don't learn Torah, they eat not kosher, they commit sins with the girls. They have a lot of problems. Most of the sins they commit, unfortunately, they're not even aware that it's a sin. They don't even know. So, Hashem has a lot of mercy on these people. They grew up like that. Their parents fed them with atheism. And they are anti-God, anti-religion. And even if they are not, they're traditional, or they admire the religion, or they had a religious grandfather, either way, they are totally ignorant. They don't go to yeshiva. In the public school in Israel, they teach 0 religion. 0. They're very much allergic to religion. I think here in America, by the Christians, you would learn more Judaism than in the Israeli public school. At least they talk about some things from the Torah, maybe. I'm not so sure, but there is a chance that that's the case. That's how sad it is. That that state that the Jews built themselves after 2,000 years of exile, first thing they wanted to do, these communist liberals, these lefty enemies of God, is to create a state that has everything but Judaism. That's how sad it is. First thing you would think, wow, we the glory of the world, we the light of the world, we are the chosen people, we should teach the world what does it mean, a kosher holy state. We should be a light to the nations like Hashem expects us to be. And what do? A state that is more goyim than the goyim. Among the Arab countries, in Iran and in any Arab country, they keep more laws of the Torah than the Jewish state. Of course, that's not included the ultra-Orthodox religious Jews. It's a different nation. They live in Israel, but they have nothing to do with the Zionist, communist, anti-God people, which is about close to 80% of the nation. We are talking about the 20% who love religion, practice, keep Shabbat, eat kosher, learn Torah, love Torah. Of course, it's different. We're not including them. So the Gemara in Masechet Sanhedrin, page 47, in the bottom of the page, the Gemara say, Met mita meshuna havelech hapara. A person dies in an unexpected way, plane crash, a bomb falls on his head, a missile, a drone, car hit him, gas was released in the area and he choked, tree fell on his head, horse was running and ran him over, so many ways. Sitting in a balcony and the terrace collapsed, all kinds of things. All of that considered unexpected form of death, because it wasn't a natural way, it wasn't a routine way that people die in such a way. But any other death, meaning that it's already a natural way of death, people, like for instance, in the time of COVID, millions are dying. That's a natural way of dying. In a world that has so much cancer, that's a natural way of dying. In a world that people get old and they go to sleep and they don't wake up in the morning, that's a natural way of dying. This kind of death doesn't give you any discount. But unexpected death gives you a discount on all the sins, meaning avoiding a lot of the punishments that are due to the person at the time of his death. Everyone stands in front of Hashem for a whole trial, Jews, non-Jews. Everybody is being judged for what they've done, right or wrong. So, when a person died, mita meshuna, I don't know, lightning fell from the building, all kinds of things like this. When he dies in an unexpected way, the Gemara says, this death is an atonement for many of the things he did. I want to hope, only Hashem knows the answer to this question. I want to hope, based on the words of this holy Gemara, that all these soldiers that are dying now, 18, 19, 20, they didn't start their life, they have only 6-7 years of secular lifestyle. Maybe that this death will be enough to erase all their sins and get them directly to heaven. I really hope for them. I really hope. Especially if their relatives will say Kaddish now for 1 year, and that's definitely going to help them. Hopefully it will be enough to send them express to heaven, and in the end, they are luckier than us, believe it or not. If this drone that killed them in an unexpected way, in the middle of dinner, would send them now or in few months from now directly to heaven, and they done their tikkun, they don't have to be reincarnated again. All I can do is to be happy for them. The only problem is there's no guarantee, because I don't know who they are. I don't know what kind of sins they committed. Maybe they were even religious. Based on the pictures, none of them were religious. One of them was an Arab. One of the 4 was not a Jew. There was a Bedouin, a Zionist Bedouin, believe it or not. Some Bedouin are Nazi murderers, and some of them are patriotic. They fight, they want Israel to be successful. It's unbelievable. It's all depends what kind of brainwash they had to go through in their childhood. If their family was extreme anti-Jewish, they grew up to be Nazis. If their family was pro-Israel, they're actually happy, they have good conditions, they have nice homes, they live, they're free, democracy, they get full rights. They actually enjoy it, because they know if they live in any other Arab country, they would suffer hell over there compared to the life they have in Israel. Some of them are grateful and some of them are ungrateful. Same thing the Israeli Arabs.
stand
Some
up
of them are
for
terrorists,
the
want to kill us
streamers
all, and some of them
and
are doctors.
the numbers that you put out. People
Israel.
get paid on
They
this,
live better than
and
Switzerland.
the numbers
They may scream, jihad,
don't
kill all
match.
Jews, but inside their heart, if you tell them, okay, now it's the bottom line. There are two buttons here. You press one button, Israel is no longer a state of Jews. They're all either going to be killed or get out of the country. Who takes over? Hamas. You agree? 99% of them will not agree, unless they're really stupid, because Hamas will slaughter them, will butcher them. All these idiots, the gays for Palestine, gays for this, if they only knew what expected for them, if they will fall for 1 hour in the hand of Hamas, do you know what they will do to them? They will kill them in the cruelest torture you can imagine. Nobody hates the gays more than this Hamas, than these Palestinians in general. Every religious Palestinian, the first thing he would want is to chop the head of every gay in the world, whether it's Jewish or Christian or an Arab. So it looks to me idiotic, completely stupid, that there are lefty liberals in the universities right here in the United States who demonstrate together with the Arabs with the Palestinian made-up flag from the river to the sea, when if they only know what the Arabs will do to them if they will be in their hands. In any country, not only Hamas. Same thing in Saudi Arabia, same thing in Iran. If they'll make a gay party in Iran, they'll execute them, all of them. They will hang them in the middle of Tehran, on the streets of Tehran. You have those lifts, in the construction lift, the huge one. Every day you walk in the street and you see gays are hanged over there. This is Iran. Iran is the sponsor of the Palestinian murderers. And they are cheering for them. When in Israel, the wicked government and the wicked court and the wicked democracy system is actually pro-gay and gives them gifts and rights and the right to get married and to get pensions and everything you can imagine. They treat it, men and men, they treat it like a man and woman, no difference. They get the pension. They get married, one of them died, the other one gets pension from work. There's no actions against them. There's no laws against them. Nothing in Israel is against them. There's not one law against them. They are totally free. They adopt kids, they import kids, they do whatever they want. So they want Israel dead, these gays. They want Hamas to take over, that the Hamas will burn them alive. This is the stupidity of all these liberal idiots. They asked Donald Trump today, we are 2 weeks before the election, critical election. The future of this country is on the line right now. Also, it's going to affect the future of Israel. But in Israel, I'm not so worried because Israel is run by Hashem. ארץ אשר עיני השם אלוקיך בה מראשית השנה ועד אחרית השנה. The land that your God is staring at from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, meaning I love this land the most, meaning I run the show with Chameleon, with Donald Duck, doesn't really matter, they're not gonna run the show. But in the end, here, this country, what the people will bring on themselves, that's what they're going to do. You cook something with poison, you'll be poisoned. You cook something healthy and delicious and fresh, you'll enjoy, you'll be healthy. People over here will decide. They want a lefty, radical, lefty, foolish government that will destroy not only America, that will destroy the world. Will be that left in the world in the next 4 years. Okay, let them do it. They want finally to put someone here that will clean the place from all the garbage. Let them do it. So today, they say that they ask him, are you worried about what will happen in the day of election? Meaning maybe it's going to be riots. Or maybe some people will not accept the results of the election. Or maybe about the traders that live in this country more than he worry about Iran and other enemies from outside. He worry about the enemies within the United States. You have to see how these are butchering him all day. They comparing him to Hitler, like he's going to do what Hitler do in the 30s, you know. Why? He's going to get rid of everyone. He's talking about you. You're the one he wants to get rid of. It's almost said that he's going to make gas chambers and put the lefties inside and kill them. That's how radical they are. When all he said is 100% the truth. This country is full of garbage, full of radical Muslim Nazis who took over all the universities, full of lefty Jews that are traitors, that are enemies of God, enemies of United States, enemies of Israel, but most of everything, they are enemies of God. That's the truth. I'm Jewish. I say the truth. There are a lot of righteous Jews, religious, pro-God, pro-Israel, pro-America, very good Jews, a lot of righteous ones. And there are some Jews who have no idea. They're not righteous, they're not wicked. They just have no idea what they live for. Can't even blame them. They raise them like animals. They live like animals, enjoy the moment. They don't even understand what they do, what they vote. Okay. And then there are these lefty traders like Bernie Sanders and his friend Chuck Schumer and the rest of the garbage out there who destroys the world. Today they're in America, so America suffers. And George Soros from Hungary, same thing. This is the people that destroys the world. They have a lot of money. They are educated in communism and socialism, in lefty liberal education. And every decision and every opinion they have is against God. Not that Donald Trump is some kind of a religious rabbi or is righteous or anything like that. Or the Republican country, the Republican Party is a righteous party of righteous people. No, they are just a lot less wicked than the Democrats. That's what we have here. We have pure garbage and half garbage. Choose which one you want. Choose which one you want. You want full garbage or you want half garbage, half good? That's basically what we have. We don't really have a great solution here. In Holland, they had a great leader. He was elected. Very smart man. Everything he speaks to the point. He knows exactly what's right and what's wrong. They got lucky in Holland. But here, you don't have this option. Yeah, Trump made a lot of good decisions. The way he behaved creates a lot of problems. It's not perfect. You know, okay, it's not perfect. But what's better? Someone that is pro-God, someone that is pro-religion, pro-family values, anti-abortion, anti-murdering babies, anti-Iran, anti-Hamas, anti-Nazi Palestinians, pro-Israel, and even pro-Jewish. When the Jews betray him again and again and again, he's still pro-Jewish. It's unbelievable. The reason he's pro-Israel and pro-Jewish because Hashem is running the show. And he was the president. Hashem made him, you know, do a lot of good things for the Israeli state. I want to promise you one thing. If Trump was the president right now, we would be able to win 10 times faster and 10 times better against our Nazi enemies. He would give us any weapon we want, unconditional.
Hi, how are you?
He wouldn't care what the world is barking about. He would shut down these European liberals and tell them, just be quiet. I run the show here. Yes, that's the way a leader has to be. He cannot surrender to all these people out there. This is the right decision. That's what we're going to do. There's some other Republicans that are very good. I don't even know them by name, but from time to time, people send me videos. Very strong, great leaders. One of them is Cruz. Cruz, if you ask me, I would make him the president in a minute. Such a righteous Gentile. Such great ideology he has. When he speaks politics, better than any Israeli leader, better than Netanyahu. If you ask me, I will make him the prime minister of Israel in a minute, even though he's not Jewish. If I had to put him as a prime minister, in a minute I would put him. You know, but you know, Hashem runs the world. If Trump would lose, that means Hashem is preparing for us a horrible future. Meaning there's going to be more liberalism and more illegal immigrants and more terrorism here and more anti-American people here, more demonstrations, more Jews would be afraid to go to universities. Right now, it's already a life risk. If you send your Jewish kid to university, you're risking his life. Literally, it's a life risk. He can get stabbed, he can get bombed. I say that one of the reasons that Hashem is doing it, that now all these universities, all these lefty universities that the Jews donated billions of dollars to them over the years, decades of donations. Jews are the number one in the list of donations. They gave these universities so many billions of dollars over the years, Harvard, Yale, Columbia, all these universities. And now the universities stepped them in the back and made them unwanted and let the Arabs take over and all the other anti-Semite people. It's the way of Hashem of throwing Jews out of these horrible universities. Because every person who goes to those universities, if he comes inside a righteous person, by the time he leaves the university, he will be an evil, wicked human being with horrible, radical, lefty, extreme ideology. University destroy Jews and destroy Gentiles. Someone who puts his kids in university, they're them spiritually, not physical murder, spiritual murder. Because then your will make fun of it. They'll call extreme right and extreme whatever, he has name. Make fun of his own. I have people. It's university, fun at God, make fun of the religion, make fun of these, they are poor, horrible things. How they realize the mistake they made. And yes, they pay $40,000, $50,000 a year. Multiply by 5-6 years, they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to make their children lefty liberals like Bernie Sanders. This is what's going on. You pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to turn yourself into a liberal monster. Of God, an enemy of people, an enemy of morality, an enemy of ethics, pro-murdering babies, pro-abortions, pro-all kinds of terror, liberation. They have the right to liberate. From what? From the occupation, you little fool. Didn't you read the Tanakh? Tanakh is the most accurate historical world. Nobody argue about it, not Christians and not even Muslims. They accepted the Torah and the Tanakh. In the Tanakh, it's already talking about Jews living in Israel 3,000 years ago in the time of King David. There was no Palestinian nation until 50 years ago. They never had an history. No flag, no anthem, no army, no representative in the United Nations, no state, no nothing. There was no such thing, Palestinians. The word Palestine was made by the Romans after the Philistines. There's no such thing, Palestinians. It's a made-up nation. And all the anti-Semite words cooperate with this scam. And who is leading the scam? Liberal Jews. They are the ones. They are giving, some of them donate so much money to this scam. Look at Bernie Sanders, how he screamed to help the Hamas, to help Gaza, when his own brothers and sisters are being attacked by drones and missiles for years, day after day, night after night, trying to live a life. You walk with your kids and bombs falling on your head every hour. Missiles, sirens, every day, sirens, non-stop. That's what they do, shoot at civilians. That's the reality, Rabotai. So Trump say I'm worried more about the enemies within. Wow, is dangerous. So they're comparing him to Hitler. That's what Hitler said in the 30s. Crazy. He's gonna go after minorities. He's gonna go after Jews. He's gonna go after that. There was nobody better to the Jews than to Trump in the history of the United States. Well, how can you twist everything 180 degrees? Can you name one president in the history that was more pro-Israel, that did more for Israel than Trump? There were other Republican presidents, Bush and other, Reagan, whatever. They didn't do 5% of what Trump did for Israel. He got so much criticism for doing certain things, recognize the Golan Heights, moving the embassy, all kinds of things. And what in return, They still think God was always what's wrong in the eyes of God. 100%. That democratic, liberal, lefty government took action against their best ally, which is Israel, their best friend. Hashem reacts with a national disaster, natural disaster in America. I gave an example of New Orleans and some other incidents. It wasn't my idea. It was some Christian priest that made a video about it. And he shows the United States is making one decision against Israel in time of Obama, boom. At the time of, in the New Orleans tragedy, the flood, they did something. I don't even remember the details, but the idea is that shortly after, there was a disaster over here. So one Christian pastor brought it up, and he started to compare every natural disaster. When did it happen? After this decision, and this one, and this one. And I spoke about demonstrations for Palestinians that took place in Florida. The next day was a huge, massive hurricane, destroyed the whole place. So I said, you can do whatever you want, but when you have to deal with the consequences of your choices, do not open your mouth and do not complain. You're going to pay the price like a man and deal with that. You brought it on yourself. So the Muslim, they're listening to us now. Everything I said now, expect tomorrow they'll cut it. They put it all over TikTok. They pay a lot of money to promote it. It goes to millions. They think that by cutting pieces from my lectures and manipulate, that they're threatening us. We're not afraid of them. Hashem runs the world, not them and not their propaganda. If we need to get hurt, we will get hurt without it. And if we don't have to get hurt, nothing will help them, no matter how much propaganda they will do. But one thing you have to know, that just to show you what kind of liars we're dealing with, when they cut what I say, they put 80% of what I say. But you know what they cut out? They cut out the part that I said that a Christian leader is the one who made the video. They don't want United States to see that it's coming from Christians. They wanted to think that it comes from the Jews. That the Jews are saying that because you are not helping Israel, you are being punished. It's written in the Torah. It's nothing to do with Jews, Christians, or anybody else. This is what God said. Those who bless Israel, Abraham will be blessed. And those who curse Abraham will be cursed. It's a rule in the creation. You help my children, you support them, you defend them, you help them, I'm with you. You go against them, I will wipe you out. It's a verse in the Torah. Christians believe in the Torah, Muslims believe in the Torah, so the argument is over. From now on, it's only manipulation. Why did he cut the part that I said that a Christian person made a movie? Because it won't be effective. How are you going to create anti-Semitism? If the rabbi quotes something from a Christian leader, it's not the rabbi's fault. It's not the Jews. Christians themselves admit they are Americans. But let's leave that part out, and we will make it look like the rabbi is the one who said it, not the Christian that made the movie. Understand how it goes? By the way, they are not the first one who does all these manipulations. All the lefties are very good with manipulations. Very good. They always cut different parts. They make it the way they want, and they're very good with putting a headline that usually it's the exact opposite of what the speaker actually spoke about.
And
like I give you an example. In Israel, and the lefties,
it is an expectation
also the lefty Jews here. There's nobody that hates more than me. I'm the number one enemy. Why? Because I'm the only one who
has a quality user experience, period.
What kind of low lives they are.
If need be, comma, be a millionaire with a trillionaire platform than a billionaire with a millionaire platform.
How they can bash me and all these things. So a few years ago, I spoke about the Jews before the
Hey, Caspincy, how you doing, big dog?
They separate the men separate.
Dog, hey,
And then they told them to take
I am amazing, thank God. Okay, so why? Well, firstly, what's good in your life? Tell me all about it. I'm listening. I'm just changing something. But then, okay, okay, I've got some stuff going on. You know, I've always got fucking shit in the hopper. All right, stokes in the fire, however you want to describe it. All right, so what am I doing, dude? I don't. You may know this streamer, you may not. His name is Ori, Ouri. I talk about him a lot. He's Kick Ori. He's a medium-sized streamer, and that's okay. Look him up. Kick Ouri. I'm doing an interview with him in like 4 hours, 3 hours. Yeah, and I'm gonna read to you if you would let me what I'm gonna say, and I feel it's really important. So he contacted me. Like I would annoy the fuck out of this guy, and he thought I was just some loony guy. But then he saw my video with my shout out to him, and he was like, "Oh, dude, you're a genius. I did not know that." And will you be on my show or on my live stream? And I was like, yeah. So I was supposed to do a podcast last night. I don't know what happened to the guy. You know, the podcast world, people fucking are so what do you call it, flighty. So no big deal. But with Ori's a special streamer. He streams a lot. He streams like 16 hours a day a lot of times. And he the first thing that I noticed about him was this is a guy who just was always getting drunk on stream, but like totally under control and very thin, like not a fat person, just drinking Budweiser Reds. And he just really fucking hardcore. I was like, man, this guy is just a throwback old school kind of person. And he's got a great personality. So here's what I'd like to say. Well, so how's it going to go down? I don't know, but this is what I'd like to do. Let me just do it. Oh, this would be great. I didn't practice the other one, and it went really, really well, thankfully. But the more I practice anything, the better I get, especially with technology. And I'm having to do a lot with technology in this video. But I'm doing it on your behalf. I'm doing it on Ari's behalf. I'm doing it on behalf of all the streamers. You should know, Caspian C, that like in my prior life in tech, I feel the best app tester in the world, and I'm really good at it. And it's just picking up patterns and things, and I still am not perfect at it, but I basically took an app that crashed publicly and made it into an uncrashable app, or as uncrashable an app as you can ever get. And I'm really proud of that. So I'm good with quality assurance and design and things like that. With that said, that's why I've done this a lot. And the best way to show someone a problem is to show them with a video, because then they can see it for themselves, as opposed to saying like, whenever I press this, like, I don't know if that's the case. But if I show you over and over and over and over again that your shit doesn't work, that's interesting. And that can go viral. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to pretend you're Ori, but I know you're Caspian C. But when it comes to the technical aspects, because I'm going to have to switch in cameras and stuff. So here's what I'll do. Let's see. This may not work well. Let me turn this down. Okay, can you hear me? Excellent. Okay. So we'll do the, hey, what's going on? And then I will, but you can't see me. Here we go. This is what I'm on. Now, can you see me? Excellent. And I'll say, all right, well, I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I'll do all of that. I've got that down. I'll do a room tour. I'll do some shout outs to the different Discords I'm in. And then I want to get to my shout out. So I'll ask him, hey, do you mind if I do some shout outs and just plug some stuff? And if he's smart, he'll be like, yeah. And I'm going to say, okay, this one's really long, but I want you to know that it's going to be very beneficial if you let me say it all, because I include a lot of shout outs to all the biggest live streamers on the internet, on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. He'll be cool with that. If he's not, then he's dumb as fuck, because this is how you go viral. I feel like you reach out to these different fan bases, like, oh, I like that person. And then you kind of hear, and this is going to give you the top 150 streamers on the internet right now. Okay, at least live streamers, not the most subscribers or whatever. I mean, this week live streaming, this is the top 150, which I think is important because these people are hot. All right, so I'll say, yo, everyone, tell everyone you know to come to the Ori stream right now. We're gonna light this place on fire. We're here. No fear. Get over it. Shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu coin. This coin's going to the moon. Aiden Ross by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Eddie Craven by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. Elon Musk by Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker is Bitcoin. I'm here to not only like stand up for all people, but especially streamers. And I'd like to show everyone that Kick needs some improvement, and this is majorly affecting the platform. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to another phone, and I'm just going to show you the user experience that people are having on sign up on different devices. And Eddie, you should know that you have a really great platform, and I want to make it better. And this is an opportunity because I'm here with Ori, who's a streamer, and he wants this to be a really good platform as well. And we're just doing this because we want this to be a good platform. And I don't have a way for you to see this myself. So I'm going to use this platform. So I'm going to show you what a successful sign up looks like on right now on a Windows device. Okay, so this is what it looks like.
All right, Eddie, Santa Maria, here we go. Let's see if we get this error. What's going to happen?
So let me explain. There's an error on the sign up. Sometimes it says server error, or sometimes it says unknown error, sometimes it doesn't. And I've tried it thousands of times. So I know this very well, but even I don't know what's going to happen. And I've tried it on over a dozen different devices, on VPNs, on iOS and Android. There's a major issue here. And this is money that the platform could be using. And it happens about 50% of the time. It works successfully like this, you'll see.
Going. But essentially, if I do this by myself anyway, it works there. Great. Now I'm going to show you it doesn't work.
Excellent. So then here's the next video. Here's where it doesn't work.
Yo, dog. Here we are. We're just waiting on this bad boy. Just got to do a few little things I'm waiting. Alright, so this is a Windows 10 computer. Here we go. I accept. It's going to scroll through. Eddie, Santa Maria, are you watching this? I have this privacy policy basically memorized at this point. Here we go. You're like, why is it scrolling? It just has to get around some automation detection. And it's going to press the I accept button in a moment. And when it does, okay, so it's going to work, but not work. So it says, unknown error, please try again, but it worked. It actually did work. You're like, did it actually log you in?
It did.
Yeah,
so that time it's a weird user experience where it said unknown error, please try again, but it created the account. Here's another one.
Here we go. We are.
I'm going to just speed it up a little bit.
Should know when to click. Here we go. And it's going to do this little thing.
It's going to click right here. Right. And here we go. Unknown error, please try again.
Unknown error, please try again.
So,
Yo, Eddie, Santa Maria, please fix.
okay, so then this next error is interesting. It's a little longer, so I'm going.
Favorite rabbi, I know you may be thinking, hey, maybe you're getting this unknown error because your accounts are using a similar username. Join Rabbi's Discord, which, Eddie, you should. It's a big deal. Everybody should join Rabbi's Discord. Discord.me/rabbi. And t.me/HPOS10I. I want
You're going
everybody
to see
know that
this is
I'm
a
doing
new
my best to fix this
account.
but I'm unable to. So I've changed the name of the username to Eddie Please Fix Kick. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna press sign up. We're gonna get that 6-digit code. Refresh. Cool. All right, here we go. Dun, da, da, da. Got this bad boy memorized at this point. I accept. What's gonna happen, Eddie? What's gonna happen, Eddie? Okay, it worked. Great. Now, watch. Watch. We did this earlier, but then I ran out of storage space because everything about technology stinks and I want to improve it. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, generate new email. I'm sure this video will be too long as well, and it's just gonna stop and it's gonna be terrible and everything's gonna be awful. All right, now what? We're gonna come over here, 5/14/1948, and what username are we gonna use? Eddie, please fix kick. How about 69? Username's already taken. So that's an error there. That's actually not true. Nobody has Eddie Please Fix Kick 69. How about nobody has that? How about Eddie Please Fix Kick Bear? We'll just throw a random word in there. BEAR. Username's taken. That's a bad user experience. So I'm going to end this video. Hopefully you guys can fix this. Thanks.
And the final video, I appreciate your patience. Here we go.
It's your favorite rabbi here. All right, so if you're with us still, it's Eddie, Please Fix Bear. It's not working. It says username's already taken. I mean, let's just pick something that nobody has. Username is already taken. Eddie, Please Fix Kick Rabbi. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to just refresh the page. Come over here to sign up. Okay, let's just grab a generate a random email. And like, I want this to work so much that I'm showing you everything that I do because I know how much opportunity this platform has. So just know that I think it can be really great. Okay, so Eddie, please fix your platform. Username must be okay. Please fix kick now. All right, here we go. We're gonna go over here to refresh, and we are going to copy this. We are going to paste this. We'll see what happens. I really never know. It's like 50-50 or 30%, 33%. Okay, here we're doing it. It's going to work this time. I can tell because of how long it takes.
Nope.
Or it should. It should have worked. This is a Windows 11 Windows 11 stinks. Oh, unknown error. Oh, it didn't work. See, I don't even know, and I've got this thing down to a science. Unknown error. Why? Dog, I don't know. Eddie, please fix your app. Santa Maria, please. You guys have 200 employees, and you're not trying the most basic things. I know that this may not seem like a major issue, but you have no idea. Dog, this is how people sign up for the platform. I want this to be the best platform that streaming's ever had, and it is going to be. But these things need to be fixed, and they need to be fixed quickly. Please fix.
And if people are wondering what this is on my screen, it's a little bot, just so you can see. Shout out to AutoClicker. Every 5 seconds,
It's your favorite rabbi, yeah.
you can just press it and stop. You can program it, but as you can see, it has an overlay. All right. So not only do I have bots on computers, but on mobile devices as well. Okay, so why am I showing everybody this? Because I want Kick to be so spectacularly, phenomenally successful, and I know what it takes, and it needs improvement, and it needs a lot of it. And so if it wants to be the best, then it will be the best. So with that said, Eddie, this goes out to you. I see everyone, and it's documented in my live streams. Sometimes people have thousands of viewers and no chatters. That doesn't happen. And so what you need to know is people depend on these numbers to eat. This is very important to people. When people's money is on the line, it's the most important thing to them. And so they have to be able to trust the platform. Trusting a platform as a user is very important, and trusting a platform as a streamer is very important. And when a user has this type of sign-up experience and streamers have all these numbers that are all over the place, it's a bad experience for both. And I really think that you have something here. And I wouldn't be telling you this on this platform right now if I didn't think you did. All right. And again, you're going to be extremely successful. These are a few things we just have to tie up, but it needs to be done very, very quickly because time is of the essence. Moving on, I want people to know that you're a billionaire, and that is an expectation for your platform to be a quality experience. And in most ways it is. It's really, really nice. However, if you need to be a millionaire with a trillionaire platform. I'd rather have you be that than a billionaire with a millionaire platform, meaning put more effort into this. I know you have 200 employees at Kick and 1,000 at Stake. You need to double both. I think you see, if I'm able to find this out just as a regular user on the outside, imagine what's going on in the inside. I know that you can say, well, according to long-term projections and all these things, but you didn't see this coming. You have to buy automation software, and you have to pay more people to more engineers to push up updates quicker. Your platform will be so much better because of it. I want you to know that if you're watching this right now and you haven't already done so, tell everybody you know to watch this stream. This is going to go viral. We're going to clip it afterward. All of these different people who I'm going to mention here, I want you to clip, and I want you to tag them on social media. Before though, I want people to know I feel that there are some really important things for which I stand up and I talk a lot about on my platform. In addition to world peace and ending world hunger and world thirst and everything, I'm an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment. This was something that was pushed in a great way in the 1970s, but never became a part of the Constitution. And I want people to know that I am for equal treatment of people everywhere, no matter who they are. I think that there are types of technologies that perhaps may be suppressed, one of which is a gravity battery. I think it's really important that people start looking into other types of batteries, ones that aren't lithium, that explode and that have to be mined, and a gravity battery, which uses microgravity, basically in your purse or in your pocket. It could power your battery long term. It never needs to be recharged. I think that's really important. The hydrogen car, I believe, is the future. People advocate for the electric car, which is great, but the hydrogen car is really the future. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, and also it has many advantages. I know one reason why it hasn't had mass adoption is because it's just difficult to have hydrogen stations, or it's not difficult, but it's just they're not available. If they were available, you would see long-term adoption of the hydrogen uh, vehicle industry, and be very weary of the electric vehicle industry, especially when electricity gets very expensive. I'm a huge advocate for solar power. So please, if you haven't already, buy solar, and you can at least help yourself in the future, because electricity and energy, I think, will be very expensive in the future. I'm a big advocate for the Bering Strait Tunnel. This would be a tunnel that connects Asia and North America. I think it's very important that we connect these two continents, which would give people the ability to, for instance, drive from New York City to London or New York City to Cape Town. That's a really exciting opportunity. And then additionally, I'd like to bridge or connect the Pan American Highway at the Darien Gap. If you weren't aware, the Bering Strait Tunnel would need to be about 51 miles to connect Asia to North America, and about 70 miles of the Darien Gap in Panama, between Panama and Colombia, would need to be cleared, just a roadway to complete the Pan American Highway. Once these two spots were bridged, the Bering Strait and the Darien Gap, you would be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Cape Town or Buenos Aires to London. This is a really exciting opportunity, and it isn't something that is impossible, especially over the course of a century and long-term planning. I'm a long-term thinker. I'm a long-term investor. Everything I do is in the future, because if you haven't heard it before, I think that life extension technology is a thing, and I certainly know it's a thing, and mind uploading technology may be something that may be achievable in the future. So when I look long term, these are things that not only I want for my children, but I want for myself as well. I want people to know that Bob Lazar is a hero, in my opinion, standing up for what he believes in, and he has told the truth, I feel, for the last more than 20 years. And he is the one who first disclosed element 115, and I believe that these higher level elements should be investigated more. If you're a young person, you don't know what to study, please do your best to invest in the sciences and to learn about some of the technology about which I'm going to talk later in this. I want to thank Ari so much for the opportunity to be here. He's one of the most consistent streamers in the history of Kick. Here are some reasons why I think that he's an amazing streamer. He has an engaging personality that draws viewers in. He's got a wonderfully amazingly memorable face, and I think that within the first time I saw him, I knew that he was going to be a big streamer. His personality shone through the screen, and if you watch his streams, you know exactly what I'm referencing. He has unique content. You never know what he's going to be doing. I mean, anything is an opportunity for something cool with Ari. His community is amazing, and I just want him to know, even when I first started following him, literally on Kick, I noticed how much engagement he had with his community. He's really funny. I mean, you either got it or you don't. And he is a funny person. I could go on all day about how amazing I think Ari is, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And with that, I'd like to do some shout outs to some streamers, and I'm going to run through these. And I understand that it may take a little bit of time, but just know I think it can have long-term possibilities. Right now, this is the top 150 or 200 streamers on the internet right now. And so if you're a fan of any of these people, clip this, send it to them, tag them on social media. We're going viral. West Call, Neon, Aiden Ross, by Harry Potter, Obama, Snack 10, Inu, Spreen, Ilya Samiki, DRB7H, SXXB, XQC, Cry Fusi, Davo Exenzis, Mr. Stivensic, Arjajavi, Kosku, Ire Roshtin, Maherko, King Tekka, Odablock, Absi, Bruniger, Hype, King Joel, Locobra, Derek, Classy Beef, Nexus, Mel Story 271, Egg A7, Vodka Funky, Rara Renee, Action Man. Shout out to Action Man. Action Man. I went into your Discord just like randomly the other day, and I got banned. Literally, I didn't say anything. I just brought my account in there. Is there any way you could get me unbanned? I'd appreciate it. And all these other people, check and see if I'm banned in your Discord because I know I am, and I will call people out. Just you watch. The Alice PX6 Bugasa, Cheezer, Sismul, Abu Abir, 16 Amaranth, Nutru, YouTube, Amaranth, Unblock Me on Discord as well. Ramos 53, Japsazan, Benaniru, Gabby, Dodo, Convi, Closer, Dental TV, Los Poils TV, Girl of Knox. All of you unban me on Discord if you haven't already. Shout out to Hanrid. She does Kick News. It's amazing. Shout out to Kick News. You guys have an amazing platform. Shout out to Kick Clips. You guys are great too. Some of those people hit me up to do interviews. So please, I'd love to. These are the biggest YouTubers right now going. MPL Indonesia, LCK, LOL, Esports, iShowSpeed. Shout out to iShowSpeed's Discord. Shout out to Aiden Ross's Discord. Lian Kwon Mobile Esports, Garena, Me Coach, LOL Pacific Championship Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang Indonesia, Hong Luan, Picora Chu, Set 1A1 Danadi, Bayonado TV, Craft on India Esports, Gaules, ESL Counter-Strike, O Marcola, Winda Basudara, MPL Philippines, Subaru Kazuka Channel, CBLOL, LOL, ZZZ Gaming, Nobru, Blast, Premier, Garena, Rov, Thailand, Radio Convos 89.9. Shout out to Radio. DJ Mario, Masiak, Jotina, TM, R7 Tatsumaki, DNKT, Korea Ch, Bantong, Chuck, Serol, Lauren, Eroas, Capcom Fighters, Japan, Ludwig, Zin, Typical Gamer, Botan, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, MPL Malaysia, PGL Dota 2, Steluda TV, Jonathan Leandi, and all the ones that are in Japan that I can't pronounce. And finally, these are the biggest Twitch people out there. Shout out to all the Twitchers. Clip this from your favorite Twitch creator. We're going viral. Clip this and put it on social media. Shout out to Cedro, Riot Games, Papa Platt, iBuy, LA's in 97, Echo Esports, something in Chinese, Japanese, Hassan Abi, Queso, Gules, OT Plo, Zach Rar, ESLCS, Maximum Iron Mouse, Kason, FPS Shaka, Jason the Ween, Team Liquid, Stable Ronaldo, Jinxingsi, Amina Matui, Plaque Boy Max, Lacey Tumbler, Bayano, Kaisanat, Summit 1G, Aquino, Blast Premier, LOL Pacific, TW, Stylish Noob 4, Rubius, Comet 0, Tolkien, Norway for you, SIR, Alan Zoka, Juan Guanizro, Elo Juan, the Greg F, Loud Coringa, PGL Dota 2, Montana Black 88, Rec Rent, Dan's Gaming, Shroud, Lord Kevin, Lyric, Gabe Pixie, Data 2, Paragon, Russia. Shout out to Sam Bond for the recent interview. Shout out to Beyonce Ita. You're amazing. And I went through that interview, and I'm going to name all the people who I didn't know in this one. And if you're out there and you're a streamer and you're wondering, okay, so what is this about? I stream my life all the time. I have more data than any person in global history. So people like Sam Pepper, you have a huge following on social media. One shout out from you could literally shake the internet. We could make you a trillionaire. And why should you? Documenting your this is why what my project is valuable. This is why you should pay attention. You should go to my social media, find something cool, and retweet it and see what happens. Documenting your life can provide a treasure trove of data that could be valuable to researchers and businesses alike. By tracking everything from your daily routines to your purchasing habits, you can create a detailed record of your life that may be of interest to others. Companies may be willing to pay for access to this data to gain insights into consumer behavior and preferences. By sharing your data, you may be able to participate in market research studies and earn money for your participation. Social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram already collect vast amounts of personal data from users, which they use to serve targeted ads and make money. Personal data is a valuable asset, and individuals should have the right to control how it's collected, stored, and used. With the rise of the Internet of Things and wearable technology, it's easier than ever to capture and track every aspect of your life. Documenting your life can also help you identify patterns and trends in your own behavior, which can be used for personal growth and self-improvement. Personal data can be used to develop new products and services that are tailored to individual needs and preferences. The more data you have, the more insight you can gain from it, and the more valuable it becomes. Shout out to the Aiden Ross Discord again. I show speed. Pound sand to this one Discord called Chill Bar. They're really mean. The Chill Bar Discord server is neither chill nor a bar. I sent emojis approximately once every 5 minutes, which in someone's opinion was considered spam, and I got banned, and they would not give me a second chance. And I told them less than 24 hours ago that I was going to light them up, and I'm doing it right now. So Pound Sand to Felix, Nerdy, Quintru, Satan, F.U., Sin, the Maxo, Char, Sif, Matsui, May, Satan again, and Sin. F all y'all. Fuck y'all, all y'all. If y'all don't like me, ban me. I'm too cool for your chill bots. I'll start my own chill bar with hookers and blow. Shout out to Adele, Ringo Starr, Beyonce, Paul McCartney, Taylor Swift, Drake, Elton John, Ed Sheeran, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Bruno Mars, Kendrick Lamar, all the Rolling Stones. On this stream, we go see the Rolling Stones at SoFi. I have it all on video from everything. I have it all archived. Bono, Slash, U2, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Coldplay. Coldplay's going to be huge. They're going to be bigger than the Beatles. Just watch. Imagine Dragons, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, Lizzo, Travis Scott, Billy Joel. Shout out to Billy Joel's daughter. She's amazing. Ariana Grande, Fleetwood Mac, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Foo Fighters, Maroon 5, Hozier, Camila Cabello, John Mayer, Sia, Post Malone, Nicki Minaj, Shakira, Florence and the Machine, Mumford and Sons, Paramore, Jason Derulo, 21 Pilots, Panic at the Disco, Katy Perry, Pearl Jam, Blackpink, Metallica, Kings of Leon, The Killers, Beck, Jessie Ware, Nora Jones, and Tame Impala. Before we go, shout out to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The Discord is my Discord, Rabbi. Rabbi's Discord is discord.me/rabbi. By Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Shout out to the Fantasy Football League. I'm going to give shout outs to everybody now. I got Team VMU. He's the developer of the coin that's worth $300 million+ right now. And even he knows I'm all about technology. I even took screenshots of the app we're using that it had errors, and we had to send that to their developers. So just Eddie, you should know I find a lot of errors with technology, and I make people accountable. So we're fixing this app too. Shout out to Team VMU. Shout out What You Say, Bro. Everything that you see that's Harry Potter is because of Yo-Yo. Shout out to Yo-Yo. $1 Million Muggle of Mike D. Sproto. Shout out to Crypto Broke 88. No Coom All Glory. Shout out to the Tickets, Rev Cloud. Shout out to the Spastic Spatulas and Team Hurricane Nate. These are just really great people. And shout out to Halloween 2008 and Hurricane Nate 14, the Sproto 69ers. These guys got me in week 1. It was very difficult. Shout out to the Black Cats. Shout out to Sproto 69er and Schiller of Truth. Shout out to Bitcoin 69 420 and Speed Demon 741, Bitcoin to 6942. Shout out to Pamp Ketchum and Bitcoin Forever. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. Shout out to Harry Potter. Shout out to President Obama. Shout out to Sonic and Sega and the number 10 and Inu. All the dogs out there, we let them out. And I want everybody to know that I love the opportunity to have told you about my project. And finally, before we go, we just want you to know that we'd like to close with this from the Talmud. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the whole of the law. The rest is mere commentary. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would love to take questions. Do you like it? Hold on. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Here's what I want to say. I'm not going to say the thing about Amaranth specifically. Let me back in her Discord. Amaranth to let me back in her Discord. But the other people, I'll say let me back in your Discord. Okay, so what were you going to say? That's all I wanted to say. Of what I did, I wouldn't change too much. I'm pretty proud of it. Go ahead. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah. I should have thought of that. I should do that right now with all the people on here. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Absolutely. And how do you spell her name? Elisa? Yeah, no, I know. I got it. Excellent. That's fine. Okay. Sambon, Beyonce. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Anybody else you want to shout out? Okay. Nope, you're yeah, dude. Well, here's the thing though. I think it's fucking brilliant because that's the top 150 streamers, and it'd be like, oh, hey, dude, do you know that so and so talked about you on Ori's stream? And be like, oh no, I didn't know that. I think it's really smart. Is it not? Yeah, I do too. Okay, so I hope that it's clear that I'm trying to help Kick, and I may not say the thing about like I feel better just having told you that, dude, you're a billionaire with a millionaire platform. You want to be a trillionaire with a trillionaire platform, obviously, but like as of right now, it's not where it needs to be. And I think it shows. I show just as a regular user, I think enough errors that they need to take a look at their sign up process, right? Yeah. So damn, this girl is fine. Who's this bitch? Yeah. So is that the end of it? I don't know. I've got this thing in like 2 hours or so. So what you have to do is go. Yeah, yeah. And oh my. Wow, there was somebody in here. Oh wow, they brought in this fucking really loud sound. Really, really like screechingly loud. Like it got me. Like it sent a chill up my spine. Like I was not expecting that sound. And obviously I banned the person or whatever. I did put a thing in here. You'll see ask Rabbi anything. People come in here and they just want to barrage me with fucking questions. And normally it's fine. But I'm getting to the point where I'm picking up momentum and I need this, like I'm focused on something. And it's like, dude, I don't want to sit here and answer the same fucking 30 questions that I answer for most every other person. So if somebody's got a question and they're like, blah, 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 I'm like, and I'm in the middle of something, I'll just say, you can ask me whatever you want. Right above here, you'll see ask Rabbi anything. Type any question you want, type a list of questions. I will take a very good amount of time and make sure everyone is as perfect as I can make them. And they're going to be like, no, but I want to sit here and just ask questions. And it's like, dog, you understand. You came into my life right now. I'm doing my own thing. I may be listening to something. I may be sending something. I may be in the middle of a game because that's what's happening too much too. Is like, I'll be in here with somebody else and somebody like, blah, 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 blah. I'll be like, hey, calm down. I understand that you think the show is about you, and I understand. But just know, in any room, be it real or digital, I have the biggest spotlight. And at this point, you need to take a number. So, but for the most part, I'm fine to ask people things, or I'm fine if people ask me things. But like, it like, well, then I didn't. Did I tell you? No, I told Riser. There's this guy who came in here the other night, the night that I did the interview with Sam Bond, and this guy would literally, we were playing the game, we were playing the mini golf, and he came in here and he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna come in here and just ask you questions just because I'm bored. And I'm like, all right, well, just know, like, I've been answering questions all day. I just did an interview. I literally just uploaded an interview. And so just please know that, like, I'm not in the mood to answer a ton of questions right now. And he's like, okay. Started to ask me, what are your thoughts on Aleister Crowley? And he asked me for the next 3 hours questions, to the point where after 1 hour, well, firstly, Riser left and Zoot left because I can't focus either when I'm getting asked questions. So I tried to talk to this guy, and I'm like, look, or we had just played golf, and he was asking me questions. I'm trying to get him to interact with us. So I'm like, download the app. Come on, we can play, et cetera, et cetera. And he just asked me so many questions. I think he was drunk, and he definitely was not using language that I normally would tolerate in here. However, he was talking so much, like it was like something was wrong with him, and asking so many questions that I, after about an hour and a half of answering questions, I told him I wasn't going to answer any more questions, and he could ask me any more questions that he had in the morning. And then for an hour and a half, he sat in here and just kept asking me questions. And it was almost like he had like some kind of mental issue about just being bored and trying to stay. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the thing is, he was from our community. So it was like I just never met. Yeah. But he just came in here and just kept asking questions about Aleister Crowley, and like just about any person. I'm not just an endless encyclopedia of information. I know about a minute on just about a lot of topics, but not any more than that. I mean, not like so in depth that I mean, what do? I do what everybody does. I'll go to AI, which not everybody does, but they should. If you want really, really in depth and you want to make sure it's accurate. And when it comes to things, I'm going to start relying more on AI, just because I know its accuracy, especially with things like somebody will come in here and ask me a question about Torah, which I may know, but I'm not the world's foremost Torah scholar to just be sitting here taking difficult questions. And so it's happened before, and I've been able to answer them. I haven't had to go to AI for a Torah question yet, but I think I'm just going to start doing that, at least for Torah. And if somebody's like, well, I want to talk about Torah a lot, I'm going to say, so do I. And so what I do is I watch literally like Torah discussions, and we can talk about them. But this way I know that I'm not guiding anybody in an incorrect path, because frankly, for most of my life, yeah, but people don't want to abide by that. They just want to come in here and ask me anything they want. Yeah. And I understand that. And if they want to, that's fine. If they have a very, very deep question about any topic, like people do, if it's a general halakhic question, and I feel comfortable answering it, if it's general Jewish law, I answer them. But I'm getting to the point where I don't want to. I haven't been wrong. Maybe I have been wrong a little bit here and there. Nothing on anything of importance. Little things like I'll be like, uh, I'll confuse two words or something like that. but I'm speaking very quickly, and so but nothing major, and I want to continue that accuracy, and so I'm like, well, I'm at the point now where AI can answer any question basically perfectly. Why wouldn't I give people the exact correct answer every single time? And then give them my personal experience and my personal feelings on it. Do I ever see anything incorrect on AI? Yeah, I do. And that's why I can at least say, but in my opinion, or in my experience, this is what I've experienced. But then I feel the best of both worlds. You're going to get the exact right data that you need. And then I can say, but just make sure it's in the correct applicable scenario where someone might be saying, whatever the case may be, there's a human touch to it as well. But then I feel I'm stronger than any rabbi that there's ever been because all of my answers are right. And then I have a human touch too. You're not just getting AI, you're getting a rabbi's opinion reinforced with the beauty of technology. Exactly. Oh, one other thing I wanted to talk about, and I didn't have a chance, was this. Um, Here's a list of technology that I want people to research. I think it's really important for the future of the world. Antimatter weaponry, weapons that utilize antimatter as a destructive force, potentially capable of immense power due to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. Brain computer interface, a direct communication pathway between the brain and an external device, enabling control or communication without physical movement. Cryogenic preservation, the process of preserving biological tissues at extremely low temperatures to prevent decomposition, potentially enabling long term storage and revival. Force field, an energy barrier or shield that deflects or absorbs incoming threats, commonly depicted in science fiction as protective technology. Fusion power, a form of power generation that harnesses the energy released by nuclear fusion reactions, potentially providing abundant and clean energy. Gravity control, the ability to manipulate gravitational fields, potentially enabling propulsion systems, artificial gravity, and other advanced technologies. Hyperspace travel, travel through higher dimensional space or alternate dimensions, potentially allowing for faster than light travel and exploration of distant regions. Invisibility cloak, a technology that renders objects invisible or camouflaged by bending light around them, often depicted in fiction as a stealth device. Nanotechnology, the manipulation of matter at the atomic or molecular scale to create materials, devices, or systems with novel properties and functions. And just so people are aware, I don't just want to be an expert in nanotechnology, been there, done that, got the t-shirt. I want to be an expert in peta technology, which is the one level lower. Reaction, like, absolutely. Excellent. You got it. You're fine. Please provide a list and glossary form numbered of what each of these technologies are.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free members, so it's a regular KFR games and sport. Remember this out of Earl Durham. He's been on the show many times before.
Call your mom, call your dad, call your brothers and sisters, text everyone you know to tell them to watch this stream right now because we are going viral. I am going to show you some magic. Yo, how are you? Just a moment. I can't hear you. Hey, what's going on? Do I want to invest in your cryptocurrency? No. Yep, I've already answered you. Appreciate it, though. Do it in self-promotion. Self-promotion. Post whatever you want in self-promotion. What's the number? What's the name of your cryptocurrency? Okay, well, put it down there. Yep. Doug, you can figure it out. If you can figure out a cryptocurrency and name it that, you can figure out where it says self-promotion and put whatever you want in there. There you go. Dude, you're smart enough. You can figure out how to press a chat button, right? Excellent. Best wishes to it. It has a chance to be very successful. What up, Doug? Like I said, that's why we have free speech channel. Put whatever you want in there.
So it'll be
Yeah, in like 2.5 hours or something. 2.5 hours. It's gonna be 7 p.m. Pacific. You got OURI. Yeah, probably. He's on all the time. 100%. Yo, dude, do you know this? I love new words, and I love new words when they make sense. And this is just a really cool idea. Just xenoarchaeology, the study of alien civilizations and their artifacts, possibly through exploration of other planets or more. Xenoarchaeology. How cool a word is that? Correct. Anything that you have, it says ask Rabbi anything. Click that. Ask me any question you want. Hey, hey, anything, any question that you have, just ask Rabbi anything. Just put it in there. Right now, I am preparing for a podcast that I'm going to do in a couple hours. But if you ask any question there, I'll do my best to provide the best answer possible. Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just one moment. We just started this. So one moment and I'll fix that. Just one moment. Just one moment. Here we go. Channel permissions. Everyone, you can see it. And Caspian Sea, can you check now? Excellent. Perfect. Ask me anything that you want there. Beautiful. Excellent. A terrascope, a theoretical device that allows the observation of distant planets and their environments, possibly using advanced imaging techniques. So better than a telescope, a terrascope. Sunscoop, a concept for capturing solar energy directly from the sun for transportation or power generation. Skyhook, a tethered structure in space designed to capture and accelerate objects for transport to and from orbit. Orbital ring, a proposed circular structure in orbit that could facilitate transportation and energy transfer across regions of space. Nuclear clock, a highly accurate timekeeping device that relies on nuclear transitions rather than atomic ones. Oh, I want to look into this. Nuclear clocks versus atomic clocks, but also there's another kind of clock. I think it's called an astral clock. I want to know all the different kinds of clocks. Please provide with the. Please provide me with an answer with a list of all the potential possible, like atomic clock. Correct. I have, and I have them right here. Just has to grow. Just, it just has to grow off the side of my head. Please, no. Please provide me with a list of all the potential. Please provide me with a list of all the potential clocks that exist in the future, like atomic clocks, nuclear clocks. What's the other kind of clock? Atomic clock, a nuclear clock, and astral clock. Wow.
On Monday the 21st, The Neighborhood is back for season 7, followed by the debut of the new comedy Palace House, starring David Wayne Sr. and Jr. See the pair starting at Exhibit Central on CBS. Also on Monday the 21st, the Coleman War documentary What We Do in the Shadows dives into its final season. Friday the 25th, the classic film Baseball's World Series Game 1 at 8/7 Central on Fox. Sunday the 27th, based on Robert Goodell on the same day, the English thriller The Warlock crosses the pond to make its stateside debut with exhibits on CBS stations. Also on Sunday the 27th, Bridget Everett returns for the third and final season of the dark comedy Somebody Somewhere at 10:30, 9:30 Central on HBO. I'm like Summit.
All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. News for fans of Heart, the band will be returning to Europe in a few months. Back in May, the band canceled their schedule 2020. That describes the time-sensitive routine medical procedure. And also later announced her cancer diagnosis and her chemotherapy regimen on social media. Most closed out with, I'm okay, please don't worry. Apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Respect all. It's must have worked well. Press Hard announced that we're bye.
Experience radio. Beyond the iPhone. Here's Apple Car. Developed with driver safety in mind.
Dude, Caspian Sea. What do you mean? Do you get how the Ask Rabbi Anything works? You were supposed to press the create ticket. Yes. That's not where that stuff goes. Hold on. That's what I need to know. Just hold on. What happens when you press create ticket in Ask Rabbi Anything? Okay, that's what I needed to know. Just a moment. Add everyone. Manage channel, manage permissions, manage webhooks. Allow members to create, edit, or delete webhooks in this channel, which can post messages from other apps or sites. Let's try that. Okay, can you try it again, please? Okay. Channel permissions, everyone. Manage permissions, no. Create invite, send messages to create public threads, create public, embed links. Can you try it now? Okay. These stickers mention manage messages, manage threads, send text to speech, send voice message, create posts, use application permit, use activities. Okay. What happens when you try it now? Okay, so it's not the send messages button because I just turned it on. Okay. View channel, manage channel. Allows members to change the channel's name. Manage permit, no. Members should create, no. Send messages, allows members to send messages in threads under the channel, no. Create public threads, no. Create private. Embed links, allows members to show embedded content links. Attach files, add reactions, edit. Manage messages. Manage threads. Read message. Send text to speech messages. View channel. Okay. So when you try to press that button, nothing happens, right? Okay, try it again. Okay, try it again. Okay, try again. Okay, try again. Nothing? I think it's this one. Hold on. Hold on. I think it's this one. Okay, now try it. Any different? Allows apps that members have added to their account to post messages in this channel. When disabled, messages will be private. Use application. Create polls, send voice messages, transfer, read message history, manage threads. Oh, hold on. Let's try this. Create ticket. Create ticket. There's something to this ticket tool. Ticket. Claim, close request, commands. Sure. Okay. Finalizer. Interesting. Okay. Ticket tool. Create ticket. 3. Who can access? Okay. Apps. Create a ticket. Edit channel. Okay, so okay, Caspian Sea. Okay, go and try it now. Press that button and let me know if it works. Okay. Oh, no, you're doing everything right. No, you're doing everything right. I was just able to make one, so it works for me. It's a permission thing. Okay, I'm turning on all the permissions right now for everyone. Just one moment. Okay, so can you try? Can you try it now? The rabbi, ask rabbi anything. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Ask rabbi anything. Oh, you weren't trying that one? No, no, that's okay. Oh, it's okay. Okay. It's okay. Press create support ticket. Or I'm sorry, not create support ticket. Forget create support ticket. Don't worry about that. Ask Rabbi anything. That's the one you should be doing. And that's fine. Not right. There's a button. Okay, that's what I need to know. So you don't see anything in there that says ticket tool? Okay. So you don't see ticket tool. You don't see ticket tool? So the first thing you see is Ivory's question. Is that correct? No. No. I know. Okay, so channel permissions, everyone. So then view channel, yes. Manage channel, all this other stuff. Okay, so this stuff happens immediately. Interesting. Okay, there should be a little thing above the it says create a ticket. That's why I was so confused. Okay, here we go. Create polls, use application commands, use activities, use external apps. Allows apps that members added to their account to post messages in this channel. When disabled, the messages will be private. Okay. Ask about anything. Create ticket. Okay. Do you see below where you said hi? It says ticket created, ticket 0004. Yeah, I know. I know it is there, and it should be. But when you click on Ask Rabbi Anything, right below where you said hi. Okay. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, so you can't. Okay, just one moment. I have to change some things. Okay, so we want you to be able to view message history. Can you see it now? So hi is the last thing you see, right? Okay. I understand. Okay. Excellent. Good to know. Why? Okay. Help. Oh, setup command. Okay, help. Here we go. HELP for ticket. Here we go. Commands. Browse through ticket. Frequently asked questions. Select which one. Frequently asked questions. Okay. How do I create a panel? Send a panel. Grant team access to tickets. Use. Okay. Automatic. How do I see what ticket? How claiming work? What is the prefix and how do I change it? How do I create? How do I transfer? How do I set permissions? No. Return commands. Invite permission. You have permissions with it. Allows you to know if you are able to use the dashboard. Where's the dashboard? Add, remove, add, open, close. Reading, claim, close a request, transcript, new, premium debug, permission level, ping, help, ID, return. So support setup. Okay. Send the panel to a channel. Invite ticket to leaders. Okay, invite, create a panel. I did that. Send the panel to a channel. Okay. This is a difficult one. Ask me about. Okay, I see ticket number 4. Okay, but you don't see that. Invite members. Settings. Channel permission. Everyone. View channel. Manage channel. Manage permissions. Manage webhooks. Create invite. Send messages. Embed links. Why can't people see my ticket tool in Discord bot? Ticket tool documentation. Make sure you have set a proper bot. Is it called ticket tool? What the fuck is it called? Ticket tool. Okay, troubleshooting. How do you set up ticket tool? Incorrect bot selection. Ensure that you have something. Fuck. Yo, dog. Just let me in the fucking thing. Log in. Fuck this. Let me just log in the fucking thing. Dog, not where I'm headed.
October 17th, 1888. Thomas Edison working on his non-nuclear autograph, the very first version. It took it today from Edison's time that it would do for an eye on the photograph. October 19th, 2018.
Oh, you're good.
October 20th, 1988.
Rabbi Rothschild on him. Yes, okay. Okay, manage. Panel configurations. No, what the fuck? General category ticket. Okay, allowed channels. President channel. What the fuck is it called? Ask. Permission level. Ask Rabbi anything. Hold on. All right, can you check now? I got you. Okay, now try it. Pardon me. No, I'm creating a new Discord account, and I'm just gonna figure out. Not that you're not doing a great job, you are. I just don't. Um, I gotta just figure it out. I don't. I'd feel badly asking you to do all this shit. All right, here we go. Dude, what are you talking about? It works exactly right. Do you see it says create ticket? It says ticket tool. Ask Rabbi anything. To create a ticket, react with, and then it's like an envelope. Yeah, if you would please. I just created a brand new account and it lets me create a ticket. Okay, just one moment. I appreciate all your help. Oh, yeah, no, you're exactly right. It isn't looking right for you. Um, wow. Yeah, yeah, I see that. I see that. What you're showing, can you leave the Discord and come back? Not the whole thing. You don't have to leave it, but just close Discord and come back in. I know you tried. Thank you. That's. Will you press it, please? Yeah, apologies, man. I thank you for. Hold on a second, though. Hold on. I'm gonna. Um, I might have made a mistake. Well, I mean that works. That's fine. But okay, server info. No, hold on. Command configurations, and then permissions. Permission level. Allowed roles. Just shut that off. Save. Close. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Okay, will you try to create an account right now? No, 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 no. I apologize. I'm not a new account. Apologies. I should have thought about what I said before asking. Can you please click a new Ask Rabbi Anything request? Perfect. Perfect. Hold on. Hold on. Perfect. Okay, so let me go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that is really nice. Okay, so close. Close. Well, thank God. How are you? Yeah, is this Fabi? How are you, Fabi? Excellent. Fabi, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be doing an interview in a little bit, which is really exciting with the live streamer named Ori. His name is Ori, Orui. Okay. Okay. And how's that been? Okay. We'll see you when you're back. Sure. I understand that. And what was that? Very well. Traditionally, yeah. But I can tell you that some of the beliefs that you have are, I'm sure we share a lot of them. In particular, things like, okay, okay, you're entitled to anything that you want. Um, Historically, it's been stated, but I think every people thinks that they are chosen. So Judaism's no different. Okay, correct. I understand. Apologies if I'm not more vocal. I'm preparing for a podcast and got a couple hours to do it. I'll tell you this. Let me put it to you this way. I think everybody can agree on this. If you want to believe in a God, whether you believe in a God or not, whether you're Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, Jew, you are Taoist, you are Hindu, whatever. You don't believe anything, you're secular, whatever. What everyone I feel can agree on is this. If you believe in a God, that God is energy. What does that mean? Basically, all those people, including Jews, Christians, Muslims, Taoists, Confucianists, Hindu, secular, whatever, they want to believe in something bigger. That's fine. That's energy. Scientists believe in energy. Secular people believe in energy. Why can't religious people believe in energy? Yo, thank you. I will tag everybody when I'm done, and be sure to watch it. And I'm going to plug the coin. Okay. That's, oh, absolutely. You're 100% right. And you should know that, at least in the way that I envision Judaism, that we can all be chosen. So don't feel that that is a limitation for anyone. Yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's felt like it's suddenly abruptly ended, that's because it did. There was a technical issue that left Trump facing his rally stage in silence for about 20 minutes last night after his microphone cut out. You might be wondering what that beautiful word in the dictionary was, and the Republican nominee for president was about to discuss one of his favorite subjects, that beautiful word being tariffs. So he was working up to it by naming the most important word in the dictionary, and that's when the sound went down. But the crowd jumped in, they jumped to USA, we love Trump, and the microphone. He wandered on the stage till he came back, and then he continued and went on his way. No technical difficulties at his rally today in Pennsylvania, but he made some interesting comments. You may have heard about this. It's really trending on Twitter. You just can't make this stuff up anymore, guys. So, former President Trump talked about the late golfing legend Arnold Palmer and the size of
He took showers with the other roads. They came out of there. They said, "Oh my God, it's unbelievable." I had to say, we have women that are highly sophisticated.
To study Kabbalah, one should be at least 40 years old and have some required experience that I do not yet have, including starting a family. In order to study Kabbalah, traditionally, one should be at least 40 years old, and should have completed some aspects of life, such as the raising of a family, marriage, and I am not yet 40 years old, nor have I yet raised a family, thus your best resource is your local Orthodox rabbi who is 40 years old and has raised a family. I hope this helps.
Interesting because when you think about the Palestinian Authority or in the past, they try to differentiate themselves from Hamas. I'll get more into the history there in a second. In response to the deaths, the Palestinian Authority and their president Mahmoud Abbas and his governing team actually expressed their condolences on the martyrdom. They called it a martyr of Al-Masjid. They called him a great national leader and urged the Palestinian national unity. Abbas is the top party expressed their condolences for his son out of Israel's killing and terrorism will not succeed in breaking the will of our people. Why this is interesting is the Palestinian authorities have a tense relationship with Hamas since the terror group violently seized control of Gaza Strip in 2007. They murdered dozens of the top officials in the coup, and Abbas has criticized Hamas for giving Israel, quote, even more excuses and reasons to attack the Gaza Strip. The October 7th attack was so heartbreaking. Abbas did shy away from strongly condemning Hamas since the group is very popular with Palestinians in the West Bank, while Abbas is actually deeply unpopular. He is seen as corrupt. What happened after his death? Where did his death spread in Gaza? And where's death happened? There was a lot of reaction. Some people, like you described, the Palestinian Authority expressed their condolences. Others were elated. There's a 22-year-old in Vermont, and he's going viral. He's been repeatedly displaced during the war. He said he blamed the war for the hunger, unemployment, and homelessness that all this conflict has caused. Muhammad was quoted as saying, "He humiliated us, started the war, scattered us, made us displaced without water, food, or money. He is the one who made Israel do this." Let's not stop and really do time. Okay. The local news stories are talking about the Dodgers still in control of the World Series destiny after the Game 5 loss. The Dodgers will have the New York Mets take it tomorrow. Maybe they have whatever they want. What do you think? Please talk to us. Go onto the app, on the iHeartRadio app, top left corner, do a talk back. We want to hear from you. Let us know how we're doing on this first attempt at the solo radio show. And, any thoughts you want to share. What you're feeling as we're going into the election. If you have any responses on the stories we want to mention. Also, big news, thousands of people using power shutoffs have been standing up with wind, such as red flag warning in Southern California that's been extended. And coming up after the break, we're going to speak to LAFD Captain Eric Scott, who's going to tell us all about that. But right now, let's get the latest news with Ashley Johnson and my 24-hour news. The Girl Scouts of America are voting on whether to hike membership dues for the first time in 8 years. That voting will vote today on whether to raise those from $25 a year to $85. Some CBS pharmacy clerks and technicians are on strike. Their union is trying to get a new contract made that alleges unlawful labor practices. And the CEO of CBS has resigned. He has stock fell 19% this year and even more yesterday when its third quarter earnings came in below expectations. It will be replaced by CBS executive David Joyner. For a time of David Champagne, no one. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like Coffee Shop Radio. Acoustic rock and the greatest singer-songwriters of the 90s to now. Coffee Shop Radio goes commercial-free every weekend. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Coffee Shop Radio and listen now. Free never sounded so good. The free iHeartRadio app is no longer for music, radio, and podcasts. Discovery podcast from the library.
All right, Caspian C, can you hear me? Can you create a support ticket and click the Ask Me Anything, Ask Rabbi Anything? Excellent. No, I did that one. You created 007, 007. Okay, so let's see. 7 is for support. No. 7 is for, let's see here. 7. Oh, okay, cool. I see it went into the support one's going to another spot. Okay, just a moment. Ticket. Boop, 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 boop. Support tickets. Okay, ticket. Edit, manage panels. Select a panel. Support tickets. Panel name. Transcript category. Ticket category. There we go. Okay, now would you please press? Oh wait, you won't. You can't yet. Okay. Okay. I want you to create one for create support ticket, and then another for ask Rabbi anything. Okay, what does it say? Weird. Okay. It doesn't. You're. I see. It doesn't work. Okay, set up. No, you're good. Panel, dashboard. All right, here we go. Dashboard. Panel configs. Everyone role permissions. Edit open. Oh, that's why. Okay. Wait. Everyone opened. Back. Support team permission. Edit open. View channel. Send messages. Server configs. Command configs. Set up permission level. Allowed channels. Oh, wait. Create support ticket. Settings. Channel permissions. Everyone. Message history. Wow. Okay, permission level. Ask Grandma anything and support. Okay. Allowed roles. Everyone. Create support ticket. There we go. No fucking way. Same shit happened to me when I closed and came back. It worked. Okay. Can you check it now? Weird. Okay, cool. I answered all those guys' questions and sent them answers. So if they need it again, hopefully it'll work. But that was nice of them. Okay. Dude, I think time is really important, and there are types of clocks that are more accurate than we currently know. And I just quickly want you to know about them. And they are. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, maybe. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I know where I put them. Atomic clock, nuclear clock, optimal lattice clock. Like a nuclear clock utilizes nuclear transitions, potentially offering even greater accuracy than atomic clocks by measuring the energy levels of atomic nuclei. Optical lattice clock uses atoms trapped in an optical lattice, achieving precision by measuring transition and optical frequencies. A quantum clock exploits quantum entanglement and superposition for timekeeping, potentially providing unprecedented accuracy. I just think clocks are cool. And when people get really, really specific about shit, they don't realize that like the clocks we use are basically bullshit. Even atomic clocks aren't that good in comparison to nuclear clocks and like astral clocks. Astral clocks are way more accurate. So it's just like when people are like, hey, you're late or you're on time, according to whom? Like according to this fucking thing that we say, but that's not even that accurate. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Appreciate your time. You want to leave us with any parting thoughts? believed to be dead after a gangway collapsed on the Phillip Island, which is part of natural resources. At least 20 people went to water when the structure collapsed around 4 this afternoon. The incident is currently under investigation. 2 days after the Israeli army announced that in Gaza, families of some of the hostages are asking the government to bring their loved ones home.
All right, can you hear me? I feel I didn't realize my camera wasn't on. I feel I'm excited about this interview. I'm more excited about this interview than I was the other one, or I shouldn't say it. I'm excited. I was excited for both. But I know the streamer a little bit better than I know the other streamer, and so I know. I mean, I think I know he'll just let me do what I want, which is the best thing you can do. Just basically let me wind up and fucking take off. If you want to go in there and you want to just fucking ask me every fucking question that you can, that's cool too. Just save it for the end. I mean, people want to be like, "Oh, why do you stream your life?" Dog, I'm getting to that. Come on, let me fucking take off. It's part of the spiel. Okay, so I went through with this little script that I have. What are we going to talk? I just tell everybody to do the shout out, go to my shit, quit watching all the other streamers and come here. Call your mom, call your dad, brothers and sisters, text everyone you know. I want everyone to know it. I stand up for everyone. I want peace, everyone in the world. Here's why Ari's going to be a major streamer. Here's what I had to do. I got to watch this other fucking one that I did with Sam Pepper. Bob was on. Or not Sam Pepper, Sam Bond. And Sam Bond. And thank you to Sam Bond. Instagram. All right.
Come on. Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you. Oh, wait, hold on. Should
Please watch my recent interview with Sam Bond. And like, upvote, and subscribe on YouTube. Caspian Sea? Can you hear me? All right, that's cool.
Thank you so much for hanging with us on this Saturday night. We have so much to discuss all throughout these next 2 hours. We're talking about our top headlines. We're going to speak to someone who's running for the 27th Congressional District, George Whitesides, is running for a very important district because it's the only Republican LA County district for the congressional. And so he's hoping to change that. We'll hear what he has to say. Also, some great events happening around Southern California. We're going to talk about Essence Break. You can see that. But now, we're going to cover the top headlines when it comes to crime. And you may have heard about this recently. The FBI quietly revised their 2022 crime data to show that violent offenses rose rather than dropped. So it happened because originally they reported actual crime decreased an estimated 1.7%. However, now, with these new numbers, they said, not so fast. It was a big data we had, and also because we have this new automation system. So what really happened was the number of violent crime incidents, including murders, assaults, and rapes, rose from 1,197,000 to 1,256,000. That's an increase of 4.9%. So it wasn't a drop from 1%, it was actually an increase of 4.9%. And this is being talked about for political purposes, of course, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just really important that we have the correct information. The FBI saying, okay, we'll get your act together. This just happened to our automation. It was interesting that there was no official announcement ever, guys. Which we could have tried to go through the hear about it.
Oh yeah, let me get a tour. Absolutely. So right over here, I'm live in Telegram. I'm live in a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno. I know it's a lot of words, but essentially this is the biggest cryptocurrency in global history. It's backed by data. I've been live streaming in the Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Aiden Ross has said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7 taking questions for more than a year. Over here, I'm in some Discord. You're going to see I'm in a whole bunch of Discords. All these devices are in Discord. Holy shit! Oh yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord here and live on YouTube here. The different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. Currently, I'm live on all those. Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Billy, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal. And I do my best to multi-stream, to be uncancelable. So if YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet. And some of my streams aren't even labeled with my name on them. So they're essentially archived for the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting.
I think so too. I think it's definitely interesting. Wait, so if you're live all the time, like, how do you masturbate?
Yeah, great question. So one of the things that we do in our community is we do our best not to coom, so to speak. If I do have to do anything, generally I'll just get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the higher the coin goes. Like I said, it's a $300 million market cap. Absolutely. Here, let me give you a So over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures.
Oh yeah, you were. I wasn't right.
Absolutely. Okay. And we've got over here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Billy Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. On Odyssey, you name it, I'm on it. Except kick. Wow. Okay. Over here, we have my kickbots. So this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbots. Okay. So here it is with a random email, and it's typing. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor.
Yes.
And
bro, you guys
now it's
can't
going to
tell
get
me
the
that this
6
is
minute security
entertaining.
code.
It's so interesting.
Shout out to Eddie.
Yes, we love Eddie. We love Eddie.
And shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin. And you guys should know I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I go viral. Then I stop spamming everybody and we start doing some really good things with the world. And so shout